Chapter 61, Let Lin Chen and the others get their license first? Lin Chen was puzzled. I killed the assassins and disrupted their plans, so they really won't retaliate? Su Guofeng said, the vast majority won't. Powerful forces involve all aspects, and many plans are disrupted every year. If they all retaliate, they will have enemies all over the world. If they retaliate crazily over a trivial matter, what will the rest of the forces think? They will definitely also worry about retaliation. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Su Guofeng, it will be over in a month. Most likely, this is an internal power struggle within the family. Causing trouble for the family is a minus. Small forces and small families easily hold grudges, but for large forces and families, the thing they care about most is profit. You were just inadvertently involved in this matter. Don't worry too much. Lin Chen, I'm not worried about myself. You and Auntie Yang are in the United States, and I'm worried that you'll run into trouble. Su Guofeng smiled. If you're worried about us, there's no need. There's an unspoken understanding between the wealthy. What good would it do them to kill us, except to get themselves into trouble? Everyone is in the same circle, and if you don't follow the rules, the rest of the people in the circle will keep rejecting you. So many wealthy people have gone bankrupt, and how many of them have you seen kill someone over something like this? Lin Chen thought about it and realized that there were very few. There have been countless bankruptcies, but very few wealthy people have been killed. Uncle Su, let's be as careful as possible. Su Guofeng nodded, don't worry, I hired bodyguards, and they are from the strongest security company in the United States. If anything happens to us, they will also get beaten up. All forces will give them some face. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Su Guofeng, I'll find someone to find out what's going on and let you know when I find out. She is asleep, you should get some rest too. Su Guofeng got up and left. Drip. In his room, Su Guofeng made a phone call. He also has some connections in the United States. In less than half an hour, Su Guofeng got the news. It really was a family feud. Su Guofeng muttered to himself. Su Guofeng had already added Lin Chen's WeChat, and he sent Lin Chen a message, Lin Chen, it's a family feud in the Dawson family, there won't be any problems. Okay, Uncle Su. Lin Chen felt relieved. But this incident also sounded the alarm for him. The world is not that peaceful. His strength is stronger in order to protect himself and his family. I wonder when I can get martial arts skills. Lin Chen muttered to himself. His acquisition of skills is about letting nature take its course. Deliberately making Lin Xiaoqian practice martial arts will not lead to the acquisition of skills. Xiaoqian, you're over 2 years old, you're not a 1 or 2 year old kid anymore, you have to stand up for yourself. Lin Chen went to the bedroom. He touched Lin Xiaoqian's little nose. Lin Xiaoqian's face showed a sweet smile, and she didn't know what she had been dreaming about. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Su Guofeng took Lin Xiaoxi to the hospital in the morning, and Lin Chen went to the hospital at noon to cook a meal for the 4 of them to eat. Lin Chen would cook extra so that Yang Qingyue could eat in the evening as well. Yang Qingyue recovered a lot after eating a lot at every meal. Grandpa and Grandma, I will miss you. Grandma, you have to get well soon and come back soon. Lin Xiaoxi said with reluctance. Lin Chen and the others had been here for a week, and Su Guofeng and the others had to let Lin Chen and the others go back even if they were reluctant. Su Mengyao also misses Lin Xiaoxi. And they have to let Lin Chen and Su Mengyao get to know each other better. Grandma will get better soon. Cici, you have to listen to your mom and dad. Yang Qingyue hugged Lin Xiaoxi and said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Knock, knock. The door rang at this time. Su Guofeng opened the door, and there was not a doctor outside the door, but a blonde woman. This blonde woman was Selena. She held a large bouquet of flowers in her hands. Mr. Su, my name is Selena. I've come to visit your wife. Selena said with a smile. Su Guofeng let Selena into the room. Selena gave the flowers to Yang Qingyue, and then her gaze fell on Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, thank you for your help, I have already won. If you need help in the future, please contact me. Lin Chen said indifferently, I'm not helping you, I'm just protecting myself. Just don't let anyone disturb us. Don't worry, they won't. Selena promised. She left after staying for less than 2 minutes. Uncle Su, Auntie Yang, Cici and I will go first, take care. Not long after, Lin Chen left with Lin Xiaoqian in his arms. Selena is not particularly beautiful, but she's still okay. Could she have feelings for Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue said with slight concern. Su Guofeng, what are you thinking, wife? The Dawson family has assets of tens of billions of US dollars, much wealthier than our Su family, and she will be the heiress of the Dawson family in the future. Lin Chen is also very outstanding. Do you think it is completely impossible for Selena to fancy Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue's brows furrowed slightly. Su Guofeng, well, it's not impossible. But the possibility is extremely low, so don't worry, wife. Don't you have confidence in Meng Yao? Yang Qingyue, of course I have confidence if Meng Yao takes the initiative. Our daughter is no worse than anyone else, but she has always been cold towards men. I'm just afraid that Lin Chen's passion will die down over time. Su Guofeng said with a strange look on his face, honey, aren't you too satisfied with Lin Chen right now? People's mouths are soft. I've eaten so many of his meals. Yang Qingyue muttered, honey, do you think we should persuade Meng Yao to get a certificate of marriage with Lin Chen first? They can get a certificate first and then slowly cultivate their relationship. Get a certificate first? Yes, they already have a child, so getting a certificate is no big deal. Su Guofeng considered for a moment and said, not yet. Let them spend some more time together, and when we go back, we'll see what their situation is like before making a decision. Su Guofeng and the others had no idea that Lin Chen and the others had already gotten a certificate. 20 hours later, the plane landed safely. Lin Xiaoqian learned how to fold paper airplanes, and he obtained a lot of information about airplanes, especially the Gulfstream G550. He thought he had figured out something. As it turned out, his system didn't like to cause trouble. Mom! Lin Xiaoqian said happily as she got off the plane. Su Mengyao drove the car to the airport to pick them up. Cici, I've missed you so much. Su Mengyao said, hugging Lin Xiaoqian and kissing her. Mom, Dad, and I miss you too. Have you been thinking about Dad? Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen. Her face turned slightly red. Yes. I have. Lin Xiaoxi giggled and said, Mom, put me down, you and Dad should kiss and hug too. Su Mengyao said. Mom is not hugging your dad now. Your dad hasn't bathed for a long time, he must stink. Lin Chen, you drive, I'll hug Xiaoxi. Su Mengyao drove herself instead of asking her assistant to drive. Okay. Lin Chen smiled. The three of them quickly got into the car. Mom, I'll tell you a little secret. Lin Xiaoxi whispered. It was just that the car was not very spacious, and Lin Chen could hear it clearly. What's the secret? Su Mengyao asked. Lin Xiaoxi leaned into Su Mengyao's ear, and Auntie is looking for Dad, and she gave him flowers. Chapter 62 Su Mengyao is jealous. Su Mengyao froze for a moment. She looked at Lin Chen, who was driving. Lin Chen, you're quite popular. Lin Chen muttered to himself, making Su Mengyao feel a little threatened occasionally, and perhaps even speeding up their relationship. Mengyao, why do you ask? Lin Chen pretended not to have heard what Lin Xiaoqian had said. It's nothing. Su Mengyao teased Lin Xiaoqian for ignoring Lin Chen. An hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the community parking lot. Mengyao, you and Xiaoxi go up first, I'll go buy some vegetables, there's nothing at home now. Lin Chen smiled. Su Mengyao nodded. She and Lin Xiaoxi went upstairs to the room. Xiaoxi, is the lady who sent flowers to Dad pretty? Su Mengyao asked. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head, Mom, no. That lady didn't send flowers to Dad, she sent them to Grandma. Su Mengyao. She was a little depressed all the way over here. In the end, the flowers someone gave weren't for Lin Chen? Cici, you said that an aunt came to see Dad and gave him flowers. Su Mengyao said impatiently. Lin Xiaoxi was puzzled, Mom, did I say it wrong? Su Mengyao was at a loss. She hadn't said it wrong, but the meaning was completely different. Was the aunt pretty? Lin Xiaoxi nodded, the aunt was very pretty. She couldn't tell the difference, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with flattering people. Cici, go play on the balcony. Your toys haven't seen you for so long, they miss you too. Su Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoxi skipped merrily towards the balcony. Mom, Cici is back. Are you guys okay? Have you felt better in the past few days? Su Mengyao went to the study and dialed Yang Qingyue's video call. I'm doing pretty well. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian are safe and sound, that's good. Meng Yao, Lin Chen is quite outstanding, you two should get together. Don't regret it when it's too late. Yang Qingyue said. Su Mengyao said coquettishly, Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Chen has only been gone for a few days, and you're already defending him so much. Dad even called yesterday to defend Lin Chen. Yang Qingyue, Lin Chen is excellent in himself, and he has also brought Shishi up very well. Do you want Shishi to have a stepfather and stepmother in the future? You two are best together. Mom, that's not what you used to say. Su Mengyao muttered. Yang Qingyue, knowing that Lin Chen is good at basketball is not too common, and your father and I recognized him. We just didn't expect Lin Chen to be so outstanding. Su Mengyao asked casually, Mom, Cici said a pretty aunt sent you flowers. Who is she? Yang Qingyue's heart stirred, and she said, I don't know your father, she is a friend of Lin Chen's who met here, she is indeed quite pretty. Selena's appearance is actually only above average. Su Mengyao's appearance is top-notch. The difference is quite big. Yang Qingyue said this on purpose. Lin Chen's friend even went to visit you, that's very thoughtful. Mom, I'm just calling to say I'm safe when I video chat with you, I'm hanging up now, I'm going to give Cici a bath. Su Mengyao hung up the video chat as soon as she finished speaking. Yang Qingyue's face revealed a faint smile. She is Su Mengyao's mother, and as the saying goes, a mother knows her daughter best. Su Mengyao's calling to say she's safe is secondary, she mainly wants to know about the woman who sent the flowers. In the past, Su Mengyao would just send a message to say she was safe. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen returned. Su Mengyao had also finished bathing Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Chen, you should cook less for lunch. I've been dieting recently, and I don't want to eat lunch. Su Mengyao said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen surveyed Su Mengyao and said, Mengyao, you have a perfectly fit body, so why do you need to lose weight? And who loses weight by skipping lunch? The most others do to lose weight is to skip lunch. Su Mengyao, I ate a lot for breakfast and I don't want to eat at noon. You can make less food later to avoid waste. Are you sure you don't want to eat? No. Lin Chen nodded slightly, okay, I'll make less. Mengyao, I know a little about medicine, and you can do this occasionally, but it's not good for your health if you do it often. I know. Su Mengyao continued to play with Lin Xiaoxi. She must have been good company after being away for so long. It didn't take long before a fragrance wafted out of the kitchen. It smells good. Su Mengyao swallowed. Half an hour later, Lin Chen finished cooking the meal. There was only him and Lin Xiaoxi eating, and he only made 3 dishes. There was fish, meat, and vegetables, so the meal was quite good. Mom, dinner is ready. Let's go wash our hands first. Lin Xiaoxi said happily. Su Mengyao washed Lin Xiaoxi's hands with her, and then she carried Lin Xiaoxi to her dining chair. Cici, Mommy's not hungry. You and Daddy eat. Mommy has to go now, there's still work to be done at the office. I'll come and see you again in a couple of days. Su Mengyao kissed Lin Xiaoxi and said, Mommy, aren't you hungry? Lin Xiaoxi was puzzled, your stomach is growling. Grandma said that when your stomach growls, it means that your stomach wants to eat. Guliolu. Just then, Su Mengyao's stomach growled again. Lin Chen's cooking smells delicious, and it also looks very appetizing. Mengyao, you're not hungry. I cooked your rice, and there should be enough for the 3 dishes. Lin Chen finished and went to the kitchen to get a bowl of rice. After finishing the meal, Su Mengyao rushed to wash the dishes. When she finished washing the dishes, Lin Xiaoxi fell asleep. Mengyao, are you jealous? Selena asked me because I helped her a lot. She is average looking and poses no threat to you. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and said with a smile. Su Mengyao said indifferently, don't flatter yourself, am I jealous? I just want you to know that we have an agreement, if you find someone else, we will get divorced first. I still have things to do at the company, so I'll go first. Lin Chen. What's going on? Mengyao, Selena's flowers aren't for me, they're for your mother. I know. Lin Chen, when Cici is not here, you can call me by my name, we are not that close. Su Mengyao walked towards the door, ready to change her shoes and leave. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. What's going on? It shouldn't be like this. Little did he know that his future mother-in-law in the United States had given him a helping hand. Xiao Mianbao also said that Auntie was very pretty. Mengyao, let's get things straight before you go. Lin Chen stopped her at the door. Su Mengyao was a little jealous. This was a good thing, but it would be bad if she got too jealous. Selena is very pretty, why did you say she was ordinary? We are just getting married, I won't bother you, there is no need for you to lie, I hate this. Su Mengyao frowned. Lin Chen was puzzled, I didn't lie, did Xiao Qian say she was pretty? Sometimes you can't believe what children say. My mother also said she was pretty. Su Mengyao said indifferently. Lin Chen. Good guy, both the big and the little one gave him an assist. Chapter 63, Su Mengyao gives a present. Lin Chen stepped aside. He said helplessly, Mengyao, go back and ask our mother again. The difference in aesthetics between people shouldn't be this big. Su Mengyao. She gave Lin Chen a white look from her beautiful eyes, what our mother? That's my mother. You help Sisai adjust to the time difference. Su Mengyao opened the door and left. When she arrived at the underground parking lot, Su Mengyao got into the car, but instead of starting the car immediately, she thought quietly. Did my mom deliberately say that Selena is pretty? Su Mengyao muttered to herself. She looked at the time, it was already 12:30, midnight in the United States. At this hour, her parents were probably asleep. Dad, are you asleep? Su Mengyao sent a message to Su Guofeng. Her mother was a patient, so she definitely couldn't disturb her at this late hour, but her father might not have gone to bed yet. What's wrong? Su Guofeng quickly sent a message. He was lying in bed at the moment, but he hadn't fallen asleep yet. She said a pretty aunt had sent flowers, and Lin Chen said the other person wasn't pretty. Who was lying? Su Guofeng's face showed a faint smile as he read the message. His daughter actually cared about this. It seems like she and Lin Chen are quite a match. Neither one was lying. She is still young, and the other person looked good and sent flowers, so she probably thought the other person was pretty. Selena is average looking, and even with makeup she is only above average. Su Guofeng replied. Su Mengyao covered her face when she saw the message. She was so ashamed. She had actually broken her guard a little because of this, and Lin Chen could definitely tell that she was a little jealous. Why did I do this? Su Mengyao regretted it to death. Why did I get jealous and angry? Mengyao, you're not fighting with Lin Chen, are you? Su Guofeng sent another message. Su Mengyao, no, how could I? I don't care if Selena is pretty or not, as long as Lin Chen isn't lying. If he is, he'll teach Shi to lie. Su Guofeng went online and found a picture of a roast duck. He sent the picture to Su Mengyao. Dad, why did you send this? Nothing, just craving for Peking duck. Su Mengyao was puzzled. A few seconds later she rolled her eyes at the phone. She understood what her father meant. Damn stubborn duck. Lin Chen, I think I'll have time the day after tomorrow. If you're free, we'll take Cici to the playground to play. Su Mengyao sent a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face broke into a smile when he saw the message. He had just left angrily, and now this. Does Su Mengyao know that Selena's looks are only so-so? No. You're wronging me, I'm really hurt. I won't recover for 10 or 20 days without a kiss and cuddle. Lin Chen sent a message back. Su Mengyao. How about I lift you up again? You can't lift me, how about I lift you instead? Su Mengyao got out of the car and took a box from the boot. Knock, knock. 2 minutes later Su Mengyao knocked on the door. Lin Chen quickly opened the door. Su Mengyao, you took Cici for a trip and cooked for my parents. You did a good job. You have good calligraphy. I'll give you this pen, you can use it when you sign things. I forgot to give it to you before. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao with a smile. I'm afraid he didn't forget to give it to her, but was too angry to give it to her. Thank you. Lin Chen took the box containing the pen. Mengyao, does this represent flying together, holding you in my hands? Su Mengyao. I didn't think about it that much, so don't think about it. I'm leaving. Su Mengyao turned around a little panicked and left. She quickly went downstairs. Lin Chen opened the box, and inside was a fountain pen. The pen was exquisitely made, and it was obvious that it wasn't cheap. Although Su Mengyao was a little arrogant, overall, he felt that it was still very good. In this situation today, many girls would wait for the guy to coax them, and some little fairies might not be satisfied with just words at the end, and would want a practical demonstration. Su Mengyao is stubborn, but she has made a practical gesture. I'll have time the day after tomorrow. Xiao Qian has long wanted to go to the amusement park as a family. Come over tomorrow night, it's hot so leave early. Lin Chen sent a message to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao considered it for a while before sending a message. She has a lot on her plate. If she's coming to Lin Chen's place tomorrow night, she'll have to hurry today, and she'll probably have to work overtime until 10 o'clock tonight. What's she practicing? Lin Chen muttered to himself. Lin Xiaoqian was taking a nap, so he looked for martial arts information in the study. There was all kinds of information online. Wing Chun, Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do, Xingyi Quan, Bagua Zhang, Muay Thai, etc. He didn't know if the information was true or not, but it would be possible to practice it like it was real. Directly teaching Lin Xiaoqian was deliberate and wouldn't work. In this way, he wouldn't be able to acquire the skills. Lin Chen's idea was to practice it himself, and Lin Xiaoxi might become interested in learning from him. Tai Chi it is. After considering for a while, Lin Chen finally chose Tai Chi. Tai Chi movements are gentle and can be practiced at home, and if Lin Xiaoxi becomes interested, she can practice with him. System, my physique is constantly improving, so if I practice Tai Chi in the future, can I cultivate internal strength? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, you've chosen the right method, host. But you'll need at least 10 years of practice to master it yourself. And you'll need to practice at least 3 hours a day. Lin Chen. Looks like I'll have to rely on my daughter to become a master. System, there are many types of Tai Chi online, so choose a reliable one for me. Okay, host. Lin Chen found several, and the system chose one for him. This one will have an effect if he practices it for a long time. As for ordinary people, even if they persist in the long term, they will only have the effect of physical exercise, and it is simply impossible to cultivate internal strength. Pulling the curtains, Lin Chen silently practiced while watching the video. He had to learn the movements first. Lin Xiaoxi would only be interested if he could perform the moves well. It would take 4 or 5 days to learn them. It would probably take 10 days or half a month to perform the moves well. Lin Chen muttered to himself after practicing. System, what is my current physical fitness? Host, your current physical fitness is 171 points. Lin Chen's face revealed a faint smile. His physical fitness was about to surpass that of top fighters. In terms of pure physical fitness, he was not much weaker than Tyson at his peak. But he definitely wouldn't be able to beat Tyson if they fought. Without combat skills, it would be difficult for him to exert his full strength. I'll continue practicing. It's only 10 or 15 days, right? Even if Xiao Qian doesn't learn it with me, it will be beneficial to practice. Lin Chen muttered to himself and continued practicing. Ding dong. Not long after starting his practice, the doorbell rang. Lin Chen frowned. It shouldn't be Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao knew that Lin Xiaoxi was napping and would not ring the doorbell. Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen saw the person outside in the peephole. This guy Zhao Tianyu actually found his way to his house. Zhao Tianyu, what a coincidence. I just returned to the country today, and you just happened to come over. Lin Chen opened the door and said with a smile. Chapter 64 Zhao Tianyu's Good Intentions. Zhao Tianyu seemed to have not heard Lin Chen's sarcasm. He said, Lin Chen, I have something to discuss with you. Come in. Lin Chen said indifferently. After all, the Zhao family is a partner of the Su family, and the superficial politeness still needs to be maintained. Zhao Xiao, sit. What do you want with me? Lin Chen asked as he sat down on the sofa. Zhao Tianyu, Lin Chen, you are in contact with Su Mengyao a lot these days. Do you really think you are a good match for her? Lin Chen smiled. Zhao Xiao, I think we are a perfect match. Xiao Qian is her daughter and look how cute she is. If we post Xiao Qian's picture online, netizens will all suggest that we have more children. Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen, don't lie to yourself. Su Mengyao got in touch with you because of Sisai. Sisai needs a father figure right now. But you and she are from 2 different classes, and you will only get in each other's way. In TV dramas, when a beautiful woman falls in love with a poor scholar, the beautiful woman is usually a ghost or a vixen. You are a man, you have to face reality. Indulging in fantasies is not a good thing for you, for Su Mengyao, or even for Sisai's future. Zhao Tianyu earnestly advised Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Zhao Xiao, you make a lot of sense. Go on. Zhao Tianyu, you played the emotional card with Sisai, which was quite a clever move, but your chances of success are not high. Class is a huge chasm. Su Mengyao grew up in luxury and has studied various things since childhood, while you were born in the countryside. Their family has assets of tens of billions of dollars. How much money does your family have? It is important to know one's limitations. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Tianyu. In fact, Zhao Tianyu was quite right. However, he is lucky, he has got the system, and the system can take him far. Zhao Xiao, this is not right. I have seen in novels and on TV that they just throw money around. Lin Chen laughed lightly. Zhao Tianyu, let me reason with you first. I am not here to bully you because I am rich. Let's calmly sort things out. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu had probably received guidance from his father. Lin Chen, even if you are with Su Mengyao, the huge economic gap between the two families means that you are basically equivalent to marrying into the family. If you don't ask Su Mengyao for money, she might look up to you, but what's the point for you? If you want money, it's okay to ask once or twice, but if you do it too many times, even if you have feelings for each other, they will be diluted. She will look down on you. Lin Chen nodded, you make sense. Zhao Tianyu's confidence has greatly increased. Lin Chen, if you go after Su Mengyao, you may suffer, and you will probably get divorced in the future. Why don't you take some money and find someone else? I'll give you 1 million, and you don't have to get entangled with Su Mengyao. Lin Chen is surprised, 1 million is so little? Zhao Xiao, you are really underestimating the attractiveness of Mengyao, aren't you? Not to mention her family background, she is simply so beautiful, and your measly 1 million is too shabby. Zhao Tianyu said sternly, if you promise not to pester Su Mengyao anymore, I will give you 2 million. In addition, if you marry someone else in the future, I will give you another million. I will also help you find a good job. The salary will not be less than 50,000. Lin Chen felt emotional in his heart. The conditions that Zhao Tianyu offered were really not bad. Zhao Xiao, what you said made me a little tempted, but I refuse. Zhao Tianyu's brows furrowed. Lin Chen, 3 million plus a good job, isn't it good for you to find a girlfriend comfortably in the future? You're likely to get nothing if you keep pestering Su Mengyao. By then, you'll be older, with no money and no good job. What are you going to do? You have to think about your parents and Shishi. Do you want Shishi to get nothing from you? Zhao Tianyu persuaded him with a bitter mouth. Lin Chen, Zhao Xiao, you are absolutely right. The conditions you have offered are not bad, but Mengyao has fallen for me. Zhao Tianyu's face turned dark. What has she fallen for? The 2 shabby houses in your family, your identity as a peasant's son, and your salary of a few thousand yuan? No, you have been laid off, you don't have a salary now. Lin Chen smiled slightly, maybe she likes that I am in good health? Nowadays, rich women value this very much. Zhao Tianyu. He stood up with a gloomy face and said, I told you, you should think about it carefully. You should think more about yourself and the future of your parents. Daydreaming for a long time is not good. Zhao Tianyu quickly went to the door. Zhao Xiao, have a good trip, I won't see you off. Lin Chen gave a slight smile and closed the door. Zhao Tianyu left a little, and he slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it! Zhao Tianyu gritted his teeth. His father told him to come over and talk things over, so he did, and the result of the conversation almost gave him internal injuries from holding his breath. Lin Chen listened very carefully. At one point, he thought he could persuade Lin Chen, but Lin Chen rejected his proposal with a smile on his face. Dad, it failed. Zhao Tianyu sent a message to Zhao Huayuan. You come back first. Zhao Huayuan's message came quickly. An hour passed and Zhao Tianyu rushed back, and he told the details of what happened when he met Lin Chen. Dad, I persuaded him nicely as you said. That bastard Lin Chen didn't appreciate it at all. A waste like him can't earn 3 million in his entire life. Zhao Tianyu said angrily. Zhao Huayuan thought for a while and said, let's give him a week to cool off. After a few days, he might regret not agreeing. Don't rush to find him again. The more anxious you are to find him, the more likely he is to manipulate you. Zhao Tianyu's eyes flashed with brilliance. Dad, do you want to use some tricks? Zhao Huayuan said calmly, what kind of tricks are you planning to use? Zhao Tianyu shook his head, I haven't thought about it yet. Zhao Huayuan, don't use any underhanded tricks for now. The best outcome would be to spend a little money to get Lin Chen to leave. You can spend a little more at that time. But don't raise the price then, let Lin Chen raise it himself. Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly. In the United States, the night passed. Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Wife, did you say something to Meng Yao last night? Yang Qingyue, she asked me if Selena was pretty. I thought that making her jealous might deepen their relationship, so I said Selena was very pretty. What's wrong? Su Guofeng, my daughter might be angry with Lin Chen. What? That's not possible. Su Guofeng, she thinks Lin Chen is lying. She asked me last night, and I told her the truth. If she asks you again, please explain to her. She and Lin Chen want to let things take their course, so don't interfere. Yang Qingyue picked up her phone. I'll explain now. She dialed Su Mengyao's mobile phone. Su Mengyao was working overtime at the company, and she was in a meeting with some of the company's senior management. Seeing that the call was from Yang Qingyue, she refused to answer. If it was Su Guofeng calling, she would answer the phone. What if something suddenly happened to her mother? Yang Qingyue couldn't be anything but her husband. Husband, Meng Yao should have gone home by now, right? She refused to answer my call. Yang Qingyue said with a frown. Chapter 65, she bought a shop. She probably hasn't finished work yet. She'll call you after work. Su Guofeng said, peeling an apple for Yang Qingyue. Yang Qingyue was puzzled. She hasn't finished work yet? Our company basically doesn't work overtime until this time, does it? Occasionally, if something is urgent, we still have to work overtime. Su Guofeng smiled. An hour or two passed. After the meeting, Su Mengyao was busy for another hour, and she finished some things so that she could leave early tomorrow. You have to get to Lin Chen's place in time for dinner, right? It was late when she got home, so Su Mengyao took a shower and went straight to bed. It was so late that she didn't bother calling again. Honey, I don't think Meng Yao is still working overtime in the middle of the night, is she? Yang Qingyue said softly over lunch. I don't think so. She probably forgot, so you should call her again tonight. Su Guofeng said. Yang Qingyue, you should try another restaurant for dinner. This one's not very good. It's much worse than what Lin Chen makes. Su Guofeng said helplessly, I've tried every restaurant nearby, and it's normal for the chefs there to be worse than Lin Chen. Lin Chen's cooking skills are definitely top in the world. Yang Qingyue said, if Lin Chen and Meng Yao were together, we could still go to their place to eat in the future. It'll be hard to eat there after they're not together. Su Guofeng said. Whether they're together or not depends on how their relationship develops. We can't sell our daughter for a mouthful of food, can we? Yang Qingyue said in a bad mood, I think Lin Chen is pretty good. Su Guofeng laughed and said, back then, there were many people with better conditions than me, but you ended up marrying me anyway, right? No matter how good the shoes look, they still have to fit. Forget about them and just focus on getting better. Yang Qingyue nodded slightly. She continued eating her meal. The food wasn't as delicious as Lin Chen's, but after eating Lin Chen's food for a week, she felt a little better, and now her slight anorexia was basically gone. The next morning, Su Mengyao was eating breakfast when she called Yang Qingyue on video. Mengyao, did you work overtime last night? Su Mengyao nodded, I worked overtime until almost 11. Mom, I was in a meeting when you called last night, and I got home late, so I didn't call you back. Yang Qingyue felt distressed, why are you working so hard? Whether the company makes more or less money won't affect your life. I had to work overtime yesterday because I had something to do tonight. Are you going to see Cici? No. Su Mengyao shook her head, Mom, don't be so nosy. She's staying at Lin Chen's place tonight, and she doesn't want her parents to know. Yang Qingyue coughed lightly and said, Mengyao, Selena is just so-so in appearance. Mom deliberately told you that she was pretty yesterday to make you feel a little threatened. Don't get the wrong idea about Lin Chen. Su Mengyao said calmly, it's nothing. What misunderstanding is there in my relationship with Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue rolled her eyes. After hanging up the video call, Yang Qingyue picked up Su Guofeng's phone and forwarded the picture of the roast duck to herself. Mengyao, you eat too lightly. I'll add a meal for you. Yang Qingyue sent the picture of the roast duck to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao. She was full of black lines, these old folks are really enough. Ding. Lin Chen received a bank text message. He signed a contract with Tongsun Wang yesterday to print an additional 1 million copies of his second children's book. The first million copies were almost sold out, and Tongsun Wang wanted to print an additional 1 million copies. The reason for the rapid sales was related to the publicity efforts of Jiang Shuesong and his team. It was also related to the fact that Lin Chen had posted the second children's book online afterwards. His children's books were now legendary, and the results were amazing. Many parents voluntarily promoted his books. Naturally, the increase in followers meant faster sales. There was no signing bonus for the additional 1 million copies, but Lin Chen still received 5.4 million in royalties for the million copies. He originally had more than 1 million left. With the 5.4 million, he had another 7 million in his account. This money was enough to buy a shop. He bought the shop so that after it was renovated, it could be used as a piano room or dance studio for Lin Xiaoxi. It didn't need to be particularly large. DD. Lin Chen dialed the number of the original agent. Mr. Lin, is there a problem with the house? If it can be solved, we will definitely do our best to help you solve it. The agent quickly answered the phone. Lin Chen said, "Do you also sell shops outside the community?" Yes, the agent quickly replied. In the past, investing in a shop would support 3 generations. Now, 3 generations support 1 shop. Shops are far less sellable than they used to be, and there are quite a few shops for sale through them. What is the lowest price for those shops? About 150 square meters. There are no requirements for location or floor. Lin Chen asked. The agent thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Lin, if you have no requirements for location or floor, the price will be very cheap. There is a corner 3rd floor with an area of 180 square meters that is only selling for 6 million. I think you can probably negotiate the price down a bit more." Lin Chen was a little surprised. Was the price really that low? Was there anything else wrong with the shop? The agent said, apart from the poor location and floor, it's also a little far from the elevator, and although it's a large area, the shop front is a bit small. The original owner bought it for 9 million, and after renting it for a year without success, he tried to sell it, but it's been on the market for a year now at 8.5 million, and still no one's buying. Mr. Lin, although I also want to do business, I still don't recommend you buy this shop. In the past, you might have been able to buy it and do some training, but now investing in this is likely to lose all your money. Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile. Being far from the elevator and having a small frontage are indeed disadvantages for doing business, but he is renovating it for his own use. These disadvantages are even advantages for him. You asked the landlord if he would sell for 5 million. If he sells, he can sign the contract today. If he doesn't sell, he may not be able to sell it for 5 million next year at the current market price. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll talk to the landlord for you. The agent quickly called the landlord. Boss Wei, someone has offered 5 million for your shop. Do you have any thoughts on selling? The shop owner's face turned black at the other end of the phone. Li, you know I bought it for 9 million. If I sell it for 5 million, plus the loan and taxes, I'll lose half. Agent Li sighed, Mr. Wei, you've listed it at 6 million, and that's the only one that's been asked about in the past month. If you listed at 5.5 million, there might be more inquiries, but I don't know when a deal will be done. The general environment is not good, and it might drop again next year. In this situation, it's probably best to have the money in hand. Over the phone, Mr. Wei felt a bitter sense of loss. Speculating on shops had made him look like a fool. Tell the other party to increase the offer a bit more, and I'll sell it for 5.5 million. Agent Li, I have tried my best to negotiate with the other party, but they are not budging on the price. However, if you agree, they can sign the contract with you today. If you hesitate, they might buy another shop. Boss Wei said dejectedly, sell it. I will come over right away and sign the contract today to sell this shitty shop. Okay. An hour later, Lin Chen and Boss Wei signed the contract. Lin Chen had seen the shop and it met his needs perfectly. There was still 2 million left. The materials are good, and this money is more than enough for the renovation. Lin Chen muttered to himself. The renovation needs to be done quickly. Lin Xiaoxi doesn't need it yet, but the renovation will take time, and after the renovation is complete, there will be some time to let the smell dissipate. Chapter 66. Another somewhat outrageous reward. Xiaoxi, when you run, you have to look ahead. Xiaoxi, how did you trip over yourself? Did it hurt when you fell? Daddy will take a look. Xiaoxi. On the grassy field in the residential area, Lin Xiaoxi was running cheerfully, but she was too small, and after running for a while, she would trip and fall. Host, you taught Lin Xiaoxi to run, and she has obtained the light skill of flying on the grass. 30 hours to reach the master level, and 50 hours to reach the grandmaster level. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was stunned. Teaching Lin Xiaoxi to run on the grass and obtain the light skill of flying on the grass? This was a bit ridiculous again. The last time it was outrageous was when I folded a paper airplane and obtained aircraft manufacturing technology. Could it be that the system will explode after a while? System, I also taught Lin Xiaoqian before. Lin Chen said in his mind. System, host, you didn't teach her for more than 5 minutes before, and it takes 5 minutes to activate the skill. System, can you really fly with the skill of flying on the grass? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, host, this can increase your speed and agility, but if you don't have internal strength, you won't be able to fly on the grass. This is a skill that requires internal strength support. Lin Chen, system, what you mean is that even if I learn martial arts in the future, I may not have good footwork, but if I learn this first and have internal strength, I can use it directly? Yes. The system replied. For the time being, the increase in speed and agility is not bad. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He has a good physique but can't bring it into play. With the flying on the grass light skill, his footwork will improve, and if he can't beat someone else, he can at least outrun them. Dad, come on. You come after me. Ouch. Lin Xiaoxi squealed in a baby voice, and suddenly she tripped again. She looked at Lin Chen with a pout. Dad's here. Cici, you were great today. You didn't cry when you fell, and you kept trying hard to learn. Lin Chen hurriedly said, leaning in close. Lin Xiaoqian's expression of grievance instantly disappeared, and she scrambled to her feet. Dad, I'm not going to cry, I'm not a 1 or 2 year old baby. That's right, Xiaoqian, you're right. Lin Chen continued to teach Lin Xiaoqian. A lot of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind, and for the time being, it was all running-related information. How to run properly is also a science. Many people run themselves into injury. Some of the more serious ones even run themselves into disability. Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile. It's good to have acquired this skill. Children tend to bump into things when running, so he can teach Lin Xiaoxi more after gaining this experience. 10 minutes passed and Lin Xiaoxi was panting. Dad, I'm out of breath. Can we practice again tomorrow? Lin Xiaoxi looked up at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen squatted down, running is quite tiring. Xiaoxi, are you sure you want to practice again tomorrow? Can you keep up? Aha! My daughter is so fast, I can't catch up with her. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Lin Chen smiled, she is older than you, if you want to run as fast as her, you need to practice a lot. But today is the first day, we have practiced for a long time, that's enough. Sit down, let me give you a massage. How to relax muscles is also a science. He has just gained a lot of information in this regard. In the evening, Su Mengyao arrived at Lin Chen's place. Why is Cici still sleeping? Su Mengyao asked in puzzlement. Lin Chen, I went out at noon to buy a shop. When I came back, she saw that my daughter didn't want to come back to sleep, and she was outside having fun for a while. Su Mengyao said in surprise, you bought a shop? Yes. How big is it? 180 square meters. I'm going to renovate a piano room for Xiao Qian, a dance studio and a martial arts room, and I'll just have a 20 square meter studio for myself. Su Mengyao, how much did you spend? I'll pay half. Lin Chen shook his head, don't bother. The shop is in a bad location, on the 3rd floor, and it cost 5 million yuan. If we split it, each of us will be out 2.5 million. But? Su Mengyao's brows furrowed. Lin Chen, don't say but. It's for Xiao Qian, the shop won't disappear, and I can use it after investing in it. Su Mengyao, then I'll find someone to decorate it for you. Although the company doesn't have this business, there are partner companies that do. A small grand piano is fine for home use, it doesn't have to be a pure piano room, it can be made into a music room shared with other instruments, 50-60 square meters is more suitable. Do you want a martial arts room in the dance room? Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. Lin Chen, you know how to fight? Lin Chen smiled, I know a little. When Cici is older, I can teach her some self-defense techniques. He actually doesn't know how to fight yet. But with his strong physique, he is very capable of fighting. There is nothing wrong with him saying that he knows a little. Just a little? Su Mengyao was a little skeptical. If he only knows a little, would Lin Chen want to teach Lin Xiaoxi? Well, it's true that I only know a little. Lin Chen laughed. That's the case now, but in the future, it might be 1,000,000,000 points. A simple dance studio is enough for 30-40 square meters, but you also need a larger area for the martial arts room. How big is the usable area of your shop? 150 square meters. Su Mengyao nodded, that's enough. The music room is 50 square meters, the dance room is 70 square meters, and the rest you can use as a studio. Your studio is slightly larger. Lin Chen laughed, you just do it. Just let me know how much it costs, and I'll pay for it. Su Mengyao gave Lin Chen a cold stare. Is your daughter all yours now? You're paying for the house and I'm paying for the renovations? And you want me to pay for it? Where are the keys? I'll find someone to design and renovate it. It'll probably take 2 months. Lin Chen gave Su Mengyao the keys to the shop. Whoa wah. Lin Xiaoxi's crying came from inside the master bedroom. Mengyao, you go quickly. Xiaoxi has something good to tell you. Lin Chen chuckled. Su Mengyao quickly went to the master bedroom, where Lin Xiaoxi looked at her with tearful eyes. Mom, I wet the bed. Su Mengyao. It really is good news. Cici, it's okay, Mom will change you. When she came out after changing Lin Xiaoxi, Lin Chen was cooking. Su Mengyao went into the kitchen and said doubtfully, Lin Chen, how did you know? Lin Chen chuckled. Xiao Qian normally doesn't cry when she wakes up, and if she does, it's basically because she wet the bed. Su Mengyao was puzzled. That's not right. When she was at my place, sometimes she would wake up and cry even if she didn't wet the bed. Lin Chen thought for a moment. The environment is different. Your place is big, and when you wake up, you might not be there anymore. She doesn't feel secure. Here, she knows I'll definitely be here. When she wakes up, she can just get out of bed and come find me. Su Mengyao nodded slightly. Lin Chen, can you teach me how to cook? Lin Chen said in surprise, you want to learn? Yes. Lin Chen shook his head. No, our family doesn't need 2 chefs, just me. And even if you study for 20 years, you won't reach my level. Chapter 67, Daddy, hold Mommy's hand. Su Mengyao, I don't want to reach your level either, I just want my cooking to improve a little. Lin Chen smiled and said, no, you still can't. My cooking skills are not something that can be passed down to women. Neither you nor she can do it. If you give me another son, I'll pass it on to him. Su Mengyao. She gave Lin Chen a wide-eyed glance. Mengyao, I'm not being patriarchal, okay? You can give me another daughter, I still have other things to pass on. Su Mengyao said impatiently, keep it for yourself. Lin Chen said, take Lin Xiaoqian downstairs to play. At this time of day, there should be a lot of kids out. Maybe she can make a friend or two. You can come back in an hour. Su Mengyao nodded. She took Lin Xiaoqian downstairs to the community. In Lin Chen's community, many people had nannies cook for them, and at this time of day, there were indeed a lot of kids playing outside. My name is Xiaoqian. Can I play with you? Lin Xiaoqian bravely approached a few kids. Soon she was playing with a few children. Su Mengyao eyes showed a gleam of joy. Lin Xiaoxi has become a little more daring. She used to be afraid of making friends like this. Lin Chen has brought up Xiaoxi quite well. Su Mengyao thought to herself. Even when she was at home, she didn't bring up Lin Xiaoxi as well as Lin Chen. Even when she was at home, she was often busy with work and couldn't keep her mind on the baby. Xiaoxi is not yet 3 years old, is she? She speaks well, much better than our child. Someone next to Su Mengyao said. Su Mengyao nodded. Cici is 2.5 years old. I often see Cici's father playing with her. It would be good if my husband was as attentive to the child as Cici's father. Su Mengyao, my husband has more time recently. There are quite a few mistresses in high-end communities. It's not bad to get a valuable house without getting a title. The mistresses are often quite good-looking. She has to let people know that Lin Chen is not alone. 50 minutes passed. Su Mengyao took Lin Xiaoxi home. Cici, before, when I told you to come home, you often refused to come back after playing with your friends. Now, why did you come back so quickly? Su Mengyao asked. Lin Xiaoxi giggled, Mommy, there's Daddy at home, and Daddy has cooked a delicious meal. Su Mengyao was stunned. The world of children is very simple. The attraction of playing outside is that it's more attractive, and the attraction of going home without any fuss is even greater. Soon Su Mengyao and the others arrived home. As soon as they opened the door, they could smell the delicious food. Su Menyao's heart was filled with a warm feeling. At her house, the nanny would cook dinner, but when she and Lin Xiaoxi played outside and came home for dinner, they would never feel this way. Lin Xiaoxi, take your mother to wash her hands. You must wash your hands well after playing outside. Lin Shen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi nodded and led Su Mengyao to the bathroom. Lin Shen, what is this dish? When they returned from washing their hands, the dishes were already on the table. Su Mengyao pointed at one of the dishes and asked in confusion. Lin Shen smiled and said, this is Buddha jumps over the wall. Today we're making all the famous dishes, Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, meatballs, and this is braised tofu with minced pork. Su Mengyao, I've had Buddha jumps over the wall before, but it's different from yours, and the taste is just so-so. Lin Xiaoxian pointed at the meatballs, Daddy, I want to eat meatballs. Mommy, the meatballs are delicious. Lin Shen picked one up for her. Then he ladled some Buddha jumping over the wall for Su Mengyao. Mengyao, the authentic Buddha jumping over the wall takes a long time to stew. I used a pressure cooker, so you can taste how it is. Lin Chen smiled. He had prepared the ingredients a long time ago, otherwise even with the pressure cooker, he couldn't have made it in an hour. Thank you. Su Mengyao blushed slightly. Although Lin Chen did not serve her food but scooped it up, such behavior somehow made them closer. Ha! Su Mengyao froze when the food reached her mouth. She felt her taste buds being blown up. It's so delicious. Buddha jumps over the wall has many ingredients, each with a different taste. It's a test of the chef's level to make them blend and enhance each other, and a slight difference can lead to a huge mistake. Lin Chen is now a legendary chef, and he knows the characteristics of every food like the back of his hand. That's why he can use a pressure cooker and still make it so perfect. What do you think? Lin Chen asks with a smile. Su Mengyao, compared to the Buddha jumps over the wall I used to eat, this is completely different. What I used to eat was just a pot of random stew, and the taste was just so-so. Yours is really delicious. Lin Chen laughs, this dish has quite high requirements. With my previous cooking skills, I could only make it the traditional way. It's not authentic to use a pressure cooker, but it's done with speed at home. Let's just eat it. Su Mengyao shook her head, if this is just okay, then what I usually eat can only be considered pig food. After finishing the meal, Su Mengyao was extremely satisfied. She was holding back her chopsticks from stopping. Lin Chen, since I eat so well every day, she won't gain weight, will she? Don't let her grow up to be a little fat. Su Mengyao asked. Lin Chen shook his head, don't worry, I know. I know how much she eats at each meal, how much carbohydrate, protein, and fat she ingests, and I know how much she consumes every day. I also know how much her body needs to grow. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in amazement. How can you control it so precisely? Lin Chen laughed, it doesn't need to be particularly precise. After all, people are not machines, just make some dynamic adjustments. Su Mengyao nodded slightly. I'll do the dishes. Lin Chen shook his head, you go with Shishi, you rarely come over, what are you doing delaying this? He can also improve his cooking skills by doing the dishes. Don't but, if I hurry up and finish, we can go for a walk together to digest, you ate a bit too much for dinner. Su Mengyao's face flushed. She did eat a bit too much. There was no way around it, it was just too delicious. It was still her who forced herself to put down her chopsticks, otherwise she could have eaten some more. Lin Chen quickly finished washing the dishes. The Yuan community is not far from the Huangpu River, so Lin Chen and the others walked to the Huangpu River. Night had fallen, and the night view was beautiful. Many people came and went on the shore. Dad, I want a hug. Lin Xiaoqian said, raising her head. She was holding hands with Lin Chen and Su Mengyao. Okay, I'll hug you. Lin Chen bent down, smiled, and picked Lin Xiaoqian up in his arms. Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, Dad, you still have one hand, so hold Mom's hand with that one. Lin Chen secretly praised Lin Xiaoqian. Good girl. Why do you need to hold Mom's hand? Mom's not a child. Su Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoqian pointed ahead, Mom, look. There's also a family of 3 in front of us, with the dad holding his daughter and holding his wife's hand. Dad, you need to hold mom's hand too. I've never seen you hold your mother's hand. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and held out his hand. Chapter 68 Xinsheng, let's hold hands. Su Mengyao hesitated slightly before holding out her hand. She had a reason for not kissing and hugging outside, but holding hands, Lin Xiaoxi knew was a very normal behavior. There were many people holding hands on the road. Lin Xiaoxi was very smart. If she didn't hold hands, Lin Xiaoxi would definitely know that there was a problem between her and Lin Chen. She had once been psychologically scarred, and she didn't want Lin Xiaochen to do the same. Lin Chen's hand grasped Su Mengyao's jade hand. Su Mengyao's body trembled slightly. She almost pulled her hand back directly. The incident from that year had left a large psychological scar on her. It was only because she had spent so much time with Lin Chen and had developed some feelings for him that she was able to hold back and not pull her hand back. Lin Chen's face revealed a faint smile. Su Mengyao's jade hand was very smooth and soft, and it was very comfortable to hold. He. Lin Xiaoqian's face broke into a happy smile. It's fine. After all, Lin Chen and I already have a child. We're just shaking hands now, and we would shake hands in normal social situations. Su Mengyao hypnotized herself in her heart. Shaking hands is indeed a normal social etiquette, but usually when she shakes hands with others, she just slightly touches their fingers. It lasts less than 3 seconds. Now Lin Chen is completely holding her hand, and he's holding it the whole time. The two are completely different things. Lin Chen, stop holding hands. Holding hands like this makes my palms sweat and feel hot. After a few minutes, Su Mengyao couldn't help but speak up. Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice, Daddy, you can hug me with one hand and hold Mommy with the other, then it won't be hot. Mommy, am I very smart? Su Mengyao. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxi, you're great, you know how to solve problems when you encounter them. He switched his hand with Lin Xiaoxi's. He switched from holding Su Mengyao's left hand to her right hand. Su Mengyao. A few more minutes passed, and Su Mengyao said, Cici, you come down, it's tiring for Dad to hold you like this. Lin Chen, don't spoil her too much. Lin Chen laughed and said, Cici, you walk by yourself for a while. Do you see that little kid in front of us walking by himself? After taking a walk, they went home, and Lin Xiaoxi took a bath and quickly fell asleep. Su Mengyao wasn't sleepy at all. Today, she actually held hands with Lin Chen. And both hands. Xinsheng, I held hands with Lin Chen today. Su Mengyao sent a message to Xinsheng. Ha? Xinsheng sent a word first, followed by a shocked expression. Su Mengyao, it's because of Xiaoqian. We went for a walk by the river at night, and when Xiaoqian saw other people's parents holding hands, she wanted us to hold hands too. Just because of Xiaoqian? Then why didn't you hold hands before? Xinsheng sent a smirking emoticon. Su Mengyao. Forget it, I'm not talking to you, single dog. Xinsheng rolled her eyes, so you're looking for someone to brag to? Su Mengyao, I'm a little confused, I don't seem to reject it too much, I want to ask what your situation is. But I might have asked the wrong person, what do you know, you single dog? Xinsheng shrugged. Mengyao, that means you have psychological problems, if it were someone else, they would have been in bed a long time ago. Lin Chen is so good at cooking and playing basketball, and he has a six-pack, too. If he were my boyfriend, I would already be pregnant for a month. Su Mengyao. She thought to herself, Lin Chen is not just good at cooking and playing basketball, he is also very good at other things. Mengyao, your family will not fall apart without Shishi. Shishi is always so powerful. Su Mengyao, what do you think I should do now? Xinsheng, what can you do? You're sick. Now you're being told to push Lin Chen over, but you can't do it. Just take your time and let things happen naturally. By the way, I have a little suggestion for you. When your parents come back, just move in with him. Su Mengyao was stunned. Move in with him? Xinsheng, you only see each other every few days, and your relationship is progressing slowly. I'm worried for you. Living together will make your relationship grow faster. Living together doesn't mean you have to sleep together. You don't sleep together anyway because of Shishi. Su Mengyao, so it's convenient for you to get free meals? Xinsheng, please ignore my petty selfishness. That's not the point. There are quite a few beautiful young women in the ZUN community. Su Mengyao's heart tightened slightly. There really are quite a few beautiful young women in ZUN community. The houses in this community cost more than 10 million yuan each, and the wives of these men are basically all good-looking. They are rich and good-looking, but also lonely and empty. I can't talk to you anymore. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm going to go to bed early. Su Mengyao turned off her phone. She said she was going to go to bed early, but in fact she hadn't fallen asleep for a long time. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Su Mengyao simply got up because she couldn't sleep. There was no one in the second bedroom, so she opened the door to the study and saw Lin Chen. A video of someone practicing Tai Chi was playing on the computer in the study. Lin Chen was actually practicing Tai Chi along with the video. Practicing Tai Chi. Su Mengyao, I know you're practicing Tai Chi, but you're young. What's the point of practicing Tai Chi for health? Lin Chen paused and laughed. I believe some of these things passed down should be quite useful. I'll try to practice and develop internal strength. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. What are you thinking? Lin Chen paused, and he said with a smile, Mengyao, your husband is a genius. Maybe sometime, I'll develop internal strength. Even if I can't, I'll get stronger and healthier, which will be good for you in the future. Su Mengyao's face flushed. She spat. What are you talking nonsense about? Lin Chen said in surprise, what did you think of? What I mean is, if I get stronger, I can stand up to protect you and shout Xian if we encounter thugs or criminals in the future. Su Mengyao gave Lin Chen a cold look. Lin Chen, don't think too much about the fact that I'm holding your hand today. I'm doing it because of Shi. I'm afraid she'll feel left out. I understand. Lin Chen nodded. You continue practicing your health-preserving Tai Chi. I'll see if you can really cultivate internal strength. Su Mengyao hurriedly retreated after saying that. Lin Chen continued practicing. He had to find a way to improve his strength to protect himself. In the future, his various abilities would be revealed, and by then, some forces might have designs on him. After Einstein died, his brain was stolen and cut into hundreds of pieces. He would not overestimate the integrity of some foreign powers. They would do anything. No updates, and he's actually practicing Tai Chi late at night. Humph. Lying on the bed, she reopened her phone. Su Mengyao logged onto tongxian.com and found that Lin Chen had not updated yesterday or today. Ha! Su Mengyao discovered that someone had rewarded Lin Chen with silver points in the latest post. It was the same person as before. Lin Chen has such a rich woman fan. Su Mengyao muttered to herself. This time she didn't reward it again. If she rewarded it and then outshone the other person, it would seem a bit deliberate and tit for tat. Drip. Su Mengyao's phone suddenly rang. Her mother Yang Qingyue had called for a video call. Air. Su Mengyao rubbed her forehead, wondering why she had just turned on the phone. Dear brothers and sisters, please give a 5-star rating, thank you. Chapter 69. Su Mengyao has incurred a debt. After hanging up the video call, Su Mengyao sent a message, Mom, I'm taking a shower, I can't answer the video call, is there something wrong? Yang Qingyue was puzzled on the other end of the line. Taking a shower and not being able to answer the video call? In the past, Su Mengyao and she had video calls while she was taking a shower, and the video camera didn't need to be pointed at her body, just her head would do. Mengyao is probably with Lin Chen again. Yang Qingyue muttered to herself. In the past, they were nervous about this, but now they welcome it. If Su Mengyao and Lin Chen are really together, it means that Su Mengyao has completely come out of the shadows. Yang Qingyue, Aunt Liang is turning 50 soon, and you have to go. Have you prepared a birthday gift yet? Not yet. Yang Qingyue, then you have to hurry up. You know the situation in his family, the gift can't be bad, but it can't be expensive either. Think again about whether Lin Chen should go. He's participated in all your company's basketball games, so it doesn't seem right if he doesn't go to this kind of thing. Su Mengyao had a headache. Her Aunt Liang's husband was an official, not a lowly one at that. It was always a headache to choose a gift, but it had been fine in the past, for ordinary birthdays. This time, her Aunt Liang was turning 50. Mom, I'll get it ready. I'll talk to Lin Chen tomorrow about whether he'll go. Yang Qingyue, tomorrow? You can just go next door and talk to him now, can't you? Su Mengyao. Time flies. The next morning, Su Mengyao got up, washed up, and went outside. Lin Chen was preparing breakfast. Lin Chen, won't it be hard for you to prepare 3 meals a day like this? It's okay if you slack off occasionally. Su Mengyao said as she reached the kitchen door. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and smiled. I feel that someone who finds this hard is unlikely to be able to achieve a high level of culinary skill. Has that little lazybone Xiao Qian woken up yet? Su Mengyao nodded. Not yet. Let me discuss something with you. Next week is my Aunt Liang's 50th birthday. Cece definitely has to go, and you should come too. Lin Chen asked, is Aunt Liang a relative of yours? Su Mengyao shook her head and said, she's not a relative. Her husband used to work under my grandfather, and my grandfather took quite good care of him. Our two families used to have a very good relationship. After my grandfather passed away, the relationship became a bit weaker, but we still have to visit each other during festivals, Chinese New Year, birthdays, and so on. Lin Chen, is her husband in a high position? The mayor of this side of the city. Lin Chen was a little surprised. The mayor of the Magic City is not a low-level position. In smaller cities, this level of position is estimated to be the number 1 or 2 person in charge. When is it? Is it a good time for me to go? Lin Chen asked. Su Mengyao, next Wednesday. You publicly participated in the company basketball game. Based on the relationship between our two families, I'm afraid you have to go to Auntie Liang's 50th birthday. Lin Chen nodded slightly. I'm fine with it. I'm good at eating and drinking for free. In China, if you want to do big business, you need connections in the officialdom. The world of adults is not a fairy tale, and relationships must be maintained. Lin Chen, there's something else. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen hesitantly. What is it? Su Mengyao, can you draw me a picture? I've been thinking about it, and I don't know what kind of gift is appropriate. If I give you a picture you drew, even if it's exposed later, no one can say anything. Lin Chen chuckled, that's right, giving your husband a painting is definitely not considered bribery. I can draw it for you, but I won't charge you. You have to think of a way to thank me, right? Is it a kiss, a hug, or what? Su Mengyao. I'll give you 1,000,000 yuan. Isn't that enough? Lin Chen shook his head. No, it doesn't smell good, it smells like money. Then I'll let my daughter kiss you. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and said, don't even think about a kiss. You can't even let your daughter sleep with me. Su Mengyao said, I'll cook you a meal. Lin Chen said impatiently, last time I cooked, I had to add extra ingredients before I could finish it. You can't do this, you big CEO. I barely had anything to eat, don't harm Xiao Qian. Is it that hard to eat? Su Mengyao muttered to herself. Then I owe you a hug, I'll pay you back in 3 years. Lin Chen said with a smile, Mengyao, it seems that you are confident that you will be with me in 3 years. But 3 years is too long, 3 months is more like it. 3 months is too short. 1 year. Lin Chen shook his head, the payment period is too long and unacceptable. 6 months, the shortest is 6 months. Su Mengyao stared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen laughed lightly, 6 months it is. I will take a loss in this area, but you have to make up for me in other areas. The duration of the hug cannot be less than 1 minute. Su Mengyao's face turned slightly red. A short hug is quite a difference from a hug of more than a minute. But after 6 months, their relationship should have made considerable progress, and a hug at that time should be acceptable, right? It's better than having to hug within 3 months. Okay. I'll go wake up Cece. Su Mengyao blushed and quickly slipped away. Lin Chen smiled slightly. It was quite interesting teasing Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao looked very attractive when she blushed. Mengyao seems to have developed quite a favorable impression of me. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to hugging after 6 months. Lin Chen muttered to himself. By agreeing to this, Su Mengyao had good expectations for their relationship. If it weren't for Su Mengyao's illness, perhaps they could have been together soon. Su Mengyao had a psychological illness, a mental problem that she herself had difficulty controlling. Lin Chen knew very well that psychological illnesses were difficult to treat. He could only slowly let her psychological shadow disappear. You rotten bastard, making me owe such a debt. 1 million won't do. I can give you 5 million. Su Mengyao covered her face, feeling it getting a little hot. Sisai, wake up. Today we're going to the amusement park. After calming down for a while, Su Mengyao woke up Lin Xiaoxi. After breakfast, Lin Chen and the others set off quickly. Let's go to the amusement park. Lin Xiaoxi shouted excitedly, "Daddy, I want to go to a big amusement park, I want to ride a horse." Su Mengyao was puzzled. Are there any horses in the amusement park? Lin Chen laughed and said, Xiaoqian is talking about the carousel. 20 minutes passed. Drip. Lin Chen's phone rang, and it was his mother calling for a video call. Lin Chen, your mother is calling. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen's phone and said. She was a little nervous. Lin Chen's parents had been to the Magic City and met Lin Xiaoxi, but they had never met her, not even during the video call. Lin Xiaoqian, Mom, Dad is driving. Pick up the video call, I want to talk to Grandma, I miss her. Connect the call to Xiaoqian. Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Xiaoqian, her little cotton padded jacket sometimes let in the wind, but Lin Chen had gone to the United States to meet her parents, she couldn't not answer the video call. Picking up the phone, Su Mengyao connected the video call. But she didn't immediately hand the phone to Lin Xiaoqian. Hello, Auntie. Lin Chen is driving, and we're taking Xiaoqian to the amusement park. Su Mengyao greeted the camera. Chapter 70 Mengyao, are you jealous of my body? Mengyao, hello. Lin Chen's mother, Chen Mei, said hurriedly. She had never seen a photo of Su Mengyao, but she knew her name. Going to the amusement park with Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi must be Su Mengyao. Auntie, Xiaoxi wants to talk to you. Su Mengyao said with a smile. She handed the phone to Lin Xiaoxi, who was sitting in the car seat. Grandma. Lin Xiaoxi sweetly shouted as she grabbed the phone. Chen Mei joyfully answered. Lin Xiaoxi asked doubtfully, Grandma, why does Mom call you Auntie, not Mom? Su Mengyao was very helpless. Lin Xiaoxi is young, but she is a little devil. Chen Mei, well, Sisai, you are still young, and you don't understand some things. Eat more, eat well, grow up quickly, and you will understand when you grow up. Lin Xiaoxi tilted her head. Grandma, is that true? Chen Mei nodded, yes, when you were younger, didn't you understand anything? Now that you're older, you understand more things, right? Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Grandma, where's Grandpa? Chen Mei smiled, Grandpa is building a house. When the house is finished, Xiaoxi can come over and play. Lin Chen, Mom, is there something wrong with the video call? No. I just want to see Shi. You just drive, and Shi and I will chat. After a few minutes, Chen Mei hangs up the video call. Su Mengyao breathes a sigh of relief. Mom, when Grandma's house is built, let's go and visit together. Su Mengyao, it'll be a while yet. We'll talk about it then. Today, let's just have fun at the amusement park. Dad, how much longer until we get there? Lin Chen smiles, it won't be long, don't worry. Lin Chen's hometown. Chen Mei excitedly found Lin Hai, honey, I just called my son on video, and I wanted to chat with Sisai. Guess who I saw? You saw Sisai's mom? Lin Hai said in surprise. Chen Mei nodded, yes, I saw Mengyao. Mengyao is so pretty, even prettier than those stars on TV. They drove to the amusement park together. Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Chen Mei said, Mengyao went along for Cece's sake, but her relationship with her son may have improved a bit. Maybe they can really get together in the future. Lin Hai nodded, that would be best. But let's just hope for the best, don't say anything, the Su family is too rich, so she shouldn't think we're after their money. Chen Mei nodded, I know. Mengyao just spoke to me, but she called me Auntie. Lin Hai laughed, if she doesn't call you Aunt, does that mean she'll call you Mom? Don't get your hopes up for a while. Chen Mei hoped, if only my son and Mengyao could get together, that would be best for Cece. Giddy up, giddy up. Little horse, run fast. Lin Xiaoxi said cheerfully. They were on a merry-go-round, Lin Xiaoxi was sitting on a small horse, and he and Su Mengyao were sitting on big horses on either side of her. Dad, take a picture of me and Mom. Okay. Lin Chen took out his phone. Su Mengyao's face flushed slightly, her expression a little coy. Lin Chen lightly tapped his finger. The photo was taken. Lin Xiaoxi was smiling very happily, her eyes smiling like a crescent moon. Su Mengyao's blushing appearance was very moving, making Lin Chen feel the urge to kiss her on the cheek. This was the first photo of Su Mengyao in Lin Chen's phone. Mommy and Daddy, I'm so happy. I love you so much. Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Xiaoxi. She had of course taken Lin Xiaoxi to the amusement park before, but she had never been this happy. Sometimes, when she saw other families happily together, she would feel sad and ask why she didn't have a father. This had happened a few times, and Su Mengyao had been unwilling to see her sad, so she had made up her mind to bring her to Linchen. Her previous decision had been quite correct. Not to mention that she is happy now. Su Mengyao thought to herself. Linchen looked at Su Mengyao, and she had a faint smile on her face. For someone with psychological scars like her, it's good to take her to the carousel. The innocence of children and their laughter can make the shadows in her heart disappear a little. Let's go play bumper cars. Dad, you drive one car, and Mom and I will drive the other. After the carousel, Lin Xiaoxi giggled. That's great. Lin Chen said with a smile. Before long, Lin Chen and the others got into the bumper cars. Xiaoxi, be careful, I'm coming at you. Lin Chen's bumper car crashed into the others. Ouch. Mommy, hurry and hit Daddy. Daddy's a big bad guy now, let's beat the big bad guy together. Lin Xiaoxi giggled. In the morning, Lin Chen and the others had played a lot of games, and they had lunch there. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoxi didn't want to go to sleep for the time being. The amusement park had water activities, and Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoxi to play. Su Mengyao did not go in the water to play. See, this is how you play the game. Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoxi to swim. It's getting hot, so you can schedule more swimming. 5 minutes passed. Host, you taught Lin Xiaoxi to swim, gaining swimming skills. You will reach the level of master in 10 hours, and the level of grandmaster in 20 hours. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was not surprised. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian to swim and gaining swimming skills is normal, but running on the grass and gaining grass flying is an outbreak of the system. On the shore, Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen and the others. Her face turned slightly red. Lin Chen's figure was too good. Lin Chen's 8 abs were clearly defined, looking thin, but his body was actually so strong. During the basketball game, Su Mengyao only glanced twice when Lin Chen lifted up his shirt to wipe the sweat, but now she could see clearly. Some of the women nearby could also see clearly. There are quite a few lecherous women. Su Mengyao muttered to herself. Some women and girls just secretly glanced at him, while some bold ones kept staring at Lin Chen. Men are lecherous, but in fact, many women are even more so. Most of the conversations between men can be seen by outsiders, but if the conversations between good girlfriends were exposed, I'm afraid that they would all be directly ostracized. Time passed by minute by minute. Lin Xiaoqian played for more than half an hour, but Lin Chen didn't dare let her play more, for fear that she would catch a cold and get sick again. Improving her swimming skills wasn't urgent. There would definitely be plenty of time to take Lin Xiaoqian swimming in the future. Ah Chio. After changing her clothes, Lin Xiaoqian sneezed. Su Mengyao, Lin Chen, I have an ominous feeling. Lin Chen. Soon in the car, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep. Her breathing became heavy, and her nostrils were a little blocked. Mengyao, you're a real buzzkill. Lin Chen said helplessly. Lin Xiaoqian definitely has a cold like this. It's still in the early stages of a cold, and it's likely to get worse later. Su Mengyao muttered, if I don't say it, will it be fine? Xiaoqian's constitution is not very good, and she gets colds easily. Lin Chen, I have a question. I haven't seen you practice, but how did you get in such good shape? Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao, are you jealous of my body? Su Mengyao. Chapter 71, A Picture of Wealth and Longevity. Su Mengyao said in a bad mood, don't be narcissistic, I want to know how you practice, I'll exercise. Lin Chen said with a smile, how I exercise, you'll find out when you live with me in the future. Humph. Su Mengyao snorted twice, thinking about the good things. Lin Chen suggested, Mengyao, when your parents come back, I think you should consider moving here. You don't work or have a lot of vacation time, so will you just stay at home alone and only come over to see Lin Xiaoqian every few days? Or will you come here every day just like you do when you're at work? Su Mengyao pondered. In the past, when she had to go to work, there was no other way. It wouldn't be right to come over and spend time with her daughter when she had the time. Besides, she also enjoyed spending time with Lin Xiaoqian. We'll talk about it later. Su Mengyao said indifferently after a while. She moved in together, even if they lived in different rooms, in other people's eyes they were still cohabiting. If the relationship is at a certain level, it's easy to talk about it, but if it's not, then there's definitely only one other way to go. For example, buying a house in the same neighborhood. This method doesn't work for ordinary people, and they don't have the money, but for Su Mengyao, it's just a matter of willingness. That little bit of money is a drop in the bucket for her. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Lin Chen smiled and laughed. Su Mengyao's words indicated that the possibility was not low. If the possibility was low, she would definitely have rejected it directly. I'll close my eyes for a while. Su Mengyao closed her eyes after she finished speaking. She didn't want to discuss this topic with Lin Chen anymore at the moment. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao's ears were obviously a bit redder than usual. She's quite shy. Lin Chen muttered to himself. After 20 minutes, Lin Chen returned to the community. Su Mengyao, who had not fallen asleep and had been pretending to sleep, opened her eyes. She looked at Lin Xiaoqian with some concern. She heard Lin Xiaoqian's nasal voice getting heavier, and on the way over, Lin Xiaoqian coughed a few times as well. It was inevitable that Lin Xiaoqian would have a cold and cough like this. Don't worry, honey, I'm here. Lin Chen said with a smile, I'll study medicine more in the future, and I can definitely easily cure Xiaoqian's minor illnesses. Su Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen called her wife. Calling her in public is a deliberate display of their relationship, but is it a bit redundant to call her like this in private? Wife, is there a problem? Lin Chen pretended to be confused. Su Mengyao gave Lin Chen a dirty look and said, in the past, you called me Su Mengyao, then you called me Mengyao and got tired of saying it, and now you're fine, just calling me wife. Calm down, it's just a name. Lin Chen laughed. Su Mengyao. Don't wake up Xiaoqian. Lin Chen opened the back door and slowly picked up Lin Xiaoqian in his arms. Lin Xiaoqian opened her eyes dazedly and saw that Lin Chen was holding her. She closed her eyes and continued to sleep. When they got home, Su Mengyao said, Lin Chen, I'm going to the office. There are still a lot of things to take care of at the office. Please think about the gift. Xiaoqian, please pay more attention. Lin Chen laughed and said, Shishi, don't worry. Children don't have strong immune systems, so catching a cold is normal. It's not good for children to never catch a cold either. Occasionally catching a cold will strengthen their immune systems. Su Mengyao nodded, I feel much more at ease when you take Shishi with you. In the past, when the nanny took care of her, if Shishi caught a cold, I would be worried the whole day when I was at work. I'm leaving now. Su Mengyao left. Lin Chen pondered, what should I give as a gift? The painting of pine trees and cranes that he gave to Su Mengyao's parents was actually very suitable as a gift for a birthday, but he had already given it, so of course he couldn't paint that again. He decided to paint a picture of a wealthy couple celebrating their double birthday. Lin Chen thought about it for a while and then started working. Lin Xiaoxi usually napped for 2 hours, so there was still time. Lin Chen quickly took out various things and started painting. Less than an hour later, Lin Chen finished. He drew a ribbon bird and a peony flower. The ribbon bird was very beautiful, and it was the longest lived of all small birds and beasts. The peony flower was the national flower, the king of flowers, and the flower of wealth and prosperity. There was nothing wrong with sending such a picture to a 50-year-old. It seemed like something was missing. Lin Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the picture in front of him. Soon Lin Chen thought of it. The only thing missing was the characters. The calligraphy I get is all-encompassing, and there is no need to use the Lin Yu font. Lin Chen thought to himself. Lin's identity as Lin Yu is very popular online these days, and it's not time to expose this identity yet. Let's quietly make myself stronger first. Soon Lin Chen added a few words to the top of the painting. His handwriting was obviously different in these words, simple and unadorned, not eye-catching, but not so as to spoil the painting. It's normal for many painters to not be particularly good at brushwork. Let Mengyao frame it herself. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Lin Chen took a photo and sent it to Su Mengyao. Mengyao, the painting is done. If you have time, come and pick it up and find someone to frame it yourself. Lin Chen sent a message to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao had just arrived at the company for a while, she hadn't started work yet, and when she received the message she quickly opened the photo. This. Su Mengyao looked at the photo in awe. Just looking at the photo, she felt that the painting was really good. If she saw the real thing, the impact it would have on her would definitely be even greater. Such a painting was completed in less than an hour. Lin Chen's level is really superb. Su Mengyao muttered to herself. Thank you. I will have time to come and pick it up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Su Mengyao messaged Lin Chen back. Cici, Mom, you have to say thank you to your husband. Su Mengyao. Is Cici awake? No, I'm saying it for her. Su Mengyao sent an expressionless emoji. I can't talk to you anymore, I'm going to work. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoxi woke up with a cough. Lin Chen quickly went into the bedroom, where Lin Xiaoxi was already sitting up. She said in a dumbfounded voice, Dad, can you help me look at my nose? I think I have a bug in it. A bug in it? Lin Chen was a little nervous. Lin Xiaoxi rubbed her nose and said, my nose is blocked. Lin Chen laughed, it's not a bug, it's a cold. Your nose is blocked, so I'll give you some medicine and you'll feel better in a couple of days. His medical skills had already reached the level of an old Chinese medicine practitioner. And he was more than just a cold doctor. Dad, where's Mum? Lin Xiaoxian asked, puzzled, as she got dressed and went outside. Mum's at work. Mum dropped you off and you were still asleep, so she went to work. Play for a while, I'll make you some medicine. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi and said. Lin Xiaoxi nodded knowingly. Lin Chen quickly got busy, as he had all kinds of medicinal herbs at home. The last time Lin Xiaoxi had a cold, he had the medicine delivered by courier, and some of the medicinal herbs were not very effective. Later, he went to the pharmacy himself and bought a lot of them. With the medical skills of an old Chinese medicine practitioner, he could tell that the medicinal herbs he bought himself were much better than before. Before, he just made a bath with the medicine, but this time he added it to the drink for Lin Xiaoxian. Lin Chen thought to himself. Last time, his medical skills were not good enough, so he didn't dare to make the medicine for Lin Xiaoxian to drink. Now, with his current level, there is no problem. Half an hour later, the medicine was ready. Dad, I don't want to drink it, okay? This medicine doesn't taste good. Lin Xiaoxian looked at Lin Chen with a pouty face. Chapter 72, Xinqing is a little sad. Lin Chen, have you ever taken medicine like this, Xiaoxian? Lin Xiaoxian nodded. This is bitter medicine. I don't want to drink bitter medicine. Lin Chen crouched down and comforted her. Daddy knows that this medicine is a bit bitter. When we get sick, many small viruses and bacteria enter our bodies. They are as annoying as little bugs. At this time, our bodies will also have many cells to fight, and the medicine can make them stronger. Xiaoxian, do you want to help them? Lin Xiaoxian nodded. Lin Chen kissed her and said, Daddy knows you're the bravest. After you drink the medicine, Daddy will take you to draw pictures. Shall we draw pictures of the little cells defeating the viruses and bacteria? Lin Xiaoxian drank it with a pouty face. Xiaoxian, you're so good. Mommy couldn't drink the bitter medicine as fast as you. I'll give you a candy as a reward. Lin Chen praised her. He gave Lin Xiaoxi a crystal sugar candy. Her mouth became sweet and a smile appeared on her little face. Daddy, did I help the little cells? Of course. Let's go draw pictures. In the evening, Lin Xiaoxi fell asleep. Drip. Lin Chen had just updated a fairy tale, and his mother called on the video. Lin Chen quickly connected the video. Son, is Xiaoxi asleep? What is the current situation between you and Meng Yao? Chen Mei asked. Lin Chen, she and I are friends now, right? Why? Lin Hai, who was standing nearby, leaned over. Your mother wants to know if you and Su Mengyao have made any progress yet? Is there any future? Lin Chen said, Mengyao has a mental illness, so we have to take it slowly. There's no future in the short term, but there should be in the future. Dad and Mom, don't worry about me here, just build the house well, so that there will be a place for the wedding. Don't save money on the house. I know you're used to being thrifty, but you should spend money when you need to. Don't try to save money here and there. Chen Mei, your father really tries to save money whenever possible. Lin Chen shakes his head. Dad, you get what you pay for. There's something I haven't told you. I bought this house, and it cost a total of 12 million yuan. I earned the full amount myself and paid for it in full. There's no need for you to save that little bit of money. Chen Mei and Lin Hai's eyes show shock. Son, is writing fairy tales that profitable? Lin Chen laughed and said, Mom, your son is a genius. I'm telling you this to let you know that I don't lack money, so you don't need to save that little bit of money for me. And don't go without eating hard. Taking care of yourselves is the greatest support you can give me. Lin Hai nodded. With Lin Chen making money so quickly, it really didn't make sense for him to save that little bit. After chatting for a while, Lin Chen hung up the video call. Transfer some more money to Dad. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He was not responsible for the renovation of the shop, and he still had 2 million in his account. Money is the foundation of a person. Lin Hai and the others would feel more secure with money in their accounts. Logging into online banking, Lin Chen transferred 1 million to his father. This was a lot of money for an ordinary person, but for him, it might only take 3 or 4 days to earn 1 million. Ding! Lin Hai received a text message from the bank. Huh? He froze when he saw the text message. Wife, my son just transferred me another 1 million. Chen Mei read the text message and called Lin Chen on video chat again. Son, why did you transfer money again? We have enough money to spend. Lin Chen laughed, only rich fathers are willing to spend money. Don't be so stingy. In the future, Meng Yao and Meng Yao's parents may have to come to our house. You don't want to lose face in front of your in-laws, do you? Chen Mei nodded. Lin Chen's reason was very sufficient and must be accepted. Hang up the video. Lin Chen clicked on the Tai Chi video. He still needs to keep practicing this stuff. Right now, he's still stumbling as he follows the video. 2 days have passed. Lin Xiaoqian is almost completely recovered. These past 2 days, Lin Chen has been making her drink medicine and giving her medicinal baths, and the results have been very good. His own medical skills have also improved a lot. Originally, he surpassed most old Chinese medicine practitioners, but among the old Chinese medicine practitioners, his medical skills were not outstanding either. Now Lin Chen's medical skills surpass 99% of the old Chinese medicine practitioners. With such medical skills, he is already considered a miracle doctor in the eyes of ordinary people. Mom! Auntie Qingqing. Lin Xiaoqian called happily. Su Mengyao and Xin Xing came over together. As soon as they entered the house, they smelled the fragrance, and Xin Xing's eyes lit up. Xin Xing, wipe your saliva. Su Mengyao said. Xin Xing reached out and wiped her mouth, but there was no saliva. She looked at Su Mengyao with a plaintive expression and said, Mengyao, you have a good husband, but the full person doesn't know the hungry person's hunger. Is it easy for me to come over and eat a meal? Cici, do you think it's easy for Auntie Qingqing? Lin Xiaoxi thought about it for a moment and said, Auntie Qingqing, you find a husband, and then you'll have delicious food. Su Mengyao burst out laughing. Cici is laughing at you for being single. I thank you. Xin Xing said in a bad mood, and she hugged Lin Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, not everyone's cooking is as delicious as your father's. You little guy is the luckiest, eating delicious food every day. Lin Chen walked out of the kitchen. Mengyao, come in, what are the 3 of you doing huddled in the doorway? Xin Xing, Lin Chen, I've said a lot of good things for you. There's nothing wrong with coming over for a meal, is there? Nothing wrong. When Mengyao and I hold a banquet in the future, you can be the matchmaker. Lin Chen laughed lightly. Xin Shang is quite a good assistant. Su Mengyao blushed. Who wants to hold a banquet with you? Lin Xiaoqian was puzzled. Dad, what is holding a banquet? Lin Chen smiled and said, holding a banquet means having a feast. Do you want your mom and dad to hold a banquet? Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. Dad, when? Lin Chen glanced at Su Mengyao. Xiaoqian, this depends on what Mom thinks. Dad is ready whenever you are. Mom, when? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Su Mengyao again and said in a baby voice. Su Mengyao. She said in a bad mood, don't listen to your father's nonsense. You eat very well every day, what more do you need to eat? Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Xin Shang patted her stomach and sighed lightly. Mengyao, I feel a little full even before I eat. Lin Xiaoxi, Auntie Qingqing, then you can't eat anymore. If you eat too much, your stomach will get sick. Su Mengyao, Cici is right, you can't eat anymore. Shen Chang. She was a little sad. Chapter 73, Thoughts of a Top Private Chef. Hey. Xin Xing froze after taking the first bite of the dish. Lin Chen, is it my illusion? Or has your cooking improved significantly compared to before? Xin Shang looked at Lin Chen and asked doubtfully. Lin Chen laughed and said, it has indeed improved a little. You're quite something, I can tell that your cooking has improved just by tasting it. Xin Xing shook her head. No, it's not that you've improved a little, the improvement is obvious. I'm not very interested in clothes, bags, and whatnot, I'm only interested in food. It had been a while since she had last been here, and Lin Chen's cooking skills had indeed improved significantly. Su Mengyao had come here many times, and the intervals were short, so she didn't feel it as much, but Qing felt it quite clearly. I thought your cooking skills had reached their peak and could not possibly improve anymore, but you can actually improve significantly. Chang was full of emotion. Lin Chen muttered to himself, this is just the beginning. His cooking skills have not yet reached legendary level, but it will soon, probably just in the next few days. Auntie Qing, Dad is the best. He. Lin Xiaoxi smiled sweetly. Qing nodded, Cici, your dad's cooking skills are truly peerless. Meng Yao, have you considered investing in a top private kitchen for Lin Chen? One that only accepts reservations. And each dish should cost at least 10,000 yuan. Bai Ga Lamon, only the big guys can eat it, and you won't lack powerful connections then. Lin Chen's heart stirred. He couldn't possibly open a hotel or a regular restaurant, but once his cooking skills improved, it wouldn't be impossible to set up a top-notch private kitchen. Networks are still very useful. He could make a lot of money writing fairy tales, but the powerful connections that this could bring were limited. Networks are ultimately a kind of demand. If others have a demand for him, he will carry more weight with them. Fairy tales have a wide reach, but how much can one book spend? Others don't have a great demand for this. Some people will look up to him for this exposure. But that's about it. Cooking is different. His current cooking may not yet be dominant, but when he reaches legendary levels, the world's top chefs will all be small fry in front of him. Most foodies are rich people. He will definitely not lack guests when his cooking reaches that level. It is the guests who have to beg to get a reservation with him. Naturally, others will beg for his connections. And he is in a dominant position in this network of connections. Lin Chen, do you have this idea? Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen smiled and said, let's talk about it later. When my cooking skills become even stronger, I'll make it even more exclusive. I'll only accept 1 or 2 reservations a week. Guests will need to prepare their own ingredients, and the cost of production per table will be no less than 1 million. Qing opened her mouth wide. She said that it was already exaggerated to say that each dish costs no less than 10,000. Lin Chen poured it out, no less than 1 million per table. And the ingredients still need to be prepared by the guests who have made a reservation. Lin Chen, you have set the bar too high. Anyone with assets of less than 100 million simply cannot afford it. Qing said. With this price, she was also eliminated directly. Lin Chen laughed, only 1 or 2 meals a week, I don't need that many guests. I'm doing this to gain connections, not to get a lot of people to come over for dinner. Su Mengyao, Lin Chen, plus the ingredients, more than 1 million for a meal, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Even if the Su family is very rich, she still thinks it's expensive. Lin Chen said, when my cooking skills are even higher, I believe even at this price, people will be scrambling to make reservations. Let's talk about this later, there's no rush right now. Su Mengyao nodded. Qing, Lin Chen, can your cooking skills still be improved? It should be possible. Lin Chen smiled. There are legendary and mythical levels above that. After finishing the meal, Qing covered her stomach. She felt like she needed to lean against a wall to walk out. Auntie Qing, does your tummy hurt? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Qing with some concern. Qing's face turned slightly red. Xiaoqian, Auntie Qing's tummy doesn't hurt, I'm just full. Mengyao, you guys go out and enjoy your time together, I'll stay home and take care of Xiaoqian. Lin Chen, don't move, I'll wash the dishes. Lin Chen laughed lightly, can you wash the dishes like that? Qing. I'll wash them later, you guys go out quickly. Okay. Lin Chen and Su Mengyao went out. Lin Xiaoxi didn't argue about following Lin Chen and them. Qing had taken her quite a few times before, and she had missed Qing for a few days, and she missed Qing a little. Lin Chen and Su Mengyao arrived at the riverbank. Lin Chen, were you serious when you said you wanted to set up a private kitchen in the future? Su Mengyao asked. Lin Chen nodded, I have some ideas. Going to a birthday banquet in a couple of days is not only about your family's relationship with the other party, but also about maintaining this connection, right? Maintaining it in this way puts you in a disadvantaged position. If I can do a good job, I can be in a dominant position. Su Mengyao nodded slightly. When my grandfather was still alive, our family didn't really have to worry about anything, but now we do lack some connections. Some forces in our company are eyeing it with greedy eyes. Lin Chen was not at all surprised. The Su family has assets of more than 30 billion yuan, which is a piece of big fat meat. As the saying goes, when people go, tea cools. The favors left behind by Su Menyao's grandfather are getting used up little by little, and favors will always run out. Mengyao, don't worry too much. Even if you run out of money, I have no problem supporting you. Lin Chen said with a smile. Who asked you to support me? Su Mengyao said coquettishly. Lin Chen reached out his hand, and Su Menyao's hand was instantly grabbed by him. Su Mengyao subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back. Lin Chen held it without letting go. Mengyao, last time when we went for a walk, didn't we hold hands? Su Mengyao, Sisai was there last time. I was afraid Sisai would be sad. Su Mengyao glared at Lin Chen angrily. Lin Chen said with a smile, we held hands last time, so there's no problem holding hands again this time. Don't be stingy, holding hands won't hurt. Su Mengyao. You rascal. Lin Chen, I'm just doing what needs to be done. Xinxing created this opportunity for us, and if we don't even hold hands, wouldn't that be wasting her intentions? We're going to a birthday banquet in a couple of days. There might be some intimate contact then. You should get used to it in advance. Su Mengyao said in a bad mood, Lin Chen, you used to be quite honest, why aren't you so honest now? Lin Chen, you are the patient, you don't take the initiative. I have to take care of you, the patient, and take the initiative. Let's go, other people are looking at us. Su Mengyao could only let Lin Chen hold her hand and walk forward. In her heart, she didn't really reject this. 10 minutes passed. Mengyao? A surprised voice sounded. Two girls walked towards them, looking at Lin Chen and the others in surprise. Chapter 74, We're not having an affair. Su Mengyao withdrew her hand and said, Lili, Lusiki, long time no see. Do you live nearby? The other girl shook her head and said, no, we came here to hang out. Mengyao, this handsome guy is. Su Mengyao, he's my husband, Lin Chen. Lin Chen, these two are my high school classmates and we're in the same dormitory. Hello. Lin Chen smiled. Lili and Lusiki said in unison, hello, Lin Gu. Mengyao, when did you get married? You hit it really well, we didn't know the news. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen, go wait for me in front, I'll chat with Lili and the others for a while. Okay. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. He walked 100 meters away, and Su Mengyao said, Lin Chen and I have only gotten our marriage certificates, we haven't yet held a banquet, so please keep this a secret. Understood. Lili and the others nodded. After chatting for 6 or 7 minutes, Lili laughed and said, Mengyao, we won't disturb you and your husband's time together. You guys continue being romantic, bye. Lili and the others left. Su Mengyao walked over to Lin Chen and said in a grumpy tone, you wanted to hold hands, but they saw you, didn't they? Lin Chen laughed and said, Mengyao, what are you afraid of? We have proof, it's legal, and we're not cheating. Su Mengyao said. I told them to keep a secret, but it's strange that they can keep it for a long time. Lin Chen said, if you're afraid of them telling, then why did you say I'm your husband? You could have said I'm your boyfriend. Su Mengyao was stunned. She and Lin Chen had gotten married, and she hadn't thought about that at all. Lin Chen said with a smile, Mengyao, it says in the books that the IQ of a woman in love will decrease. You are the CEO, so your IQ should be relatively high. Could it be that? Su Mengyao blushed. She quickly denied it, don't be ridiculous, who is in love with you? I don't want to walk anymore, let's take a taxi home. Lin Chen nodded. Well, the words go home were well used. I'll give you a thumbs up. Su Mengyao glared at Lin Chen, go back to your house. Upon returning home, Xinxing exclaimed, Mengyao, come look, sis I actually drew this picture. She's only a little over 2 years old, and I feel like I can't compete with her. Mengyao, I think we need to find Sisai a drawing teacher. She definitely has a talent for drawing. She's the future Leonardo da Vinci. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head and said, Auntie Qingqing, I don't want to find a drawing teacher. My dad is the best. Su Mengyao took a look at what Lin Xiaoxi had drawn. It's really well drawn, not like the work of a 2-year-old. Cici, you keep drawing. Mengyao, Lin Chen, come here for a moment. Lin Chen and Su Mengyao followed Xinxing to the study. Lin Chen. Cece said you draw well, but you're not a professional, and teaching Cece might waste her talent. Meng Yao might be embarrassed to say this to you, but for Cece's future, I have to say something. Xin Xing said with a serious expression. She didn't know about Lin Chen's abilities in painting. Su Mengyao, Xin Shang, Lin Chen is very good at painting. Xin Xing's brows furrowed slightly. If she had an average talent, she could just learn casually, but her talent is really super. I've never seen anyone with better talent in painting. No. You have. Su Mengyao said dreamily. I have very little talent in painting. She inherited it from Lin Chen. Ha? Shen Qing froze for a moment. Su Mengyao, I went to see teacher Jia Yanming. He is an authoritative master in painting in this side of the city, but he ended up offering 800,000 to buy Lin Chen a painting. Lin Chen didn't sell it. Xin Shang opened her mouth wide, she couldn't believe it. Lin Chen's cooking skills are incredibly high, he also plays basketball well, he is already very good, and he is also so good at painting? Meng Yao, here is the painting you wanted. Lin Chen took out a painting tube from the cabinet. Can I take a look? Xin Qing's eyes lit up. Lin Chen nodded, just don't tell anyone. For now, I don't want to be famous and affect my taking Shishi with me. Su Mengyao took out the painting. When the painting was unrolled, she let out an exclamation of admiration. The actual object really is much better looking than the photo on the phone. Chinese painting is different from Western abstract painting. Ordinary people may not be able to appreciate abstract paintings at all, but even ordinary people can appreciate the beauty of Chinese painting. You two are really good at keeping secrets. Xin Xing said softly, I was worried that Shishi would be delayed, but it turns out that Shishi has become better because of Lin Chen. Su Mengyao, it's not that I'm hiding it from you, it's that Lin Chen doesn't want me to say it, and I didn't know about it for long. I'll admire it some more. Xin Shang stared at the painting. Lin Chen said, you guys take your time admiring it, I'll go make some medicine for Xiaoxi, she still needs to take medicine and have a medicine bath tonight. Lin Chen walked out, and Xin Shang closed the door to the study. Meng Yao, you have to hurry up and get Lin Chen. He's got great cooking skills, he's good at basketball, and he's also so good at painting. He's a perfect man. You'll definitely regret it if you miss out. Xin Chang whispered. Su Mengyao, I'm not bad either. Xin Xing anxiously said, you two are a perfect match. If you get together, Cece will have a complete family, which is great. That is, Lin Chen is low-key. If he becomes high-profile, you'll see that there will be people competing with you. Although you have already got your marriage certificate, there are so many divorces these days. Su Mengyao looked at Xin Chang. You are more anxious than I am. Xin Xing, I'm not just trying to get a free meal. I'm doing this for your own good, and for Cece's. Oh. Su Mengyao looked understanding. Xin Xing, you are really like the emperor who is in a hurry, and he will die too. Go on. Su Mengyao laughed. Xin Xing, the emperor is in a hurry, and the empress will die. Su Mengyao whispered, actually, I know that Lin Chen is very good, but I'm just afraid of intimacy. If he can't wait for me to go with someone else, there's nothing I can do. Qingqing, my illness should be gradually improving. Just now, when we went out, he held my hand. Although I subconsciously wanted to take it back, I still didn't. Xin Xing's eyes lit up, at least there's progress. This is different from when Cece was here and you deliberately showed your affection. You can sleep here tonight. I'm leaving. Su Mengyao hurriedly said, I'll go with you. I still need to find someone to frame this painting. Soon Su Mengyao and the others bid farewell to Lin Xiaoxi and left. Dad, I don't want a painting teacher. I just want you. Lin Xiaoxi went to the kitchen and hugged Lin Chen's thighs. Lin Chen squatted down. He kissed Lin Xiaoxi and smiled, saying, Xiaoxi, we're not going to find another drawing teacher. Auntie Qingqing doesn't know that Dad is very good at drawing. She's only concerned about you and wants to find you a good teacher. Lin Xiaoxi patted her chest, you scared the baby to death. Lin Chen laughed, Xiaoxi, where did you learn that? From Auntie Qingqing. Dad, what Auntie Qingqing said is not right, she's not the baby. Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice. Lin Chen scratches Lin Xiaoqian's little nose, she's wrong, Xiaoqian, you're the baby, right? Lin Xiaoqian nods seriously. Chapter 75, Drawing Skills Improved. Lin Chen smiles, so, is the baby good? Dad, I'm good. I'm the best, he. Lin Chen, then Xiaoqian, you have to drink your medicine. Lin Xiaoqian's smile froze on her face. Daddy, I'm a good baby sometimes, and sometimes I'm not. Lin Chen laughed. Aren't you a good baby now? Yes. Lin Chen, Xiaoqian, drink this one last time. Then take a bath, and tomorrow you'll be well. We can go and play with Nan Nan, Kiki and the others. Kiki is a new friend of Lin Xiaoqian's. She met her when Su Mengyao was playing with her downstairs. Lin Xiaoxi hesitated. She also wanted to go out and play with her friends. Dad, I want to eat 2 candies. Lin Xiaoxi counted on her fingers. Okay. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi and said affectionately. At 10:30 p.m., Su Mengyao turned off the computer. She had brought some work home, and she had just finished. She had to hurry and finish the work ahead of time because she had to go to a birthday banquet the day after tomorrow. President Su, can you frame my painting better? I can do it for a lower price, and I can even frame it for you at cost. Su Mengyao saw a message. The message was sent by the framing master she had found. Su Mengyao had high standards for the framing process, but she had asked the other party to use very ordinary framing materials. Master Pei, I'm not short of money. This is a gift for someone else, so it's not appropriate to use expensive materials. Su Mengyao sent a message back to the other party. The other party was still awake, and she soon received a message. Compared to your painting, even if the most expensive materials are used for framing, the value will not increase much. Su Mengyao replied after a few seconds of silence, my husband painted the picture. What's wrong with giving someone a picture painted by your husband? If you buy someone else's painting, a 10,000 yuan one might be expensive, but if it's painted by your husband, it's basically free. Even if someone reports it to the disciplinary committee for investigation, there will be no problem. The person across the street is called Pei Gongyi. He is full of admiration, as the painting was actually painted by Su Menyao's husband. What a genius! Pei Gongyi thought to himself. Su Mengyao is very young, and her husband shouldn't be that old either. I understand, President Su. I will use ordinary materials to frame it as best as possible. Pei Gongyi replied. Thank you. Pei Gongyi got up. He unfolded this painting by Lin Chen. As a master of framing, he has been framing calligraphy and paintings for a lifetime, and naturally has a very discerning eye. In his opinion, this painting is completely comparable to the top masterpieces. What a waste of talent. Some people come to me to gild the shitter with gold, but this is good. You want to use rusted iron to decorate peerless jade. Pei Gongyi muttered to himself. He planned to start right now. He had to use the most ordinary things to frame the best possible effect. This would take quite a bit of time. The next day, Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoxi to paint. Host, your painting skills have reached legendary level. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Soon, a lot of information kept flooding into Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen's body also underwent subtle changes, the biggest change being his hands. His top-notch painting skills naturally required a natural hand. His hands were now even more steady than a surgeon's. Dad, I don't want this one anymore. This painting isn't good. Lin Xiaoqian said in a daze. Lin Chen's talent has also improved since he was promoted to legendary level. Lin Xiaoqian's talent in painting was already quite good, with 30 points. It turns out that it can be doubled to 60 points. Now her talent for drawing can be doubled. Lin Xiaoqian's talent for drawing should exceed 90 points. Above 90 is world-class talent. With her talent skyrocketing, Lin Xiaoqian realized that there were some problems with what she had just drawn, and she had a better idea. Xiaoqian, then just start drawing again. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian nodded and quickly got started. Lin Chen watched quietly and noticed that Lin Xiaoqian had become even more focused. Top geniuses are never weak in concentration. Half an hour passed, and Lin Chen only gave a slight reminder, and Lin Xiaoxi finished a pretty good piece of work on her own. Compared to the previous one, this one was even better, with more creativity and more beautiful lines, not at all on the same level. Effort really means nothing in the face of talent. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Lin Xiaoxi likes to draw, and he has taught her very hard. There has been progress, but the rate of progress has not been particularly fast. Now it is leaping forward in leaps and bounds. Of course, the progress now is also related to the previous learning. Before, she didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but now that her talent has suddenly increased, she has suddenly become enlightened. Dad, do you think my drawing is good? Lin Xiaoqian asked happily. Lin Chen nodded. Xiaoqian, you drew very well. As long as you work hard, you will draw better and better in the future. Dad, drawing is so much fun. Can I draw another one? Lin Xiaoqian asked hopefully. Lin Chen shook his head. No, we can't. We need to exercise outdoors. You're still young, and if you don't get enough exercise outdoors, it will use up your long-distance vision reserve prematurely. What long-distance vision reserve? Lin Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. Well, you'll understand when you're older. Go get the ball, we'll go out and play. Maybe the girls are down there. Lin Xiaoqian went over and picked up the basketball. Lin Chen, Xiaoqian, why do you always choose basketball? Because you're so handsome, Daddy, and you look your best when you play basketball. And I can cheer for you with Mummy. Daddy, when are you going to play basketball again? Lin Xiaoqian looked expectantly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian. For her, the happiest thing in the world was to cheer for her father at his matches, together with her mother. Xiaoqian, there will be opportunities. You can practice with Daddy now. After a meeting, Su Mengyao picked up her phone. Lin Chen had sent her a few messages. But they were all daily photos of Lin Xiaoxi. Why are there so many messages in the class group? Su Mengyao had a vague feeling of foreboding. Su Mengyao had secretly gotten married. The school beauty is getting married, and my youth is gone. When is the wedding? At Su Mengyao. Hundreds of messages in the group were discussing her. Su Mengyao. Mengyao, I'm sorry, I couldn't help but tell Zhang Yan about it. I told her to keep it a secret, but I didn't expect. Lu Siki had already sent her a private message. Su Mengyao. She knew she would leak the secret, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Forget it, if she knows, she knows. Su Mengyao sent a message to Lu Siki. It's already spread, what can she do? Lin Chen, I asked Li Li and the others to keep it a secret, but Lu Siki told a friend, and I guess it spread from there. Now they've already spread it around the group. Su Mengyao also sent a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, it's fine, I was planning to hang myself from your crooked tree anyway, so it won't affect me. Su Mengyao. You're the crooked tree. Really? Then we'll make a perfect pair. Su Mengyao's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 76, My Daughter Got Married? The United States, early morning. Yang Qingyue woke up. She slept in early every day and got up early. Su Guofeng had not yet arrived at the hospital. He probably had not even woken up yet. Qingyue, did Mengyao get married? President Yang, I heard that Mengyao got married. Congratulations. Yang Qingyue opened her phone and saw two messages. One was from Su Mengyao's Aunt Liang, and the other was from the mother of a classmate of Su Mengyao's from university. Yang Qingyue was stunned. Her daughter got married? How come she, as the mother, didn't know? Could it be that they saw the video of Lin Chen playing basketball? In the video, Su Mengyao called Lin Chen her husband? That was just to fool Lin Xiaoxi. Mr. Shui, where did you hear that Mengyao got married? Yang Qingyue sent a message to the mother of Su Mengyao's classmate. The other party is the mother of Su Mengyao's roommate from university. Her family owns a company and has good conditions. They had added each other on WeChat before and the company had cooperated once. President Yang, it was my daughter who said it. They all talked about it in the class group, and Mengyao herself said it. The person quickly sent a message back. It was morning here for Yang Qingyue, but it had not yet darkened in Huaqua. Yang Qingyue's eyes showed surprise. Didi. Yang Qingyue called Su Mengyao on video. Mom, is there something wrong? I haven't finished work yet. Su Mengyao was puzzled. Usually Yang Qingyue would call on video at around 8 or 9 o'clock, when she would have basically gone home. At this time of day, she was either still at work, or had finished work but was still in her car and couldn't answer the call. Mengyao, you're in the office. I heard Huang Jiayun's mother say that you said you were married? How come I, your mother, didn't know about it? Yang Qingyue said in a bad mood. Su Mengyao. She said helplessly, yesterday, I went out for a walk with Lin Chen, and he took my hand, and it happened to be seen by two of my classmates. When I introduced myself, I said that Lin Chen was my husband and asked them to keep it a secret, but as it turned out. Yang Qingyue, you went out for a walk with Lin Chen and Shishi? Su Mengyao's face turned slightly red. No, yesterday Qingqing went over for dinner, she brought Shishi, and she urged Lin Chen and I to go for a walk. Yang Qingyue's eyes lit up. Your daughter and Lin Chen have made progress. Why did you introduce Lin Chen as your husband when Sisai wasn't there? Isn't that a bit problematic? You could have introduced him as your boyfriend. Su Mengyao. Mom, that. Lin Chen and I have gotten married. Yang Qingyue froze. When did this happen? Su Mengyao, it's been a while. He and I did a notarized property declaration first, and then we went to get married. We own our own property before and after marriage. Yang Qingyue looked at Su Mengyao blankly. Mom, I have no plans to get married anytime soon, and Lin Chen said he didn't have any either, so we just got a certificate, which might be better for Shishi. Yang Qingyue, did you bring it up or did Lin Chen? I brought it up. Yang Qingyue shook her head. It must have been Lin Chen who brought it up. With your personality, would you have proposed to get a certificate with him? Mengyao, you were fooled by Lin Chen into getting a certificate. Su Mengyao. Xin Shang and her mother both saw it at once. How could I have been so stupid as to be fooled by Lin Chen? Lin Chen should have wanted to first confirm the relationship and then slowly cultivate the feelings. Su Mengyao, Mom, that's not good. I was fooled, so you should severely criticize Lin Chen when the time comes. Don't be like Xin Shang, who sides with Lin Chen after eating the food he cooks. Yang Qingyue, if you get cheated by a scumbag, your father and I will do something about it. But if you get cheated by Lin Chen, just let it go. Su Mengyao. Lin Chen's parents don't know yet? Su Mengyao nods. Well, we agreed that this is our business and has nothing to do with our families. Mom, don't say anything. Yang Qingyue, no wonder you call Lin Chen your husband when you play basketball and introduce him as your husband to others. He really is your husband. That's good. Su Mengyao blushed. Mom, I can't talk to you anymore. I have something else to do, so don't tell Lin Chen anything. After she finished speaking, Su Mengyao quickly hung up the video call. She felt her heartbeat quicken. An hour later, Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. What's wrong, honey? Did the doctor tell you some good news? Su Guofeng asked. Yang Qingyue's expression revealed a hint of joy. Didn't we worry that Lin Chen and Mengyao wouldn't get together? We don't have to worry about that anymore. Su Guofeng said in surprise, are they together? With Mengyao's condition, it shouldn't be possible so soon. Yang Qingyue shook her head. They got married a long time ago. Su Guofeng. My goodness, his daughter got married and he didn't know. What's going on? Yang Qingyue told Su Guofeng some of the situation. Su Guofeng, although I just found out now, and it's a bit sad, but they got married, which is a good thing. Then the chances of them getting together are much higher. Yang Qingyue nodded. Honey, although they got a marriage license and the chances of them getting together have increased, whether they can actually get together still depends on whether their feelings are in place at that time. Su Guofeng nodded. Let's not worry about it, they can handle it. They're parents now, not children. Yang Qingyue laughed. They got their marriage certificate, they have a child, they hold hands, and the duck is cooked. I just want to recover soon and go home early. When I go home, I'll tell Mengyao to go live with Lin Chen. They've already gotten their marriage certificate, what are they doing living at their parents' place? The next afternoon, Lin Chen drove to Su Mengyao's company. Su Mengyao's Aunt Liang's birthday banquet was in the evening, and since it wasn't a Saturday or Sunday, her Aunt Liang's husband had to go to work. The rest of the guests either went to work or went to school. Most birthday parties were held in the afternoon, but nowadays, many people don't care so much, and many parties are held in the evening. After the busy day is over, people can relax and enjoy the food and drinks. Mom! Lin Xiaoqian shouted happily when she saw Su Mengyao coming out. Su Mengyao walked over. Lin Chen said, Mengyao, do you need a different car? His car was just an ordinary family car. Su Mengyao shook her head, no. With Auntie Liang's family situation, it would be bad to drive over in a luxury car. Besides, we don't need to show off with a car. Su Mengyao said as she opened the back door. Mom, you sit in the front. I like it when you sit with Dad. Lin Xiaoxi giggled. Su Mengyao kissed Lin Xiaoxi, okay, I'll sit in the front, and I'll give your dad directions later. Soon Su Mengyao was in the passenger seat. Lin Chen, before we go to Uncle Zhao and Auntie Liang's house, we need to pick up the painting first. The painting has already been framed. Su Mengyao said. Mom, you need to call your husband. Lin Xiaoxi, who was sitting in the car seat, spoke up. Su Mengyao glanced at Lin Xiaoxi. You're the one who asks for a lot. How can a little person like you have so many demands? Husband, let's go. Su Mengyao still obeyed Lin Xiaoxi. Chapter 77, A Great Way to Avoid Drinking. Yes. Daddy is leaving. Lin Xiaoqian said happily from the back seat. Su Mengyao turned her head and looked at Lin Xiaoqian. She guessed that Lin Xiaoqian felt that something was wrong between her and Lin Chen. Children generally want their mothers to sit in the back with them, but Lin Xiaoqian actually wanted her and Lin Chen to sit in the front. Lin Chen, wife, it's your Aunt Liang's birthday, and there will be a lot of guests today, right? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Su Mengyao said, there shouldn't be many guests. Now banquets are not allowed to be extravagant. Uncle Zhao shouldn't make mistakes with this kind of thing. The guests who come are either relatives or people with some weight. It's best not to take photos at the banquet. Even if you do take photos, don't include other people in them. Lin Chen nodded. Su Mengyao thought for a moment and continued, don't be too high profile, but also don't be too low key. There will definitely be drinking during the banquet. If you can't drink, just don't drink at the beginning. If you can drink, don't lie and say you can't, otherwise it will be embarrassing if others find out later that you can drink. Lin Chen smiled. In the past, his drinking capacity could only be considered average, but now, with his enhanced constitution, his drinking capacity has definitely increased a lot. It shouldn't be a problem to drink normally. Some people need to make a toast, and I will do it with you. Su Mengyao added. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoxi, Dad, don't get drunk, because when you get drunk, you'll feel really bad. Su Mengyao, Xiaoxi, are you only concerned about Dad and not Mom? Mom will be sad if you do that. Lin Xiaoxi looked puzzled. Mom, I've said this before, don't you remember? You shouldn't get drunk either. When you get drunk, you feel really bad. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao. Still drunk? Su Mengyao shook her head. I'm not that drunk, and Liang Yi will accompany me when I go out for social engagements. It's just that sometimes it's unavoidable to drink some wine. Even if you're not drunk, it's still uncomfortable. The Su family has a lot of assets, but there are still quite a few families with more assets than the Su family, and there are also so many powerful people. The top bigwigs may drink when they want to and not drink when they don't want to. Obviously, the Su family has not yet reached that level. Lin Chen smiled and said, if you don't want to drink in the future, I'll tell you a good way. You can tell others, and you definitely won't offend them. What method? Su Mingyao's eyes lit up and she asked. She doesn't like alcohol either, and she definitely won't drink if she can avoid it. Lin Chen said, you can say that you're preparing for pregnancy and nurturing your body, so that you can have another child in the future. Su Mengyao. She was speechless. What was she expecting? What good method could Lin Chen come up with? Lin Chen smiled and said, how about this method? If you use this method, no one will be able to persuade you again. I thank you. Su Mengyao said with a bad temper. Lin Xiaoqian, Mom, what is a second child? Is it a younger brother or sister? I want a younger brother or sister. Kiki has a younger brother. Su Mengyao said, Cici, don't listen to your father's nonsense. We are very, very satisfied having you. Our Cici is the most obedient, one person is worth several others. Mom, but I want a brother or sister. If I have a sister, I'll share my dolls with her and take her to draw. If it's a brother, I'll play ball with him. Lin Xiaoqian said with a face full of expectation. Lin Chen glanced at Su Mengyao, who blushed slightly. The doctor said the chance of her getting pregnant again is very low, but the chance of it being low doesn't mean she can't get pregnant again. Xiaoqian, we'll talk about this later. Mom is still very busy right now. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, Mom and Dad, when Mom is not busy anymore, you can give me a brother or sister. Su Mengyao was speechless. Could she just give birth whenever she wanted? Lin Chen, turn left up ahead. Cici, don't talk, don't distract Dad while he's driving. Su Mengyao said. She didn't want to continue this conversation. Half an hour later, Lin Chen drove into an old residential area. This residential area is in a very good location. In the past, this area was a luxury residential area, but the buildings in this residential area are more than 20 years old, and many things have not kept up with the times. Lin Chen, Mr. Pei wants to meet you. Mr. Pei has been in the framing industry for his whole life, and he is a master in this field. You may have to deal with him in the future, so why don't you go up and get to know him? Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen nodded, okay. Lin Chen hugged Lin Xiaoqian, Su Mengyao carried a bag of gifts, and the three of them took the elevator upstairs. Ding dong. Su Mengyao rang the doorbell, and the door opened quickly. The one who opened the door was Pei Gongyi, who was already in his 70s. Old Pei. Hello, old man Pei. Su Mengyao and Lin Chen said. Grandpa Pei, my name is Cici. Lin Xiaoqian also said in a baby voice. Pei Gongyi quickly said warmly, President Su, Master Lin, Cici, please come in. I was just wondering when you were going to come, and here you are. Lin Chen quickly said, Pei, don't call me Master Lin, just call me Lin Xiaolin, I'm not a master of anything. Pei Gongyi laughed and said, in the painting industry, if you can't be called a master at your level, who else can be called a master? I may be old, but I'm not senile. If I call you Lin Xiaolin, people will say I'm taking advantage of my age. You can handle the title of master. Lin Chen looked helplessly at Su Mengyao. Pei Gongyi said, Ms. Su, don't try to persuade me. I respect his level, and his age has nothing to do with it. You guys sit for a while, I'll go to the study and get the painting. Soon Pei Gongyi took out the painting. He took the painting out of the tube and slowly unrolled it. Miss Su, Master Lin, using ordinary materials, this is the best I can do, a bit of a letdown for this painting. Lin Chen looked at the painting he had painted. Framed, it looked even better. Although Pei Gongyi used ordinary materials, his craftsmanship was impeccable, and the ordinary materials were framed very well. Dad, it's really good. Dad, when are you going to teach me to paint flowers? I want to paint that kind of bird too. Lin Xiaoqian asked, staring at the painting. Pei Gongyi was very surprised and said, she is only a little over 2 years old, right? Is she that young and already learning to paint? Grandpa Pei, yes. I love painting. Lin Xiaoqian said earnestly. Lin Chen laughed and said, Xiaoqian has a good talent. Pei Lao, Xiaoqian, and I may have to trouble you a lot in the future. Pei Gongyi laughed and said, that's because you think highly of this old man and take care of my business. President Su, I'll put it away if that's okay. Su Mengyao nodded, of course. Pei Gongyi put the painting back in the tube. Pei Laoren, we need to go to the banquet, and we will visit again some other day. Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen, Mengyao, you go outside and wait for me. I will have a few words with Pei Laoren, it will only take a couple of minutes. Su Mengyao was a little puzzled. But she still went out with Lin Xiaoxi in her arms. Pei Laoren, I know a little about traditional Chinese medicine, let me take your pulse. Lin Chen said. Pei Gongyi was puzzled, Master Lin, am I sick? Old Pei, let me take your pulse to confirm. It may be that I am not skilled enough to see it. Pei Gongyi nodded and sat down, extending his hand. Lin Chen placed his finger on Pei Gongyi's pulse point. Half a minute passed and Lin Chen withdrew his hand. Old Pei, if you have time, go to the hospital for a physical examination, focusing on the heart. Chapter 78 Mengyao, you're a cult of personality. Pei Gongyi pressed his hand against his chest. I feel a little chest tightness occasionally, but I don't have any major problems, do I? Lin Chen, Pei Lao, there shouldn't be a major problem. Master Lin, thank you. Pei Gongyi said gratefully. Lin Chen stood up. Pei Lao, you should hurry up and get checked out. Mengyao and the others are still waiting, so I'll go first. Soon Lin Chen left. In the car, Su Mengyao curiously asked, Hubby, what did you stay behind to chat with old Master Pei alone about? If it's a secret and you don't want to tell, just forget it. Lin Chen started the car and continued on his way. I found that old Master Pei has some heart problems, and some people don't want others to know when they are sick, so he let you go first, but old Master Pei doesn't have any taboos about this. Su Mengyao said in surprise, old Master Pei looks pretty good. Lin Chen laughed and said, you can tell? His breathing and complexion are a little unusual. I just took his pulse. He has coronary heart disease and it's quite serious. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Is my mother's condition okay? Did you and Shishi take my mother's pulse when you went to the United States? Lin Chen shook his head, I don't know. At that time, I was only able to treat Xiaoxi's cold. Even now, my medical skills are no match for the top hospitals in the United States. Mengyao, you're engaging in personality cult. Su Mengyao gave Lin Chen a wide-eyed glance. Who worships you? Me. Lin Xiaoxi in the back seat quickly said. Dad is the best, hee hee. Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, you see, even if you don't worship me, I still have hardcore little fans. Su Mengyao, Cici, do you know what it means to worship? Yes, it's in storybooks. Lin Chen smiled slightly. The stories he wrote were interesting and also allowed children to learn something. Cici, can you tell us a story now? MMHM. Lin Xiaoxici thought about it and began to tell the story. Su Mengyao listened quietly as Lin Xiaoxici told the story. She was very surprised. Lin Xiaoxici had not been with Lin Chen for a long time, but she seemed to have become much smarter. Su Mengyao had no idea that Lin Chen's skill improvement could enhance Lin Xiaoxici's talent and improve her intelligence. Lin Chen is now legendary in the creation of fairy tales. Under his tutelage, Lin Xiaoqian's storytelling ability is naturally not bad. Mom, I'm done. Was it good? Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Su Mengyao applauded, very good. Lin Xiaoqian, Mom, then sing a song. I like to hear you sing. Dad, have you heard it? No. Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao felt a little embarrassed. It was no problem for her to sing for Lin Xiaoxi, but Lin Chen was also here now. She was a little reluctant to sing now. Mom, hurry up. After you sing, you can let Dad sing, hee hee. Su Mengyao felt better when she heard Lin Xiaoxi say that. She hummed softly. Su Mengyao was beautiful, her voice was nice, and she sang sweetly. Lin Chen felt very enjoyable listening to her. Dad, it's your turn. Mom, Dad sings really well too. Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice. Su Mengyao was surprised. Lin Chen sings really well too? Lin Chen smiled and said, let me sing a fairy tale. I forgot how long it's been since I haven't heard you. Tell me your favorite story. He taught Lin Xiaoqian to sing for far less time than he taught her to draw, but the total time they spent together was close to 10 hours. 10 hours of experience is enough to become a master. How many singers in the entertainment industry have reached the level of a master? Lin Chen's singing level is now very, very high. Su Mengyao listened in a daze. I wish to become the angel you love in the fairy tale, spreading my arms to become wings to protect you. Hearing Lin Chen sing to this, Su Mengyao's heart trembled slightly. Lin Chen's singing voice seemed to touch her soul. Clap. Lin Xiaoxi clapped her hands after Lin Chen finished singing. Mom, you have to clap. Isn't Dad singing also very good? Lin Xiaoxi said happily. Su Mengyao clapped lightly, and as she looked at Lin Chen, the longer she looked, the more she found Lin Chen's good points. Lin Chen, you can release an album at this level. Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen shook his head. I have no interest in entering the entertainment industry. If I want to become famous, I would rather choose calligraphy or painting. It's better to go play basketball than to enter the entertainment industry. Dad, I want you to sing again. Lin Xiaoxi said. Time passed by minute. Lin Chen sang 2 more songs. Host, your singing level has reached the level of a master. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. A lot of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind, and his singing skills quickly improved, and his singing voice changed a little. Ha! Su Mengyao was a little surprised. The last few words just now seemed to sound a little different. It seemed to sound a little better. It's on the right in front, we'll be there soon. Su Mengyao said. She didn't have time to think anymore. HM. Lin Chen nodded. It wasn't long before he pulled up in front of an ordinary restaurant. Su Mengyao's uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang's family was quite wealthy, but since he was a high-ranking official, it would not look good if the banquet was held in a luxury hotel. The taste would not be bad. This restaurant was booked for the night, and the chef in charge was not even the original chef of this restaurant. Welcome, Mr. Li. We'll see you inside. Director Liu, please come in. We'll have a drink later. At the entrance of the hotel, Su Mengyao and Zhao Jingshuo were welcoming the guests. Lin Chen, the one at the door is Uncle Zhao. Su Mengyao said. She and Lin Chen got out of the car. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian down, and Su Mengyao went to the trunk to get the painting tube. Uncle Zhao. Su Mengyao smiled as Lin Chen and the others approached. Zhao Jingshou's gaze fell on Lin Chen, and Su Mengyao said with a smile, "Uncle Zhao, let me introduce you, this is my husband Lin Chen." "Honey, you can call me Uncle Zhao." Lin Chen nodded, "Hello, Uncle Zhao." Zhao Jingshou smiled, "Mengyao, I heard from your Aunt Liang that you got married, so it seems that the news is true." "Lin Chen, you are so lucky." "Cici, don't you recognize Grandpa Zhao? Come. Grandpa Zhao will give you a hug and see if you've gained weight." "Grandpa Zhao." Lin Xiaoxi called out. Zhao Jingshou took Lin Xiaoxi from Lin Chen's hands. "You've grown up a lot since I last saw you. If you keep growing, I won't be able to carry you." Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly, "Because I eat well." "Really? Then you're a good girl." Zhao Jingshou smiled and said, "Mengyao, you carry Xiaoxi inside, and Lin, why don't you help me welcome the guests?" Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen. Zhao Jingshou only feared that there was something he wanted to say to Lin Chen. "Hubby, Cici, and I will go in first," Su Mengyao said, hugging Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Su Mengyao and the others went in, and Zhao Jingshou handed Lin Chen a cigarette. Lin Chen shook his head and said, "Uncle Zhao, I don't smoke, and it's not convenient to smoke with Cici." Zhao Jingshou said apologetically, "Lin Chen, there's something I want to tell you." "I'm sorry." Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jingshou with confusion. Zhao Jingshou said awkwardly, 2 months ago, someone asked me to help introduce his son to Mengyao. I was thinking that Mengyao had no one around her, and that it would be good for her to meet someone, and that it might even get her out of her shell. I never thought that you would get a marriage certificate. Lin Chen, is the other person coming today? I didn't know your situation before, so I invited the other person. I will explain the situation to the other person later. Just then, an old Audi drove up. Zhao Jingshou, speak of the devil and he doth appear. They're here. Chapter 79, something's not right about this script. The Audi was pulling up, and Zhao Jingshou said, "Lin, the person I want to introduce to Mengyao is called Zhang Su. His father, Zhang Qingyun, is also a businessman, and his family has assets of several billion. Zhang Su's mother's family is a political family, and his grandfather's position is a bit higher than mine." Lin Chen marveled to himself, with billions of dollars in assets and a mother's family of power and influence, this was really something. If he didn't have the system and various abilities, in front of such a family he would be no different than an ant. But it would also be very difficult to encounter such a character. President Zhang Xiaoxiu. The two people in the Audi car got out and walked, and Zhao Jingshou walked a few steps forward and smiled. Lin Chen also walked 2 steps forward. Brother Zhao. Uncle Zhao. Zhang Qingyun and Zhang Su were one enthusiastic and one respectful. Zhao Jingshou shook hands with Zhang Qingyun. "Mr. Zhang, the young man next to me is Lin Chen, he married Mengyao. I have to apologize to you for this. I just learned this news as well." Zhang Qingyun and Zhang Su's faces changed slightly. Their main purpose of coming here was Su Mengyao. They were not from Shanghai and most of their business was not here either. "Mr. Zhang." Lin Chen greeted with a smile. Zhang Qingyun nodded, apologetically saying, "Lin Chen, then we have to apologize to you for this matter as well. It was us who failed to find out the situation clearly in advance." Zhang Su coughed lightly, saying, "Lin Chen, I'm sorry. I really didn't know that President Su was actually married." Lin Chen smiled slightly, saying, "It's fine. Mengyao and I got our marriage certificate privately, so it's normal for others not to know." Zhao Jingshou said, "President Zhang, I'm to blame for this matter. It was me who failed to find out clearly, causing you to make this trip." Zhang Qingyun smiled and said, "It's your wife's birthday, we should have come, there's no harm in it." Zhao Jingshou nodded slightly. "Mr. Zhang, you go in first. I'll offer you a few more drinks to express my apologies." Zhang Qingyun, "Brother Zhao, you go ahead." "Lin, we were in the wrong in this matter, I'll also ask Xiaoxiu to offer you a few more drinks, don't mind it." Soon, Zhang Qingyun and the others went in. Zhao Jingshou walked a few steps outside, followed by Lin Chen. Zhao Jingshou asked, "Lin Chen, what's it like?" Lin Chen said, "It's not what I expected. In TV dramas or novels, in this situation, they should be angry and pressure me to leave Mengyao or something." Ha ha. Zhao Jingshou laughed. People who have reached Zhang Qingyun's level are basically all experts, and that kind of situation rarely occurs. Today is still my wife's birthday, they won't do that. Do you have any other feelings? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "They were very polite, but I think that politeness was only superficial. The Su family may have trouble in the future. Zhao Jingshou looked at Lin Chen in surprise. It's quite unusual for you to say that the Su family will have trouble instead of saying that you will have trouble. Tell me more about your analysis. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Zhao, I can't analyze much more than that. I'm only average. Zhao Jingshou looked deeply at Lin Chen. A smile appeared on his face. Lin, that's good. It seems you also know that speaking deeply from a shallow relationship is not a good thing. I hope that you and Meng Yao will be able to achieve success together in the future. Uncle Zhao, I'll go in first then. Lin Chen said. Zhao Jingshou nodded, and Lin Chen entered the restaurant. Zhao Jingshou's eyes revealed a worried expression. The Su family will indeed be in trouble, and he has already heard some rumors. But it is difficult for him to change such things. The Su family has assets of over 30 billion yuan, excellent companies, and assets that are still increasing. There are more than a few people who want a piece of the pie. Originally, he had wanted to introduce Su Mengyao to Zhang Su, and if they had gotten together, the pressure on the Su family would have been reduced. Even if part of the family's assets were swallowed up by the Zheng family in the future, the Su family's assets would not be devoured so quickly. The Su family's assets of over 30 billion yuan should be able to at least maintain half of it. But it turned out that Su Mengyao was already married. Sigh. If only the old leader had lived a few more years. Zhao Jingshou sighed inwardly. If Yang Qingyue's father had lived a few more years, the Su family's foundation would have been more stable. Now the Su family's foundation is unstable. Some of Yang Qingyue's father's favors are still in place, so for the time being, they can hold on. But favors will continue to be depleted, so how can outsiders keep helping the Su family unconditionally? If they start to demand conditions, then what's the difference between them and those hungry wolves? It might have been stable for another 2 years without a problem. I don't know if this Zheng family incident will accelerate the deterioration of the situation. Zhao Jingshou felt helpless. Inside the restaurant, Lin Chen walked towards Su Mengyao. Dad. Lin Chen called sweetly as he approached Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Chen called out with a smile, and he held out his hand. Su Mengyao naturally turned Lin Xiaoxi over to him. Auntie Liang, he is my husband, Lin Chen. Husband, Auntie Liang looks like my sister, but don't get the wrong person. Su Mengyao smiled. Auntie Liang. Lin Chen called out. Su Mengyao's Auntie Liang is Liang Chunhua, she said with a smile. Lin Xiao, you were so lucky to have a wife like Mengyao and a daughter like Cici. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao. It may be fate for me to be with Mengyao. Cici is the best gift the heavens have given us. Su Mengyao's face flushed slightly. Liang Chunhua saw it in her eyes. Su Mengyao's heart probably already had Lin Chen's figure. In this situation, it is completely unnecessary for her and her husband to persuade Su Mengyao to divorce and choose someone else. Mengyao, Xiaolin, I wish you both the best. And thank you for the gift. Liang Chunhua said with a smile. Su Mengyao had already given her the gift, and the painting tube was now next to her, but she hadn't yet opened it. Thank you, Aunt Liang. Liang Chunhua looked away. Xiaolin, would you excuse me for a moment? Mengyao, you take care of Xiaolin yourself. Yes, okay. Su Mengyao nodded. Liang Chunhua walked over to a guest who had just arrived. Su Mengyao leaned closer and whispered, Lin Chen, what did Uncle Zhao say to you? Lin Chen laughed and said, Uncle Zhao asked me when we were going to have a wedding banquet, he can't wait to drink to our marriage. Su Mengyao. Zheng Qingshan and Zhang Su walked over together. Zheng Qingshan apologetically said, President Su, there's something we need to apologize to you about. We've already spoken to Lin Chen about it, but we still need to tell you. We didn't know you were married, so we asked Brother Zhao to introduce us and come over today to get to know each other. Brother Zhao already told us about your marriage. Zhang Su, I was the one who persuaded my father to come over, and I didn't realize that it almost caused a scene. I hope you won't be offended. Su Mengyao smiled and said, it's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared. We haven't made it public, so it's normal that you don't know. After chatting for a while, Zheng Qingshan and the others walked away. Su Mengyao frowned inwardly. The Zhang family father and son had acted quite gracefully, but she felt that things were not that simple, and this matter might have a bad impact on their Su family. Cici, there is a little girl over there, do you want to go and play with her? Mommy and Daddy will be watching you from the side. Lin Chen asked as he kissed Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen led Lin Xiaoqian down, and Lin Xiaoqian walked over, and the two little ones quickly got along. Lin Chen, they didn't mess with you much, did they? Su Mengyao asked softly.
Lin Chen whispered, Mengyao, I suggest you call your husband.
It's not good for others to hear you call Lin Chen. Su Mengyao. Chapter 80, A Battle at the Drinking Table.
Lin Chen said, President Zhang and the others were quite polite. I thought they were going to pretend to be cool and punch me in the face, but I miscalculated.
Su Mengyao, the upper class is different from the lower class. Smiling on the surface while stabbing in the back is the norm.
Today, they are happy to drink with you and call you brother, but tomorrow they may seize the opportunity to make you pay a painful price.
Lin Chen nodded slightly. Zhao Tianyu is much less deep-seated than Zhang Su. Su Mengyao, that's normal.
The Zhao family rose to prominence at the same time as our family, and their foundations are unstable.
They really only became rich 20 years ago.
The Zhang family was rich from the time of their grandfather, and their father and son received a different education from ours.
Lin Chen nodded slightly. My intuition tells me that they will make another move. Su Mengyao, indeed, it is not unlikely. Our family, the Zus, is considered a newcomer.
We have made more money than they have, and they, the old families, are not happy about it. My grandfather passed away early, and our family, the Zus, does not have enough resources.
Resources are not just about money. All kinds of connections need time to cultivate.
The old families may not be as rich, but their families may have connections with many other families.
Perhaps one of their family members has become a powerful person.
It is also possible that one of them became a teacher and produced many students, some of whom have become very successful. Su Menyao's grandfather's filial piety has allowed the Su family to get to where they are today, and they are still receiving protection. It is conceivable how powerful the old families are.
Mengyao, you are probably not good at this. Your parents will be back next month, so let your father worry about it. Your father's experience in fighting is definitely much stronger than yours. Lin Chandao. Su Mengyao nodded, my father is definitely much stronger than me.
I can lead the company to fight a few battles, but that's about it.
Forget it. Let's not talk about it. They won't make a move for a while. Our family is not that easy to mess with.
Whoever makes the first move will have to pay a high price. Lin Chen chuckled, don't worry too much. Even if you lose everything, you and Xiao Qian will still have no worries about food and clothing.
I can support you both. Su Menyao's face turned slightly red, I don't want you to support me. Time passed by minute by minute. Half an hour later, most of the guests had arrived.
There weren't many people, a total of about 100, spread across 10 tables. 2 of the tables were large, each able to seat about 20 people. One of these tables was occupied by people from the government, while the other was occupied by business tycoons. Lin Chen and the others were seated at this table.
The Su family's tens of billions of assets were not small anywhere. Zhao Jingshou was only a district chief after all, so how many business tycoons would come to his wife's birthday banquet? Dear friends and relatives, today is my wife's 50th birthday. Thank you all for coming. I'll drink first.
Zhao Jingshou stood up with a glass in his hand and said.
He then gulped down the white wine in the glass. Great. Clink. Some people cheered, others applauded.
Zhao Jingshou's official position was not particularly high, but the mayor of Shanghai is definitely not a low position.
The power in his hands is still not small.
The banquet soon officially began, and the scene was very lively.
Dad, I want to eat that. And that meat.
Lin Xiaoxi sat in a dining chair. She sat to Lin Chen's left, and Su Mengyao sat to Lin Chen's right. Su Mengyao had wanted Lin Xiaoxi to sit between them, but in the end, she sat to Lin Chen's right. This would send a signal to others that she and Lin Chen were close, and that others would not dare to mess with Lin Chen.
The Zhang family is an old family, and Zhang Qingshan and his son are both very shrewd, but there are also people with less assets at the table with them. They may not be as shrewd. Some of them may blabber after a little wine. Dad will help you.
Lin Chen said gently.
He helped Lin Xiaoqian pick up some food.
Lin Xiaoqian tasted it and her mouth immediately pouted.
Dad, let me whisper something to you.
Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chenduo. Lin Chenduo leaned his ear closer to Lin Xiaoxi and whispered, the food here is not delicious, and what you cook is the best.
Xiaoxi, you can't be a picky eater. Otherwise, you'll have to let your mom cook for you.
Lin Chenduo said. Lin Xiaoxi quickly stuffed a big spoonful of rice into her mouth. She knew her mom's cooking skills.
Compared to the food in this restaurant, what Su Mengyao cooks is much more delicious. President Su, I didn't realize you were actually married. I'd like to propose a toast to you and your wife. Lin Chen. Someone at their table started the toast. Zheng Qingshan and his son were not at this table. Although the Zheng family was a business family, Zheng Su's mother's family was powerful, and they were at another big table. President Li, you're too kind. President Li, you're the senior, we should be the one toasting you. Su Mengyao said with a smile. She was drinking red wine, and Lin Chen was naturally drinking white wine. 20 minutes passed, and Lin Chen had already drunk quite a bit, and everyone at their table had basically finished drinking. Zheng Qingshan came over with a wine glass and a wine divider. Lin Xiao, we were wrong about that matter, I will drink a cup as punishment. Lin Xiao, don't take it to heart. After saying this, Zheng Qingshan finished the wine in his glass. Lin Chen naturally accompanied him with a glass. President Su, Lin Xiao, I wish you a sweet love. Zheng Qingshan poured himself a full glass again and smiled. He said that, so what? I definitely have to drink. Another glass of wine was downed. Lin Chen and the others used small glasses, but a glass was about 50% full, which was about 500 milliliters. 2 glasses of wine down, that's a liter of white wine in the belly. Mr. Li, long time no see. After finishing with Lin Chen and the others, Zheng Qingshan went and drank with the rest of the people. Judging from his appearance, there was nothing wrong with him, definitely a warrior tested by wine. Lin Chen, how are you? You don't usually drink, so if you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Su Mengyao whispered as she leaned her head close to Lin Chen's. You've already drunk 2 or 3 taels, and now you're drinking 1 or 2 more urgently. Someone with a poor alcohol tolerance might throw up. Don't worry, I can hold my alcohol. If you can't drink anymore, I can help you drink some. Lin Chen whispered. In the past, he could only drink half a gin, and after 3 or 4 gin, his head would definitely feel dizzy. Now, he doesn't feel anything at all, and his constitution is much stronger than before. His constitution now exceeds 180 points. This already exceeds top boxers. His combat effectiveness is not as good as top boxers, but with the blessing of a strong constitution, he is absolutely awesome when it comes to drinking. Lin Chen, without saying anything, I'll drink first. Zheng Su also came over to drink with Lin Chen. They are reserved, but if an open apology can still make Lin Chen drunk and lose face, they are also happy to do so. Lin Chen, President Su, congratulations. The second glass quickly came again. Lin Chen, I will punish myself with another glass. After finishing the second glass, Zheng Su poured the third glass of wine. Lin Chen hadn't even spoken when he gulped it down. Lin Chen followed suit and drank a glass. It wasn't a big deal, but did Zheng Su really want to punish himself with a glass alone? Lin Chen, I can't drink. I'm going to go back and eat some food to slow down, and then toast you again later. Zheng Su finished and retreated back. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen with some concern. In a short period of time, Lin Chen had drunk another 1 or 2 glasses of white wine. Hubby, are you okay? In theory, we also have to go out and toast others. Su Mengyao asked. Lin Chen gave a slight smile. Honey, I'm fine. Chapter 81, Tonight, I'll sleep at Su Menyao's house. Cece, Mommy and Daddy are going to toast, so you behave and eat, and Mommy and Daddy will be back soon. Lin Chen said to Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. He asked the person next to him to keep an eye on things, and Lin Chen and Su Mengyao began toasting with their wine glasses. Lin Chen actually doesn't think that wine is tasty, but it is often served at adult dinners, otherwise everyone would just finish eating in no time. Business talk? Building relationships? They might just finish eating before the conversation gets started. Uncle Zhao, Auntie Liang, Lin Chen and I would like to propose a toast to you, wishing you good health and all the best. Su Mengyao said with a smile. Zhao Jingshou and the others are the main characters, so they should be the first to drink. Mengyao, Lin, thank you. Zhao Jingshou said with a smile. Liang Chunhua, Xiaolin, don't forget us at the wedding banquet. Lin Chen smiled and said, Aunt Liang, don't worry, Mengyao and I will definitely invite you to our wedding banquet in the future. Time passed by minute, and Lin Chen had drunk quite a lot. Su Mengyao was much better. She was drinking red wine, and she only took a small sip each time. By the time Lin Chen and the others had finished the toasts they were supposed to make, Lin Chen had drunk at least 8 or 9 taels of baijiu, if not a whole caddy.
However, he only felt slightly tipsy. He was still far from drunk.
Lin Chen estimated that his current alcohol tolerance might be 2 or 3 gin.
Lin Xiaolin, you have a good alcohol tolerance.
President Su, I'll toast you again.
In the future, our two families may be able to cooperate in many fields. Zheng Qingshan came up to them again. He had a good alcohol tolerance, but like Lin Chen, he had also drunk quite a lot, and he was also feeling a little tipsy.
Mr. Zhang is very polite.
Lin Chen and Zheng Qingshan had another drink. After finishing the drink, Zheng Qingshan found an excuse to have another drink with Lin Chen.
Not long after, Zhang Su came again.
After finishing the drink with Zhang Su, Su Mengyao leaned her head close to Lin Chen and whispered, "Lin Chen, don't drink anymore. The Zhang father and son want you to get drunk and make a fool of yourself. You've already drunk more than a caddy." Lin Chen turned his head. Su Mengyao was stunned. The two of them locked eyes, only about 10 centimeters apart. They could feel each other's breath at this moment.
You, don't drink anymore.
Su Mengyao hurriedly pulled away a little. I also want them to drink more. If they drink too much, even if they don't say it, their eyes will change, and you can tell if they are friends or foes. Lin Chen whispered. After saying that, he picked up his wine glass, grabbed the wine divider, and got up.
If you don't reciprocate, it's impolite. Zheng Qingshan and the others want him drunk, don't they?
He'll give them the chance, as long as they're up to it. They're very calculating, and it's rare to get a glimpse of their true thoughts.
A drinking party like this is a great opportunity. President Zhang, I also need to apologize to you.
In fact, at the beginning, I
had some misunderstandings about you.
Lin Chen deliberately made his speech a bit ambiguous. He found an excuse and had 3 drinks with Zheng Qingshan. After 3 consecutive drinks, even if one glass was only 50 grams, Zheng Qingshan also felt a little dizzy. If he drinks slowly, he can still drink some more.
If he drinks quickly, it's a bit difficult to hold on.
His face still had a smile on it, but Lin Chen noticed that Zheng Qingshan's gaze at him was a bit cold. The Zhang family is harboring evil intentions. Lin Chen thought to himself.
Zhen. President Zhang, this is all I can drink. I will drink with you again if I get the chance in the future. No problem.
Zheng Qingshan said with a smile. The coldness in his gaze towards Lin Chen was still there. It was hard for others to see, but Lin Chen and Zheng Qingshan's gazes were locked, and he could see it clearly. Zheng Qingshan's gaze felt like it wanted to stab him. The Su family has tens of billions of wealth, while the Zhang family only has a few billion. The Zhang family wanted to swallow the Su family, but in the end Su Mengyao actually got married to Lin Chen, and their plans fell through.
Dad, don't drink anymore. I'm worried about you.
Lin Chen returned, and Lin Xiaoxi hugged his arm.
Dad won't drink anymore. Xiaochen, you behaved very well, you didn't make a fuss, and you obediently finished your food.
Lin Chen smiled.
He got the result and there was no need to drink anymore.
Zheng Qingshan and the others probably wouldn't dare to come again. They father and son had a good drinking capacity, but they were also reaching their limit.
The meal ended half an hour later.
Everyone left one after another, and Lin Chen did the same.
Su Mengyao called Liang Yi over, and she drove the car. President, going to ZUN community?
Liang Yi asked.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen, to my place?
You've had a lot to drink, and you're not suitable to take care of Lin Cece tonight, and I've had a drink too, so I'm not suitable either.
Okay.
Lin Chen smiled.
He hadn't been inside Su Mengyao's villa before. Dad, I'll show you my room. My room has a slide. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up.
Okay, Xiaoxi, you can show me around later.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen with some concern. Lin Chen, you've probably drunk close to 1.5 gin of wine, are you okay? Lin Chen shook his head, I'm fine.
Zheng Qingshan and the others were in their old S6. The two of them were sitting in the back row, and their driver was driving. Dad, Lin Chen's drinking capacity is probably even better than ours. The two of us drank with him, and he still didn't get completely drunk. Zhang Su rubbed his temples. He felt like his whole body was dizzy now. Zheng Qingshan, son, you and Su Mengyao are not going to work out.
I know. Zhang Su nodded.
Lin Chen is not that simple.
It's a pity that I haven't found out what he's really like. Zheng Qingshan said.
He knew from the very beginning that Lin Chen was not simple. Ordinary people would be very nervous in this kind of situation, and even if they were lucky enough to marry Su Mengyao, it would be hard to change.
But Lin Chen didn't act nervous. "Dad, we'll know when we get there and have someone investigate."
Zheng Shudao said, "My head is spinning, I need to close my eyes for a while." Zheng Qingshan closed his eyes. He could hold his alcohol better, but now his head was spinning too. 40 minutes later, Liang Yi drove to Su Mengyao's large villa. Her villa was thousands of square meters in area, and in a place like the Magic City, the price of such a villa would definitely be over 100 million.
However, Su Mengyao's family used to be in the real estate business, and they probably didn't spend as much as that before. "Sister Ping, you all come here for a moment." Su Mengyao gathered all 4 nannies together. Her villa was so big that the nannies could not take care of it all. "He is Lin Chen, my husband and Cece's father. You can just call him Mr. Lin." Su Mengyao introduced. "Hello, Mr. Lin."
The 4 nannies said in unison.
Lin Chen nodded, "Hello."
Lin Xiaoxi excitedly said, "Daddy, let me put you down, I'll take you upstairs, my room is very pretty." Lin Chen put Lin Xiaoqian down. Soon the two took the elevator to the upstairs.
Lin Xiaoqian looked at her room and then at Su Mengyao's room, which was opposite hers. "Dad, you come in." Lin Xiaoqian entered Su Mengyao's room. Lin Chen followed. He was a little puzzled, this didn't seem like a child's room.
"Dad, you sleep in this room tonight." Lin Xiaoqian giggled.
Chapter 82, You guys aren't sleeping together. Lin Chen scanned the room. "Is this Mom's room?" Lin Xiaoqian nodded, "Yes."
"Tonight, I'll sleep with Auntie Qingqing, and you and Mom can sleep together." Su Mengyao arrived at the door. She heard what Lin Xiaoqian said.
"Cece, didn't you want to show Dad your room?" Su Mengyao asked as she arrived at the door.
Lin Xiaoqian, "Mom, it's dark, and Dad needs to go to bed soon. I'll show him where he'll sleep."
Su Mengyao. "What a little quilt. But this little quilt belongs to Lin Chen."
Lin Chen wears it to keep warm, but it's too big for her and lets in the wind.
"Xiaoqian, let's go to your room. Let Dad see what your slide looks like."
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Lin Xiaoqian led Lin Chen to the room across the hall.
Lin Xiaoqian's room was not small either, and there was really a slide, with a little house on top of it.
"Look, Daddy."
Lin Xiaoqian climbed up the well-padded stairs, passed through the little house, and then slid down the slide.
"Isn't this fun, Daddy?"
Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Lin Chen crouched down and touched Lin Xiaoqian's head. "It's fun, but Xiaoqian, you must be careful when you play."
"Dad, I'll show you somewhere else."
Lin Xiaoqian took Lin Chen to her playroom. It was a large room with all kinds of toys. "Dad, there are so many toys here, but it's not fun to be alone." Lin Chen sighed inwardly.
If Su Mengyao wasn't home, how could the nanny let other children come over to play?
In their villa community, no matter which family's child, they were all very precious, and they couldn't afford to be responsible if they got hurt.
Su Mengyao is at home, and she probably spends more time taking Lin Xiaoxi outside for exercise.
After playing for a while, Lin Xiaoxi runs outside. "Dad, come quickly, let's go somewhere else."
Soon Lin Chen and the others arrive on the 3rd floor.
There is a fairly large music room on the 3rd floor, with a guzheng, arrow, and a large piano inside.
"Dad, this one belongs to Mum."
"Grandma knows how to play this one, and the smallest one belongs to Grandpa."
"Mine is this one."
Lin Xiaoxi moves a snare drum from the corner. Lin Chen was surprised.
Su Mengyao's family all had artistic talent.
He knew that Su Mengyao herself played the piano and guzheng, that her mother was even better at the guzheng, and that her father played the erhu.
Dong dong. Lin Xiaoxi played 2 random notes. Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxi with amusement.
While Su Mengyao and the others amused themselves, she was probably just causing trouble.
"Dad, how do you play this?" "Mom said I'm too young. I'm already this big." Lin Xiaoqian went over to the piano.
Lin Chen lifted the lid. He couldn't play, but he had watched some videos online in order to teach Lin Xiaoqian in the future.
He had a basic understanding of the basics.
"Cece, each key on the piano can make a different sound." Lin Chen taught her slowly. He had to go slowly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to teach for more than 5 minutes.
5 minutes passed quickly. "Host, you teach Lin Xiaoxi to play the piano, and gain piano skills. 10 hours will get you to the master level, and 20 hours will get you to the grand master level."
The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's head. At the same time, a lot of information quickly flooded into his mind.
Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile. Here it comes, finally. If it doesn't come soon, the little piano knowledge he has will be drained. Dad, what is this? Not long after Lin Chen acquired the skill, Lin Xiaoxi ran over to the side. If she had run faster, Lin Chen's skill would not have awakened before the 5-minute mark. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After awakening, the skill can gradually improve. This is the Eru.
Lin Chen smiled. Lin Xiaoxi tilted her head. Dad, it's strange, it only has one string, but it can make so many sounds.
Xiaoxi, do you like this? Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiaoxi kept shaking her head. I don't like it.
The old men in the park like it, but I'm still a baby.
Lin Chen felt a little disappointed.
He was still a little interested in the arrow, but Lin Xiaoxi didn't like it, and he couldn't force Lin Xiaoxi to learn it, otherwise he wouldn't gain any skills.
With many things, just letting nature take its course is best.
Origami airplanes, he could gain the aircraft manufacturing technology, which was very impressive, but Lin Xiaoxi wasn't very interested in it recently, and he wouldn't force Lin Xiaoxi to learn it either. Lin Xiaoxi's healthy and happy growth was the most important thing.
Knock, knock. Su Mengyao knocked on the door and came in.
Cici, you can share with Dad tomorrow, it's getting late now, you need to take a bath and go to bed.
Su Mengyao said.
Lin Xiaoxi, Mom, can Dad and I not go back tomorrow? I want to play with Yuan Yuan and the others tomorrow.
Su Mengyao crouched down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi. This is your home. Of course you can stay here if you don't want to go back. Lin Xiaoxi blinked. Mom, me and Dad.
Su Mengyao tapped Lin Xiaoxi on the forehead. You little brat, you're so full of it for someone so young. You go down in the elevator by yourself, and Mom and Dad will have a chat.
He he. Lin Xiaoxi laughed happily and went out. Su Mengyao blushed slightly and said, Lin Chen, you and Xiaoxi can stay here today and tomorrow.
I think Xiaoxi also wants to introduce you to her friends.
Before, she envied them all because they had dads. Su Mengyao eyes filled with memories as she spoke.
Once, I took her to bed with me, and she called out for her father in her sleep in the middle of the night.
It really hurt my feelings to hear it.
Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao must have made a big decision before she brought Lin Xiaoqian to him. Mengyao, don't be sad.
In the future, Xiaoqian will have a father, and you will have a husband.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Su Mengyao said coquettishly, Mengyao only needs a father. As for me, I'm fine on my own for now. I'll get you a set of my father's new pajamas. The clothes you take off will be washed and dried tonight, so you can wear them tomorrow. Lin Chen nodded. There's still one key question, where will I sleep?
Su Mengyao said impatiently, you'll sleep in the guest room.
Do you really want to sleep in my room, listening to Cici? Lin Chen laughed and said, I think that's a good idea. It'll also save a bit of air conditioning costs at night. Su Mengyao. She said in a bad mood, you go take a shower quickly. You drank a lot, and after you shower you go to bed quickly.
Half an hour later, Lin Chen finished showering.
He lay down on the bed in the guest room.
The door suddenly opened a little, and Lin Xiaoxi's little head peeked in. Daddy, why are you here?
I went to Mommy's room and didn't see you. Lin Chen, Xiaoxi, didn't you go to bed and go to sleep? Dad, I can't sleep. I want to hear a story. Auntie Ching Ching's stories aren't any good. Lin Xiaoxi quickly climbed into Lin Chen's bed. Dad, I have a question. Lin Xiaoxi looked a little apprehensive. What is it? Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi and asked. Lin Xiaoxi, Dad, have you and Mum divorced? Lin Chen was taken aback. Xiaoxi, why do you ask? We're doing fine.
Lin Xiaoqian, you and Mom don't sleep together.
Grandpa and Grandma sleep together. Lin Chen, don't you know that Mom calls me her husband? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Yes. But you don't sleep together. Siblings, please give a 5-star rating by moving your lucky hands. Thank you. By the way, I'm asking for a free gift. OO. Chapter 83 Sisai, this is the marriage certificate. Knock knock. Su Mengyao knocked on the door and came in. Sisai, why are you not sleeping in here with Dad? Dad drank a lot of wine and can't take care of you at night. Su Mengyao asked. Lin Chen, wife, go get our marriage certificate. Su Mengyao was stunned. Why?
Lin Chen pinched Lin Xiaoqian's little face.
Xiaoqian said that we didn't sleep together and asked me if we were divorced. She thinks a lot for her young age. Su Mengyao glanced at Lin Xiaoqian.
Since Lin Chen brought her, her daughter seemed to have become much smarter.
What kind of question would a child over 2 years old normally ask? Xiaoqian, don't bother your father. You come with me to take a look, and then you go to bed. Su Mengyao said impatiently.
Lin Xiaoqian quickly climbed out of bed.
Su Mengyao took her to her bedroom, where there was a safe.
Inside the safe were some of her jewelry and important documents. She had also put her marriage certificate in there.
Su Mengyao opened the safe and took out the marriage certificate. Xiaoqian, this is mommy and daddy's marriage certificate. Look, there are mommy and daddy's photos on it. If mommy and daddy got divorced, there wouldn't be a marriage certificate. Su Mengyao said.
Lin Xiaoxi looked at it carefully. After a few seconds, she muttered, "Mom, I can't read."
Is this a marriage certificate? Su Mengyao. Let me check the first 2 characters.
Su Mengyao used her phone to look up the 2 characters for marriage and then chose to have her phone read them aloud.
Is this a marriage certificate? Why don't you believe your mom and dad, you little brat? Su Mengyao said impatiently.
Lin Xiaoxi, Mom, why don't you and Dad sleep together?
Grandpa and Grandma sleep together. Su Mengyao.
For some reason, Mom and Dad haven't lived together before, and we need time to get used to it. Mom and Dad both love you, and we're not getting divorced.
Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Mom, really?
Of course.
Then let's pinky swear. Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoxi pinky swore. Mom, don't change, or you'll become a puppy. Su Mengyao, okay, if you change, you'll become a puppy. Hurry up and go to Aunt Qingqing's room and sleep. Don't come out again.
Mom and Dad need to rest.
Okay. Lin Xiaoqian happily went to her room.
Su Mengyao thought about it for a while and went to Lin Chen's room.
I just showed Xiaoqian the marriage certificate. What's wrong with Xiaoqian? Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen, she's afraid that we'll be separated again and she feels insecure.
This is a normal situation.
Give her enough love, and her insecurity will naturally disappear slowly.
Su Mengyao nodded gently.
Okay, go to sleep.
Lin Chen, wait, there's one more thing. What is it? Su Mengyao asked. Good night, wife.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Su Mengyao's face turned slightly red. After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, she whispered, Good night, husband. After saying that, she quickly retreated.
She covered her chest, her heart beating rapidly.
You rascal.
Su Mengyao muttered to herself. She quickly returned to her room, lay down on the bed, and covered her entire head with the quilt.
Drip. It didn't take long before Su Mengyao's phone rang.
It was her mother calling on video chat. It was night here, but it was 8 or 9 in the morning in the US where her parents were.
Mom, Dad. Su Mengyao connected the video chat. Her parents were together at the moment. Yang Qingyue, Mengyao, how was your Aunt Liang's birthday banquet today? Nothing happened at the birthday banquet, did it?
Su Mengyao's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Something did happen. The Zhang family wanted Uncle Zhao to introduce Lin Chen and me to each other 2 months ago. Uncle Zhao had planned to introduce us at the birthday banquet. But after Lin Chen and I got married, Uncle Zhao didn't introduce us.
Su Guofeng was puzzled. Did the Zhang family cause trouble?
Su Mengyao, on the surface, they were very polite, and they kept apologizing several times while drinking.
Lin Chen said their eyes looked wrong.
When they weren't drunk, their eyes were fine, but after they drank, their ability to control themselves wasn't so good.
Su Guofeng said, Mengyao, you brought Cici with you.
In this situation, Zheng Qingshan and the others want to form an alliance, and we all know what kind of idea they have in mind.
Yang Qingyue said impatiently, Lao Su, does it mean that if Mengyao brings Cici with her, she will have no one to marry? Su Guofeng. He coughed lightly, of course I didn't mean that.
I meant that Zhang Su could have more options.
Yang Qingyue, honey, is Zhang Su's grandfather in a critical period? If Mengyao and Zhang Su get engaged, will it be good or bad for his grandfather? Su Guofeng shook his head, I don't know about his grandfather's situation.
If they get engaged, some people might laugh behind their backs, but it will definitely bring some help.
Su Mengyao rolled her eyes. What are you saying, Mom and Dad? I'm not going to get engaged to him. Su Guofeng, we're just making an analysis.
If you really are at a critical stage, your engagement might just go up.
Our family has a lot of money. Your grandfather still has some influence.
Yang Qingyue sneered, if that's the case, they've got a pretty good plan, and they'll get all the benefits.
My father's remaining family connections will also be used to help them get married. Yang Qingyue's father used to hold a higher position than Zhang Su's grandfather. Su Guofeng, Meng Yao, this is just our speculation. Don't tell anyone about our private analysis.
Okay.
Su Mengyao nodded.
Yang Qingyue said with some concern, husband, if the Zhang family is thinking about this, and things fall through, the chances of them targeting us in the future are not low.
Su Guofeng nodded. It's not low indeed.
But we don't need to worry too much. The Zhang family has better connections in the officialdom nowadays, but our Su family's assets are several times theirs. We have a big advantage over them in this regard. Su Guofeng paused for a moment. Meng Yao, next, don't expand the business, but strengthen risk management.
Su Mengyao nodded.
The situation is not good, which is not conducive to expansion.
Yang Qingyue, Meng Yao, where is Cece? Lin Chen drank quite a lot of wine, didn't he? Did Cece go back with him? Su Mengyao, no. No. Cece slept with Qingqing. Lin Chen is at our house? Yang Qingyue asked.
Su Mengyao hesitated for a moment and nodded lightly, well.
It's quite good. Yang Qingyue nodded.
He drank a lot, so if you let him go home alone, don't let anything happen to him. Su Guofeng said, since Lin Chen is already at our place, we might as well let him and Shishi stay there for a few more days.
She probably misses her friends too.
Okay.
Su Mengyao nodded. Su Guofeng laughed, Lin Chen drinks, so there's some good wine in the cellar. Take the wine from wine cabinet number 1, the best one's in that cabinet.
Yang Qingyue looked at Su Guofeng and said, Su, in the past, when my father came over, you never took the wine from wine cabinet number 1.
Now you're quite generous. Su Guofeng said.
Your father is a revolutionary soldier, I can't corrupt him.
Chapter 84, Did Lin Chen paint this painting? Zhao family.
Zhao Jingshou and the others saw off all the guests.
Some relatives followed them home, where they cut the cake and chatted for quite some time. Wife, you open the presents. I'll record a video, so if it's too expensive, we can return it.
Zhao Jingshou turned on the video recording function on his phone. He had to be on the safe side. If someone filmed a video of him opening an expensive present, then ended the video and took it out, and then reported him afterwards, he would be in deep trouble. Of course, the probability of such a thing was low.
Okay. Liang Chunhua nodded. Liang Chunhua opened each one.
Zhao Jingshou's position was there, and the gifts from the guests would definitely not be bad, but they were basically all within a reasonable range.
The most expensive gift would basically not exceed 10,000. The Zhao family was wealthy, and it was quite reasonable to receive such gifts.
They usually gave others gifts of similar value.
Wife, this was given by Meng Yao, right? Zhao Jingshou asked. Liang Chunhua was about to open a painting tube. Yes, I remember it was given by Meng Yao.
Liang Chunhua slowly poured out the contents. Zhao Jingshou helped to unfold the painting.
Ha!
Looking at the unfolded painting, Zhao Jingshou was stunned. He had come across many calligraphy and paintings, and his aesthetic ability was still quite good.
This painting is very valuable. Husband, this painting is good.
It's a picture of a wealthy and long-lived couple, and Meng Yao has thought of everything.
Liang Chuanhua's eyes lit up. Her aesthetic eye was not as good.
But the feeling this painting gave her was also very, very good.
Zhao Jingshou took a deep breath and said, it is thoughtful, but the problem is that Meng Yao's painting is too thoughtful.
After Zhao Jingshou finished speaking, he leaned closer to take a closer look.
After a while, he said, wife, we can't accept this.
I feel that this painting can sell for at least several 100,000 yuan. Liang Chunhua was stunned.
That much? Zhao Jingshou nodded, it will only be more, not less.
Liang Chunhua, but I think we can accept this.
Zhao Jingshou frowned and said, honey, don't be confused. Even if this was given to us by Meng Yao, we still can't accept it.
Meng Yao won't spread the news to harm us, but there's no wall in the world that doesn't let in wind, so what if someone finds out?
Liang Hua pointed to the lower right corner. Look there.
Zhao Jingshou leaned closer to take a look.
Ha! This painting was painted by Lin Chen? Zhao Jingshou's eyes revealed disbelief. Liang Hua, I think so.
There is no other signature on the painting, and it looks like it was painted recently.
Meng Yao is very sensible.
She wouldn't buy $1 million painting and send it to us to embarrass us. Zhao Jingshou marveled. If Lin Chen painted it, then Meng Yao and he are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman.
Can we keep it? I quite like the painting. Liang Hua asked.
Zhao Jingshou thought for a moment and said, Lin Chen is Meng Yao's husband, so it didn't cost him anything to paint her.
The framing materials are very ordinary. If you really like it, then you can keep it.
But first, we need to make sure if it was really painted by Lin Chen. Liang Hua took out her phone. It's not too late, Meng Yao should still be awake, I'll give her a call.
Soon Liang Hua got through. Su Mengyao hadn't gone to bed yet. She was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Auntie Liang. Su Mengyao called out. Mengyao, we just opened the painting you gave us. It's signed Lin Chen. Did Lin Chen paint it? Liang Chunhua asked. Su Mengyao, yes. I didn't know what to give you, so I asked Lin Chen to paint a picture. Auntie Liang, is there a problem? Liang Chunhua laughed. If Lin Chen painted it, then it's fine.
Meng Yao, when you have time in the future, you and Lin Chen come over for dinner together, and Auntie Liang will thank him.
Okay.
Very soon, Liang Chunhua hung up the phone. Zhao Jingshou recalled Lin Chen's appearance. Lin Chen didn't act overly humble, but it turned out that he had something up his sleeve. Honey, you go unpack the rest, I'll admire it some more.
The next morning,
Lin Chen and the others got up, and the nanny had already prepared breakfast.
Lin Xiaoqian ate with a pout.
She was used to Lin Chen's cooking, and she didn't even find the banquet food from the previous day palatable, let alone the breakfast prepared by the nanny. Although they had eaten at an ordinary restaurant yesterday, the chef was the chef of a big hotel, so the food was still of a certain standard.
Cici, you can't be a picky eater. Su Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes twinkled. Mom, Auntie Qingqing and the others work hard every day, don't they? What do you want to say?
Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chen. Dad, let Auntie Qingqing and the others take a break, what do you think? Lin Chen scratched Lin Xiaoxi's little nose. Xiaoxi, although Dad knows what you're up to, it's good that you can appreciate the hard work of others.
I think it's fine. What do you think, dear? Su Mengyao said in a grumpy tone. You two have already discussed it, and I can't object to you, can I?
Anyway, the house won't get that dirty in 2 days.
Just give them 2 days off. Su Mengyao quickly told the 4 nannies.
They left happily, on paid vacation, feeling comfortable.
Xiaoqian, I'll cook lunch. But breakfast is already ready, can we waste food? Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. Then eat quickly.
After we finish eating, we'll go out for a walk, and maybe we'll run into your good friends.
Lin Xiaoxi nodded.
While she ate, she said, Dad, I want to find Tian Tian, Pippi, and Yuan Yuan to play with.
Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao said, they're all kids from the neighborhood.
Tian Tian, and Yuan Yuan are little girls, a little older than Xiaoxi, and Pippi is a little boy. Their families are all well off. Lin Chen nodded. How could the people who live here be poor?
This residential area is a purely villa area, and the small ones are estimated to be at least 400 to 500 square meters.
The price of any villa here is no less than 50 million.
He has made some money now, but compared to the local tyrants who live here, his money is nothing.
After breakfast, Lin Chen and the others quickly went outside.
After walking for a while, Lin Xiaoxi saw a little friend.
The other person was a little older than her. Cici.
The little girl was also very happy to see Lin Xiaoqian.
Lin Xiaoqian, this is my father. I have a father, and my father is a Superman.
She spoke with a small mouth. The little girl was brought out by her mother, and she looked at Su Mengyao. President Su, Cici is much more cheerful, and she speaks much more fluently than before.
Is not as good as her. Su Mengyao smiled and said, this is thanks to her father. Sister Song. This is my husband, Lin Chen.
Husband, Sister Song's family is in the clothing business and does quite a big business. Sister Song's name is Song Cici, and surprise flashed in her eyes. Su Mengyao calling Lin Chen her husband was quite natural.
As far as she knew, Su Mengyao had not held a banquet.
As to whether they had received their marriage certificate, she didn't know.
Hello, Brother Lin. Song Sisi greeted with a smile. Lin Chen nodded, hello.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen, honey, I have some work to do at the company, so you can take Sisi by yourself.
Sisi, you have to listen to your father.
Lin Xiaoxi looked at Su Mengyao, mommy, give me a kiss.
Su Mengyao squatted down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi. Mommy, you give daddy a kiss too. Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice. Su Mengyao. Chapter 85, Lin Xiaoxi, the show-off.
Don't be silly, adults can't just kiss each other like that. Su Mengyao said, pinching Lin Xiaoxi's little face. You play nicely with Yi and the others, and then you'll go to your father's, and you won't see them for a while.
Songjie, I'll go first. Song Sisi nodded. She was a little puzzled.
It seemed that Su Mengyao and Lin Chen were still on good terms, but Lin Xiaoxi was now living elsewhere with Lin Chen, while Su Mengyao was still living here.
If the two were on good terms, why were they living apart? Lin Chen's house was far from Su Mengyao's company, which also didn't make sense. With Su Mengyao's financial resources, why would she have this problem? She and Lin Chen could easily buy a house near the company. Soon, Su Mengyao left. Sisi continued to play with Yi. Brother Lin, how did you teach Lin Xiaoxi?
Lin Xiaoxi has really changed a lot compared to before.
I want to learn from your experience.
The two little ones were playing, and Song Sisi asked sincerely.
Lin Chen, how was Lin Xiaoxi like before?
Song Sisi thought for a moment and said, Lin Xiaoxi is a smart child, but she used to be quite introverted.
Even when playing with familiar children, she wasn't very active.
She didn't speak as fluently as she does now. Yi was a few months older than her, and used to speak more fluently. Now Sisi is like a little adult, and Yi is obviously a bit inferior to her.
Do you have any unique secrets?
Lin Chen muttered to himself, thinking that he had the system to take Lin Xiaoxi flying. Any of his skills, from Grandmaster level to Legendary level, could more or less improve Lin Xiaoxi.
It's not a unique secret.
Sisi was mostly looked after by a nanny before, and the nanny might have restricted her for safety reasons. When I take care of Sisi, I will let her try boldly. Song Sisi nodded. It seems that it is still because Sisi is smart, but it has not been tapped well before. Lin Chen smiled, every child is a treasure.
We parents have to learn how to tap it.
Just because a child doesn't do well in school doesn't mean he isn't smart. In nature, all kinds of animals have their own strengths. It would be wrong to use running fast as the only standard.
Song Sisi nodded gently. Brother Lin, what kind of work do you do? Maybe we'll have the opportunity to work together in the future.
Lin Chen thought about it for a moment.
He currently makes money mainly by writing fairy tales. He also knows calligraphy and painting, so he is kind of in the arts? I'm kind of in the arts industry.
Lin Chen laughed and said.
Dad, can you teach Yi and me how to play ball? Lin Xiaoxi ran over and said in a baby voice. Of course we can. But what if we don't have a ball right now? Lin Chen asked as he crouched down.
Lin Xiaoxian thought for a moment and said, let's go back and get it.
Song Sisi asked, Sisi, what kind of ball do you want to play with? Your auntie will just call someone to bring it over. A basketball. Dad is the best at playing basketball.
Lin Xiaoxian said with a little smugness. All of her friends had dads, but she didn't before. She wanted her friends to know that she had a dad now. And her dad was the best dad of all.
Song Sisi quickly made the call. Before long, someone delivered the basketball.
Lin Chen began teaching the two little ones basketball, and gradually the two little ones became 3, and then 4.
Lin Xiaoqian's friends all came out.
Lin Chen carefully played with the little ones, and he enjoyed himself, gaining a lot of experience every second. His basketball level is now masterful, and coupled with his strong physique, his level is among the best in the world, but in terms of technique alone, he is not yet at the world's top level.
Lin Chen's level seems to be better than that of a basketball coach.
He takes his job as a child care provider very seriously.
Unfortunately, he is Sue's husband, and we can't afford such a coach.
The mothers of the 3 children gathered together and discussed.
Dad, I'm a little tired. Dad, can you tell us a story? An hour passed, and Lin Xiaoxi tilted her head. Sure. You guys sit over there.
Lin Chen smiled. Soon he told Lin Xiaoxi and the others stories with great enthusiasm. The stories were all in his head, and he didn't need a book at all. With his legendary level of fairy tale creation, he told the stories so attractively that Lin Xiaoxi and the others listened very attentively.
Song Sisi and the others watched from a distance. They were full of admiration. Dad, I want to hear another story. Uncle, I want to hear another story too. Lin Xiaoxi and the others said after one story was finished.
Lin Chen smiled and started to tell another story. I can see why Xiaoxi has changed so much.
Lin Chen's company for Xiaoxi is of a very high quality. Indeed. Before she knew it, it was evening. Su Mengyao returned home, much earlier than usual.
As soon as she opened the door, she smelled a delicious aroma.
A warm feeling welled up in her heart. Mom! Lin Xiaoxi ran over joyfully. Did you have a good time today, Xiaoxi?
Su Mengyao asked, picking Lin Xiaoxi up in her arms and kissing her. Lin Xiaoxian said happily, Mom, I had a great time today.
Yi and the others all know that I have a dad, and that my dad is the best. What did your dad take you to do?
Lin Xiaoxian curled her fingers. We played basketball, and Dad told us stories and taught us songs.
He even taught us to draw. I drew the best, hee hee. Lin Chen walked out of the kitchen and laughed. Xiaoxian just wanted to show off in front of her friends by dragging me along.
What I know has been almost emptied by her. Su Mengyao, she used to envy others for having a father.
Lin Xiaoxi, you don't envy Yi and the others anymore, do you?
Lin Xiaoxi shook her head repeatedly.
No, I don't envy them anymore. Because I have the best father in the world. Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly, Mom, are you going to work tomorrow? I'm not going to work tomorrow. Why? Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up and she said, Mom, can I invite Yi and the others tomorrow? Let them come for dinner. Su Mengyao, you'll have to ask Dad.
It's because Dad cooks that you're inviting your friends over, and it's more work for Dad.
I've already asked Dad. Dad said it's okay. Lin Xiaoxi said. Su Mengyao said, if Dad agrees, then of course it's okay.
She looked at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, do you think you should only invite Sisai's friends, or should you invite their mothers too?
It would be a bit much with adults. Lin Chen, invite the adults too.
Today, Xiaoxian will show off her father, and tomorrow, you can show off your husband.
Su Mengyao. She blushed slightly and said coquettishly, what do you have to show off?
Lin Xiaoxian, Mom, Dad is the best. Lin Chen smiled and said, you guys go wash your hands and eat dinner quickly.
Su Mengyao, Lin Chen, would you like some wine? My father called last night and asked me to get you 2 bottles of the best wine. Lin Chen smiled and said, I don't usually drink, but since it's my father-in-law's good intentions, I of course have to try it. Humph. Su Mengyao snorted lightly. Her father is not Lin Chen's father-in-law yet. They haven't had a wedding. Chapter 86 Legendary Cooking Skills. Su Mengyao quickly arrived at the wine cellar.
This wine cellar has 8 temperature-controlled wine cabinets, each of which contains a lot of good wine, and any bottle costs more than 10,000.
Ordinary Mao Tai and the like are not stored here. Su Mengyao opened wine cabinet number 1.
The wine in wine cabinet number 1 is the best and most expensive, all of it is of rare quality, and none of the bottles cost less than 100,000. Some of the wine is hard to come by, and Su Guofeng himself doesn't even want to drink it. Su Mengyao doesn't know anything about wine, so she just picked a bottle at random.
Lin Chen, I only got you 1 bottle of wine.
Although you can drink it, don't drink too much is bad for your health. I'll get you a few more bottles tomorrow when you go back with Shishi. Lin Chen chuckled, I'll just have a sip, I mainly want to try what it's like to drink my father-in-law's wine.
Su Mengyao.
You don't need to get me wine tomorrow, I don't usually drink, and it's not convenient to drink with Shishi. Su Mengyao said, I'll go over there occasionally, and I can bring Sisai with me.
You can have a drink whenever you want. It's quite hard to bring up a child. You can relax with a glass of wine.
Lin Chen, I don't find it hard to bring Sisai with me. He finds it fascinating to teach Lin Sisai things that will improve her, and the feeling of becoming stronger through that improvement. He enjoys the process so much that he doesn't find it hard.
For example, learning a foreign language. How hard it was to learn English in the past.
Now, if I teach Lin Xiaoxi English for 3 hours, she can master a foreign language.
This is so great. He has now mastered more than 10 foreign languages. Hee hee, Daddy, I'm a good boy, aren't I? Lin Xiaoxi said happily after hearing Lin Chen's words. Our Xiaoxi is the best. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi and said with a smile. Su Mengyao opened the wine and took out 2 wine glasses, one big and one small. Lin Chen, I'll drink with you. Su Mengyao poured wine into both glasses. The wine overflowed and the aroma spread. Lin Chen's eyes showed surprise. He wasn't a big drinker, but the aroma of the wine made him want to taste it. This wine was probably extraordinary. Lin Chen, thank you for raising Cici so well. Su Mengyao raised her glass. Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxi. Cici, isn't what mommy said right? Lin Xiaoqian nodded her little head. Mom, you have to call him husband. Su Mengyao glanced at Lin Xiaoqian. This little, short-sleeved shirt is too breezy. Husband, thank you. Su Mengyao called without much hesitation. She has called it many times and is now a bit used to it. Lin Chen raised his wineglass. Wife, the title is one thing, but on the other hand, we are a family, and it's a bit wrong for you to thank me for taking care of Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, don't you think so? Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly, yes. Su Mengyao, anyway, as long as you know what I mean. I didn't bring up Xiaoqian as well as you did. Lin Chen and Su Mengyao clinked glasses and said, just take a small sip, let's not toast at home. Both took a small sip. Hey. Su Mengyao's eyes revealed surprise as she ate. She felt that today's dishes tasted even better than before. Lin Chen, I feel that today's dishes taste even better. Is it just my imagination? Or is it because the kitchenware is different, and the more expensive kitchenware makes the dishes taste better? Su Mengyao asked doubtfully. Lin Chen chuckled, you can tell the difference? Su Mengyao nodded, of course I can tell the difference. Today's dishes have improved significantly compared to before. Dad, they are even better. It's even better than lunch. Lin Xiaoqian also expressed her opinion. Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile. When tidying up the kitchen at noon, his cooking skills had improved to legendary level. From the level of a top grandmaster to legendary level, there was a qualitative change, and the taste had indeed improved significantly. Mengyao, kitchenware that costs more tastes a lot better, you're thinking too much. It's that I've made another breakthrough in my cooking. Lin Chen smiled. Throughout the ages, both at home and abroad, the best chefs can only reach the level of a grandmaster. This is the limit of human beings. With the help of the system, he has now surpassed the limit. Lin Chen, you. Su Mengyao didn't know what to say. Lin Chen is too talented. It's only been a short time, but Lin Chen's cooking skills have continued to improve to such a terrifying level. Try some other dishes. Lin Chen smiled. Su Mengyao tried some other dishes, and they were just as delicious. Lin Chen, the same ingredients, why is it so delicious when you make it, and it's hard to describe when I make it? Su Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoqian, Mom, what you made is also edible. Su Mengyao said impatiently, Xiaoqian, thank you for your comfort. Mom, you're welcome. Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice. Su Mengyao. This may be the difference between an academic genius and a loser. I'm afraid it's useless to explain to you, a little loser like you. Su Mengyao. Drip. Lin Chen and the others were almost finished eating. Su Mengyao's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was her mother calling for a video call. Su Mengyao connected the video call after some slight consideration. Her parents knew that Lin Chen was here anyway. Grandma. Lin Xiaoxi called sweetly when she saw Yang Qingyue. What are you doing, Sisai? Lin Xiaoxi, Grandma, I'm eating dinner. Daddy made it, and Daddy's cooking is delicious. Yang Qingyue swallowed. She missed Lin Chen's cooking too. Su Guofeng tried his best to find her a good cook, but none of them could compare to Lin Chen. Mengyao, where is Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue asked. Su Mengyao turned the camera of her phone towards Lin Chen, who said, hello, Auntie Yang, are you feeling better? I'm better now. Ha! Mengyao is quite nice to you, she even gave you her father's best bottle of wine. Yang Qingyue laughed. Su Mengyao, Mom, I just picked it up, I picked up the bottle on the outside. Yang Qingyue said with joy, your father didn't drink the wine he took out last time, so he took it back. It's good that you gave it to Lin Chen to drink. He wouldn't drink it himself, but he would drink it for Lin Chen. Su Mengyao said coquettishly, Mom, what are you talking about? Mom, what's the matter, you called so early? Yang Qingyue, Lin Chen, is your mother's birthday coming up soon? I'm planning to buy her a birthday present. If you go back, you can take the birthday present back with you. If you don't go back, I'll just send it to your house. Lin Chen said, my mother's birthday is next week. My family is building a house, so I don't plan to go back for the time being. He definitely has to bring Lin Xiaoxi with him when he goes back to his hometown. The house is a mess right now, so it's very inconvenient to bring Lin Xiaoxi back. Yang Qingyue nodded, then I'll just send it to your hometown. What's your mom's phone number?
Send it to me, and I'll fill in the recipient's phone number.
Meng Yao, you should get a birthday present too. Lin Xiaoxi raised her hand, Grandma, me too. I want to get a birthday present for Grandma too. Yang Qingyue beamed, okay, and sis I too. Su Mengyao blushed slightly. Are the parents of both sides going to get to know each other? Chapter 87 Lin Chen, try hugging me.
That night, Lin Chen told Lin Xiaoqian a story, and Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep with a sweet smile on her face. She was sleeping in Su Mengyao's room. Lin Chen sent a message to Su Mengyao, and Su Mengyao came over. She had already finished showering and was wearing her pajamas. It was a bit hot, so her pajamas were relatively cool.
Lin Chen, what are you looking at? Su Mengyao blushed slightly and said coquettishly. Lin Chen smiled and said, is it illegal to look at your wife?
Mengyao, you go with Cici to bed, I'm going to take a shower.
Wait.
Su Mengyao hesitated a little.
Lin Chen smiled and said, do you want a hug and a kiss? Su Mengyao gave Lin Chen a white look. You're just thinking about the good things.
My parents already know that we got our marriage certificate.
But your parents don't know that we got our marriage certificate yet.
You should find a chance to talk to them about it.
Su Mengyao's face turned slightly red.
Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao with a smile that looked like it might turn into a sneer. Mengyao, isn't this just about the two of us?
Now is this going to become a matter for two families? Su Mengyao, it's about the two of us, but it's not fair that my parents know and your parents don't.
My mother really likes the painting you gave her, and it was only because of that she thought of giving your mother a present for her birthday.
Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao with a smile. Mengyao, is that all there is to it?
Su Mengyao's eyes flickered a little. Of course, what do you think?
Don't think too much about it. Just tell your parents the truth.
We got our marriage certificate, but right now we're just ordinary friends.
Lin Chen's expression became downcast. Just ordinary friends? I thought we were good friends.
It seems I was a little self-absorbed.
Su Mengyao's heart tightened. We are good friends, okay? I made a mistake.
Anyway, we are still just friends, so don't say anything, so that your parents won't get the wrong idea.
Lin Chen, don't worry, there won't be any misunderstanding. Su Mengyao let out a sigh of relief.
Lin Chen laughed. My parents definitely think you are their daughter-in-law. There is absolutely no misunderstanding about that.
Su Mengyao.
Go take a shower, I'm tired of talking to you.
Time passed quickly and the next day arrived.
In the morning, Su Mengyao took Lin Xiaoxi and Lin Chen to the supermarket, as he had guests for lunch and needed to prepare some ingredients.
President Su, Lin Gu is so attentive to Xiaoxi. Indeed, if he weren't your husband, I'd pay him to help with the kids.
He's good at basketball and the kids love the stories he tells. Mengyao, even if Lin Chen makes less money, he's a good man.
You make money anyway, and you can't spend it all. Yi's mother and the other two women said.
Lin Xiaoxi was playing with Tian, Yi and Yuan, while Pippi's parents had something to do and took him with them. There would be small circles in the same community, and the mothers of Su Mengyao and the others were one such small circle. Su Mengyao, Lin Chen earns quite a lot himself.
She didn't want them to misunderstand and think that Lin Chen was spending her money. It was nearing noon. Su Mengyao and the others went to Su Mengyao's villa together.
Tian, Yuan, the food my dad cooks is the best in the world. Lin Xiaoxi said with a little smugness.
Really? Xiaoxi, are you bragging? Lin Xiaoxi's three friends expressed their doubts. It wasn't long before Su Mengyao and the others arrived.
As soon as they opened the door, they could smell the tempting fragrance, and more than one of them couldn't help but swallow.
It smells so good. Dad, we're back. Lin Xiaoqian ran cheerfully towards the kitchen.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoqian, you take your little friends to wash your hands, and then we can eat. Su Mengyao and the others all went to wash their hands. Lin Chen quickly served each dish. There were a lot of people, so he made more dishes than usual, a total of 10.
The number 10 symbolizes perfection.
This.
Lin Chen, how is the food you make more exquisite than the food made by a 5-star chef in a restaurant?
These dishes look like works of art. The three adults were amazed. Su Mengyao was not surprised. After all, Lin Chen usually only made a little, and the usual dishes were also very exquisite. Lin Chen said with a smile, "Everyone, hurry up and eat while it's still hot."
Everyone sit, don't be shy. Su Mengyao said.
Su Mengyao's family had a large round table, and although there were 9 of them, Lin Chen and the others had no problem sitting down.
Soon everyone started eating. Ha! Yi's mother and the others soon had their eyes glued to the plate.
Lin Chen's cooking was not only good looking, but also absolutely delicious. Their family was wealthy and had tried all kinds of delicacies, but they had never tasted anything so delicious.
She, you weren't exaggerating. Uncle Lin, the food is delicious. Lin Xiaoxi's 3 friends all expressed their opinions.
Lin Xiaoxi's face beamed with a sweet smile. She didn't have many friends, so it made her very happy to receive their envy and recognition.
What do you think? Su Mengyao asked with a smile. Yi's mother and the other 2 couldn't stop praising the food.
They quickly tried the other dishes, and each one was delicious.
They were all full after the meal. Lin Xiaoxi's 3 friends were also full. They were all a bit picky eaters and ate very slowly, but today, they didn't pick at their food at all and ate quickly. Lin Ge, your cooking is amazing. Lin Ge, you conquered Mengyao with your cooking, didn't you?
The 4 little ones went to play, and Yi's mother and the others said goodbye. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and smiled. "I have to ask Mengyao about that." Su Mengyao's face flushed slightly. "I haven't been conquered by you, I just ended up with you."
She was telling the truth.
But to Yi's mother, it sounded like she was being sweet.
Mengyao, I'm full, and you're still stuffing my mouth with dog food. Have some pity on me, a single dog, would you? Yuan's mother said.
She had already divorced her husband.
Yi's mother, Lin Ge, you and Mengyao haven't held a bar yet? If you do, don't forget to invite us. No problem.
Lin Chen smiled.
It wasn't long before the guests had all left, and Yi and the others all wanted to take a nap.
Lin Xiaoqian also needed to take a nap at noon. After Su Mengyao had coaxed Lin Xiaoqian to sleep, Lin Chen finished washing the dishes.
Su Mengyao, you don't actually have to wash the dishes, Xingxing and the others will be back later and they'll take care of it.
Lin Chen laughed. I'm just going to sit around and do nothing.
Honey, what do you think? I made you look good today, didn't I? Do you want to give me a kiss? Or a hug?
Su Mengyao gathered her courage and said, Lin Chen, don't even think about kissing me.
You, try hugging me.
She closed her eyes after she finished speaking. She knew Lin Chen's good qualities, but she wasn't sure if she could accept intimate contact right now.
Ha!
Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he took 2 steps forward. Su Mengyao could feel Lin Chen's closeness, her body trembled slightly, and her face turned a little pale. Lin Chen reached out and stroked the hair in front of Su Mengyao forehead. Mengyao, later, you're not ready yet. Su Mengyao opened her eyes.
She said bitterly, Lin Chen, I'm sorry.
I don't know what's wrong, I can't control myself.
Chapter 88, Acquiring Western Medical Skills.
Lin Chen comforted her, honey, just relax. Many veterans will suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, and it's very normal for mental illness to be difficult to control.
If it could be easily controlled, you would have already recovered.
Lin Chen's face broke into a smile as he said, although I wasn't able to hug you, I received your feelings. Su Mengyao lowered her head, and she whispered, when my parents come back, I'll move in with you.
Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Mengyao, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
Su Mengyao stamped her foot and said coyly, if you didn't hear me, that's fine, I didn't say anything just now.
Lin Chen, I vaguely heard you say you want to move in with me. That's not true.
I'll go take Cece for a nap.
Su Mengyao said this and quickly walked towards the stairs. Mengyao, you're not even going to take the elevator. Su Mengyao.
The elevator is close to Lin Chen, and she just wants to get away quickly.
A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face.
Although he didn't get to hug Su Mengyao just now, his relationship with Su Mengyao has still made considerable progress.
Su Mengyao just took the initiative to let him hug her.
It's just that her psychological barrier has not yet been overcome for the time being. It may be easy for ordinary people to take the initiative, but Su Mengyao has a mental illness, and it is not easy for her to take this step. I thought that when her father-in-law and the others came back, they would have to persuade her to move in with me, but I didn't expect her to take the initiative and suggest it herself.
That's quite good.
Lin Chen muttered to himself. It's much better for both parties to rush towards each other than for one party to be infatuated. In the room, Su Mengyao covered her face. She also didn't expect that she would just suggest that Lin Chen hug her, and that she would move in with him.
Su Mengyao, weren't you being too unrestrained just now? How will Lin Chen see you now?
Su Mengyao felt her face getting a little hot. 2 hours later, Lin Xiaoxi woke up.
Lin Chen, Xiaoxi, we're going to go back.
Oh, we'll come back to see how your little friend is doing in a while.
Lin Xiaoxi nodded. She wasn't too reluctant to go.
In her heart, Lin Chen, her father, was much more important than her little friend.
Su Mengyao handed Lin Chen a bag. Lin Chen, this is Shishi's vaccination booklet.
She needs to get vaccinated, so you take her to get it done.
Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chen pitifully.
Dad, injections hurt so much, I don't want to get one.
Can I just take medicine instead?
Lin Chen shook his head. No, Xiaoxi.
Vaccinations don't cure diseases, they prevent them. Dad can cure you, but he can't prevent diseases.
Dad, then I'll cry.
Lin Xiaoxi said fearfully.
Su Mengyao, the first few times I gave Xiaoxi the vaccine, she cried so loudly that I was a bit afraid to take her for the vaccine. Lin Chen nodded. I'll take her.
Xiaoxi, say goodbye to mommy, I have things to do. Bye mommy. Both mommy and daddy love you. Su Mengyao picked up Lin Xiaoxi. Mommy will walk you to the car.
Soon Lin Chen drove off, and Su Mengyao looked in the direction the car left.
She didn't go inside for a while. Cough.
The figure of Yuan's mother appeared.
Su Mengyao came back to her senses.
Yuan's mother said, Mengyao, Yuan and the others are all out playing. I came over to get Cici, but it seems I'm late.
Cici and her father have left.
Someone is also about to become a stone looking at their husband.
Su Mengyao. Mengyao, what's going on between you and Lin Chen? It seems like your relationship is very special.
Yuan's mother asked. She and Su Mengyao got along quite well, although not as well as Shinshang and Su Mengyao's best friend relationship, but it was pretty good for neighbors to get along like they did.
Su Mengyao, we had Cici unexpectedly.
We weren't together before, but now we've got a license.
Yuan's mother nodded. I see.
Get in the car first and pay the ticket later, and make up the wedding later.
Mengyao, you have to seize the day. I can see that Lin Chen is very good to you and to Cici.
Relationships are the most important thing, money isn't that important.
My ex-husband was very rich, but he ran off with a vixen, didn't he? Su Mengyao nodded slightly. Yuan's mother, you'd better live together. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you'll be taken advantage of by a vixen.
It's hard for a man to woo a woman, but it's much easier for a woman to woo a man.
Especially a beautiful woman. Qingqing, I just did something stupid. Su Mengyao sent a message to Xinqing. Xinqing, what did you do? Tell me so I can feel happy. Su Mengyao. Lin Chen is very good to Cici and me.
I was impulsive and I agreed to let Lin Chen hug me.
Xinqing sent a voice message, and she said dreamily, Mengyao, you sent me a message to show off your love? You've caused me 3,000 points of damage. I can't recover without 3 big meals.
It has to be Lin Chen who cooks the meal, nothing else will do.
Su Mengyao, Lin Chen didn't hug me. When he was about to hug me, my body trembled uncontrollably.
Lin Chen said he would hug me later. I suggested that we go and stay at his place when my parents returned. Xinqing's eyes lit up. It's good that you're going to stay at his place.
Do you still need a nanny at your place? I can do the job. Su Mengyao. No, thanks. Xinshang, Mengyao, when are your aunt and uncle coming back? I miss them.
Su Mengyao said unkindly, I think you want me to go over there quickly so you can easily get free meals.
Had ha. Qingqing, do you think Lin Chen will think I'm frivolous and too uninhibited if I say that?
Xinqing, just follow your heart.
You are different from ordinary couples.
You have a certificate and a child. Essentially, you are now in a husband and wife relationship.
I am never worried that you are not modest, but that you are too modest and miss Lin Chen. What happened when Lin Chen went to your place?
Su Mengyao briefly described the situation over the past 2 days. Xinqing laughed and said, Lin Chen is very smart. For a meal, I'm afraid there will be several more people speaking for him.
Su Mengyao.
Lin Chen's mother is already speaking up for him.
I'll stop chatting with you, I have to go to work. Su Mengyao said. Half an hour later, Lin Chen drove to a community hospital. Dad, I'm scared. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes were already brimming with tears before they even entered the hospital. She was very smart, but she was only a little over 2 years old. Many children her age were afraid of needles. Xiaoqian, let's not get the injection yet. Dad will take you to buy some doctor toys so we can get acquainted and see how doctors do their work, okay? Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and said. He did not force Lin Xiaoqian to get the injection, otherwise she would definitely reject injections in the future because it hurt. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Lin Chen bought Lin Xiaoqian some doctor toys. When they got home, Lin Chen played with Lin Xiaoqian. Host, you have gained Western medicine skills by playing doctor toys with Lin Xiaoxi. You have reached master level in 20 hours and grandmaster level in 40 hours. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was surprised. Traditional Chinese medicine skills took 30 hours and 60 hours respectively. Western medicine skills took less time. Chapter 89 Lin Chen, I'll go back to your hometown with you. System, why does Western medicine take much less time? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, Western medicine can make use of various instruments, so the learning difficulty is lower, and ordinary people can get started after a few years of learning. Traditional Chinese medicine takes a lot of time to achieve results. Lin Chen, system, which is better? The system replied, when the situation is urgent and there are various equipment, Western medicine can solve it faster, but if it is not urgent or there is a lack of equipment, traditional Chinese medicine is more suitable. It doesn't matter whether Chinese medicine or Western medicine is better. As long as it can cure diseases and save people, and as long as it can reduce the pain of patients, it is good medicine. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Lin Xiaoqian was quite interested in the new doctor toy she had bought. She played with it for an hour, treating various dolls and so on. Lin Chen, meanwhile, taught her some Western medicine knowledge. In the process of teaching Lin Xiaoqian, Lin Chen gained a lot of experience, and his various experiences in Western medicine continued to soar. Dad, I'm a doctor now, can I not get any injections? Lin Xiaoxi asked. Lin Chen said doubtfully, you're a doctor, why don't you get any injections? Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chen and said seriously, Dad, because the virus babies are afraid of doctors. I'm a doctor, they're afraid of me, so I don't need any injections. Lin Chen laughed helplessly. That's a good point. Xiaoxi, doctors can get sick too. When doctors get sick, they also need to get injections and take medicine. Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoxi's little head and said, but Dr. Xiaoxi, we can postpone the injection for a few days, and Daddy can teach you more about doctors. The more Lin Xiaoxi learns about doctors and medical equipment, the less afraid and resistant she will be. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Mengyao was very busy these days and she did not come over. Lin Chen spent every day with Lin Xiaoxi, and he had a very fulfilling life. These days Lin Xiaoxi was keen on her doctor toys, and Lin Chen would spend more than an hour playing with her every day. His Western medicine skills have improved by leaps and bounds. It takes 20 hours of Western medicine training to become a master, and Lin Chen has already had 5 hours of experience, so his level of skill now surpasses that of most Western medicine doctors. CC, are you still afraid? Lin Chen once again takes Lin Xiaoxi to the community hospital. Lin Xiaoxi shakes her head. Dad, I'm not afraid anymore. In the past, hospitals seemed very scary to her, and even if she wasn't going to get a shot, she would cry when she was near one. Now she knows that hospitals are places where people are treated and saved. Lin Chen, Xiaoqian, getting an injection still hurts. If you're in pain, you can cry and Daddy won't laugh at you. Lin Xiaoqian shakes her head. Daddy, I won't cry. Medicine helps the baby cells to defeat the virus. I have to help the baby cells in my body. Lin Chen kisses Lin Xiaoqian. He hugs Lin Xiaoqian and goes to the community hospital. After registering, Lin Chen went to the 3rd floor, where vaccinations were given. There was a child crying, and when it cried, it made the other 2 children cry as well. In the past, Lin Xiaoxi would have cried for sure. But nowadays, she has learned a lot, which has greatly reduced her fear of the unknown. She looked at the others curiously and did not cry with them. It wasn't long before Lin Xiaoxi's turn came. Xiaoxi, if you're in pain, you can cry. Lin Chen said gently. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head and said, Dad, I'm not going to cry. I'm not a 1 or 2-year-old baby anymore. Lin Chen nodded. The nurse smiled and said, baby, you're really brave. How about if I go a little easier on you and try not to hurt you? Mm-hmm. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. The next second, the nurse stuck the needle in. Quickly, watery mist appeared in Lin Xiaoqian's eyes. She still felt pain, but she endured it and didn't cry. Soon after, the nurse removed the needle. Lin Xiaoxi held out her hand and rubbed her eyes. Daddy, I didn't cry, I'm the bravest baby, right? Yes, our Xiaoxi is the bravest. Injections aren't that scary, are they? Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi and smiled. Yes, injections aren't scary, hee hee. Lin Xiaoxi said and laughed happily. Drip. In the evening, Lin Chen's mother, Chen Mei, called on video. Grandma! Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed as she saw Chen Mei. Eh? Chen Mei answered hastily. She was just not as happy as usual. Xiaoqian, you eat by yourself, Dad and Grandma are on the phone. Lin Chen took the phone to the balcony and said, Mom, is something wrong? Take your time and tell me. On the other end of the line, Chen Mei said bitterly, something was missing when we were building the house, so your father rode his motorcycle to town to buy it, but he fell and broke his arm slightly. Lin Chen's face changed slightly. He hurriedly asked, have the test results come out? Are you sure it's just a minor fracture and there are no other problems? Chen Mei, there's also a little bruising, which isn't serious. The test results do show that it's just a minor fracture. It's just that. Lin Chen's heart tightened, just what? Chen Mei puzzled, the test results show that it's just a minor fracture, and it's in the arm. But your father can't stand straight, and whenever he tries to stand up, his back hurts. Lin Chen, Mom, I'll come back for a visit. Don't worry, I've learned some medical skills. Even if I can't solve it, I'll take Dad to a big hospital. After hanging up the video call, Lin Chen dialed Su Mengyao phone number. The meeting was suspended for a while. Su Mengyao picked up her phone and went outside the meeting room. Lin Chen never called her at this time of day, so it was likely something important. Lin Chen, what's up? Su Mengyao asked. Lin Chen, Mengyao, I have to go back to my hometown. The house is still under construction and it's a bit messy. I have things to do when I get back, so it might not be convenient for me to take Xiaoqian back with me. What happened? Su Mengyao's heart tightened. Lin Chen, my father fell off his motorcycle and broke his arm slightly. It's not a big deal, but he can't straighten his back, so I have to go back to see how he is. Su Mengyao's face changed. I'll be off work soon, I'll go with you. If you're busy, I'll just take Cece to the hotel. There must be a hotel in your town, right? Lin Chen, of course there are hotels in the town, but the conditions in the town's hotels are definitely not as good as the ones you stay in. Su Mengyao shook her head, I'm not that picky. I'll apply for a temporary flight right away. If there are no accidents, I'll be able to take off in an hour and a half. You can leave as soon as you're ready. See you at the airport. Su Mengyao hung up the phone. Back in the meeting room, she quickly ended the meeting. Liang Yi, go to the airport. Su Mengyao quickly gathered a few things and got into the car. Okay, President. The driver Liang Yi, who was also a bodyguard, immediately drove off. Drip. Su Mengyao called her father. It was still early in the morning in the United States, and Su Guofeng was awakened by her phone call. Mengyao, is it urgent? Su Guofeng asked when he answered the phone. Su Mengyao, Dad, Lin Chen's father fell off his motorcycle and broke his arm slightly, but he can't straighten his back. Sisai and I have to go back with Lin Chen. Su Guofeng's face changed slightly. We have to go back then. Su Guofeng said hurriedly. Dad, what should I watch out for when I go over there? Su Mengyao asked, a little nervous. Chapter 90, the plane has a malfunction. Su Guofeng asked, Mengyao, you and Lin Chen have a marriage license, do Lin Chen's parents know about it? Su Mengyao said, I told Lin Chen that he could tell his parents, but I don't know if he did or not. Just improvise. Su Mengyao. Dad, you're really unreliable. When the time comes, ask Mom to give me some advice. I don't know about etiquette and stuff. Su Guofeng, okay, I'll get up and go over there right away. Su Mengyao hung up the phone. Su Guofeng hurried to the hospital after buying breakfast. Yang Qingyue was a little surprised when she saw Su Guofeng. Honey, why are you here so early today? Mengyao called me. Lin Chen's father fell off his motorcycle, so Lin Chen has to go back for a visit,
and Meng Yao said that she and Shishu will go back to visit as well.
Su Guofeng said. Yang Qingyue's face changed slightly. It's not serious, is it?
Of course they have to go back to visit when something like this happens. Su Guofeng, the in-law has a slight arm fracture and some bruises. These are not serious, but his waist cannot be straightened for the time being for some reason.
Yang Qingyue looked grave. You can't be careless with a waist injury.
If Lin Chen needs it, you should find a connection to find a good doctor to have a look, so that there are no after effects.
Su Guofeng nodded. Meng Yao asked her what she needed to pay attention to in the past.
Yang Qingyue frowned and said, it's hard to say.
Customs vary from place to place, so you definitely need to prepare gifts.
Prepare some cigarettes, alcohol, tea, cosmetics, and health products.
You also need to pay attention to your attire. You should behave in a manner that shows you are well educated and polite. Oh, they haven't held a banquet yet.
Although they have received their marriage certificate, it's best not to sleep at Lin Chen's house.
Are there any special customs that she should ask Lin Chen about? Su Guofeng, you can talk to Meng Yao yourself.
She's on her way from the company to the airport right now.
Okay. Yang Qingyue called Su Meng Yao.
After finishing explaining things, Yang Qingyue said, Meng Yao, Lin Chen came to our company and left a very good impression on us, so don't leave a bad impression.
Su Meng Yao's heart tightened. Mom, you're making me nervous. Yang Qingyue smiled and said, it's good to be nervous. You being nervous shows that you care about Lin Chen. As long as you care about Lin Chen, you can't go wrong. Mom, I have to go. Su Meng Yao hung up the phone. Liang Yi in the front row asked, President, do you need me to go with you to protect you when you go to Lin Chen's hometown? I will disappear when Lin Chen is there.
When Lin Chen is not there, I can ensure your safety nearby.
Su Meng Yao thought about it. It's not bad to have Liang Yi go with you. Okay, you can go with us. An hour later, Lin Chen drove to the airport.
He and Lin Xiaoxi waited for a little while before they met Su Meng Yao.
Lin Chen, Liang Yi will go with us.
You won't be able to be by our sides all the time when you get there, so you'll feel more at ease with Liang Yi by our sides.
Su Meng Yao said. Lin Chen nodded. They quickly boarded Su Meng Yao's private jet. Liang Yi, you take care of Sisai.
Sisai, Mommy has something to discuss with Daddy.
Su Meng Yao said. Liang Yi nodded, and she took Lin Xiaoxi to the back. The plane's engine had already started, and the cabin was noisy, so they couldn't hear the people in front talking from the back. Lin Chen, have you talked to your parents yet? Su Meng Yao blushed slightly and said. Lin Chen said doubtfully, what are you talking about? Su Meng Yao said, first, we got our marriage certificate, and you said you hadn't before. Second, Cici and I are going back with you. Have you talked to your family yet?
Lin Chen shook his head.
I haven't told them yet.
I was thinking of telling them the day you went to my place, but since you haven't been there in the past few days, I haven't told them yet.
That's good, we can go back and surprise them. Su Meng Yao was a little worried. Lin Chen, will it be a bit presumptuous for me to go back with you like this?
Lin Chen laughed. They will definitely be very happy when I bring back such a beautiful daughter-in-law.
Su Meng Yao. Lin Chen, should I send a message to my mom now? Su Meng Yao hurriedly said, don't send it.
Your father fell and hurt himself, she has to worry about that, and if you send a message, she might have to be distracted and prepare to entertain us.
Let's just go over there.
Lin Chen nodded, let's talk about it when the plane lands.
I'll have to call and ask for the latest situation.
They also have to prepare a little, they're going to meet their daughter-in-law soon, they don't want to be all dusty and dirty.
Su Meng Yao's face turned slightly red. I'll go get Sisai.
Soon Su Meng Yao arrived at the back, and after a short while she returned to Lin Chen's side. Sisai said she wanted to sit with Liang Ya, and the little brat told us to sit together.
What a heartwarming little cotton padded jacket.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Su Meng Yao, I think it's a silk t-shirt.
A few minutes passed, and the plane began taxiing.
10 minutes later, the plane accelerated and flew into the blue sky. Lin Chen took Su Meng Yao's hand. Su Meng Yao glanced at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen, Meng Yao, I'm afraid of flying, I need strength.
Su Meng Yao looked at the two hands holding together.
Lin Chen most likely deliberately found a reason to hold hands with her. Hugging was something she couldn't accept for the time being. But holding hands was no problem. She and Lin Chen had held hands twice before, and the second time it was even seen by her classmates. Lin Chen, scientific data shows that the chance of an accident while flying is the lowest, and the safety of airplanes is the highest.
Su Mengyao said.
Mengyao, I don't think you should say things like that on the plane. Sometimes the good doesn't work, but the bad does.
Su Mengyao, that's just your materialistic way of thinking. 2 hours passed and the plane was preparing to land.
Su Mengyao looked at her hand, which was still being held by Lin Chen, who hadn't let go the whole way. In the cockpit, the pilot Su Hongguang's face changed slightly.
The landing gear failed to lower.
Failed to release the landing gear released again.
Failed to release again. Su Hongguang spoke while operating.
The co-pilot Luo Hui also hurried to help, but no matter how many times they operated, the front landing gear still could not be lowered. Tower, the 6688 front landing gear malfunction, unable to release, requesting altitude to resolve landing gear malfunction.
Su Hongguang calmly called. Tower received.
B6688, please follow instructions and ascend to a safe altitude. Lin Chen and the others' plane was about to land, but after receiving the order from the tower, the plane flew back up.
Lin Chen looked out the window and frowned.
The plane did not land normally, and the weather was good today, so it was very likely that the plane had some kind of malfunction.
Mengyao, I'm afraid we're in a bit of trouble. Lin Chen said.
Su Mengyao also noticed something was wrong at this time. She had flown a lot, so why did it start to rise again when it was about to land?
Don't worry, maybe there's an emergency landing. Su Mengyao reassured her.
This kind of situation is not uncommon.
If another plane needs to make an emergency landing, the other planes will have to give way, but Su Mengyao has never experienced anything like this before.
Before long, the plane reached a few thousand meters high in the sky.
The plane also became a bit more stable.
Su Mengyao pressed the call bell, and before long a flight attendant came over.
What's wrong? Don't hide it. Su Mengyao said.
The flight attendant who came over hesitated for a moment and said, President Su, the front landing gear of the plane has malfunctioned and cannot be lowered. After communicating with the tower, the pilot asked us to ascend to a safe altitude, and they will do their best to assist us in solving the landing gear malfunction.
We will be fine.
Su Menyao's face changed slightly, and there really was a problem.
Lin Chen asked, how long can the fuel support the flight? 1 hour. The flight attendant answered. Su Menyao's expression was grave. If the problem cannot be solved in an hour, how can the plane land without landing gear? Chapter 91, Lin Chen's parents were shocked. Lin Chen, there are enough parachutes on the plane, right? The flight attendant nodded, yes, there are 2 for each person.
Lin Chen smiled, then there's no need to panic.
The worst outcome is that the plane will crash.
Just tell the pilot to remain calm and handle the situation.
If we really can't solve the problem, we'll all have to jump out of the plane.
Su Mengyao relaxed a lot when she heard Lin Chen say this. This plane cost several hundred million to buy, and it would be a pity to lose it, but she couldn't afford to lose just one plane.
Tell the pilot what my husband said. Su Mengyao said. Okay. The flight attendant calmed down a lot.
They are not over the ocean now, and as long as they are willing to sacrifice the plane, they will actually not be in much danger. This is a private plane, not a large passenger plane. Soon the flight attendant informed the pilot. The pilot's psychological pressure also decreased a lot.
Lin Chen, aren't you afraid? Su Mengyao asked. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's not like I'm going to die, what's there to be afraid of?
It's just that you're doing this for me, and if the plane crashes, I'll have to pay you back in kind.
Su Mengyao.
The little bit of worry she had left in her heart vanished.
Lin Chen, Mengyao, the chances of an airplane accident are not low. It seems that in the future I will have to learn about airplane maintenance. Especially the maintenance of your model of airplane.
I need to learn how to fly a plane too.
Su Mengyao laughed and said, do you also need to learn how to build planes?
Then you can design better planes.
Lin Chen, you've awakened me. I need to learn that too. Su Mengyao. Are you serious? Su Mengyao noticed that Lin Chen didn't seem to be joking. Lin Chen nodded, of course I'm serious. This is a bit difficult, but if I study hard, I should be able to learn it, right? By the way, this plane has a maintenance manual, right? You can make me a copy later.
Su Mengyao, there are countless parts to an airplane, and it is extremely difficult to understand the whole plane. Lin Chen laughed and said, I'm just going to sit around. If you can get various professional books or materials on airplanes, you can try to get some for me too.
Some books may not be easy to buy on the market. Su Mengyao nodded. Okay, I can try to help you.
Time passed by minute, and Lin Chen did not step forward, even though he knew a lot about this particular plane. If they were over the ocean, he would definitely step forward and jump into the sea. They might as well feed the sharks. But now they were on land. At most, the plane would crash, and no one would be hurt. If he stepped forward to help fix the problem, how would he explain it? In addition, Lin Chen wanted to verify whether or not whenever he learned something, there would be corresponding trouble. If so, he would have to think about it in the future. The more he learned, the more trouble he would get into.
Half an hour passed. Tower. B6688 has eliminated the fault and is applying for landing.
The pilot calls the tower. With the cooperation of the ground, they have solved the fault. The tower receives, B6688, you have obtained the priority landing permission, please follow the guidance and land on runway 3.
Okay.
The plane began to land. The flight attendant came to Lin Chen and the others. Mr. Su, Mr. Lin, the plane has eliminated the fault and we will land normally.
Su Mengyao nodded slightly. Before long, the plane landed normally on the runway. There were fire engines and ambulances nearby. They received orders to leave quickly as the plane landed normally. Dad, are we there yet?
Lin Xiaoqian woke up groggily. She had fallen asleep halfway through the flight. Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian from Liang Ye's hands. Yes, we're here, but we've only reached the provincial capital. It's still quite a long way to Grandpa and Grandma's house.
Are you happy to see Grandpa and Grandma? Lin Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly. Are you happy, Mom?
Su Mengyao muttered to herself, feeling nervous. If they had gone to meet Lin Chen's parents right from the start, she wouldn't have felt any emotion, but now she and Lin Chen already had a relationship.
Lin Chen's parents would probably also become her parents in the future. What if they don't like her? Aren't you happy, Mom? Su Mengyao didn't say anything, and Lin Xiaoxi asked. Su Mengyao quickly said, Mom is happy. Mom is thinking about other things, so don't blabber in front of Grandpa and Grandma.
Lin Chen and the others got off the plane.
A Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle was already waiting for them. This was something Su Mengyao had prepared. There were quite a few gifts in the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. As long as you have money, if you give someone an order like this, naturally someone will take care of it. President Su, here are the car keys. The driver of the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle took out the keys, and Su Mengyao looked at Liang Yi, who reached out and took them. Soon Lin Chen and the others got into the car and left. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, you call your parents and ask them where they are.
Okay. Lin Chen dialed his mother's phone number. The call was quickly connected, and Chen Mei said at the other end of the line, Son, you're taking the flight tomorrow, right?
I asked your uncle to drive your father to the Provincial People's Hospital. There shouldn't be any major problems. You can cancel your flight ticket and don't come back. Take good care of Cici. Lin Chen, is Dad's back feeling better?
Chen Mei said, the doctor said they'll find a way to help, so don't worry too much. The doctors in the provincial capital are much more skilled than those in our town.
Grandma! Lin Xiaoqian called out. Chen Mei's brow relaxed on the other end of the line. Huh? Xiaoqian, it's a little late today, why aren't you asleep yet? Lin Xiaoqian, Grandma, I am asleep. I fell asleep on the plane. Grandma, we came to see Grandpa. I'm here with Mom and Dad. Chen Mei was stunned at the other end of the phone, and she quickly said, Sisai baby, did your mother come over too? Yes.
Lin Xiaoqian said. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao. He guessed that Su Mengyao's face must have turned red, but it was dark outside and they couldn't see it in the dark car.
Auntie, I also came to see Uncle. Su Mengyao took a deep breath and spoke. Hello Mengyao. You're busy, why do you have to make the trip? Chen Mei hurriedly said. She was a little panicked too. Have Lin Chen and Su Mengyao become such good friends?
They had only thought that there was a possibility of a relationship between Lin Chen and Su Mengyao before.
Su Mengyao, Auntie, I haven't been very busy these past few days, and I can let someone else do the errands. Lin Chen asked, Mom, which ward are you in?
We're on the airport highway, and we'll be there within an hour.
Chen Mei said the ward number.
After chatting for a few more words, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Chen Mei made the call outside the ward, and after she finished she went into the ward. Husband, your son has landed.
Guess who else is here? Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Cece is here? What's the point of your son bringing Cece back?
She's so young, it's too much trouble for her to come back, don't make her mother angry.
Chen Mei, Cece and Meng Yao are both here. What?
Lin Hai was stunned.
Chapter 92 Su Mengyao meets Lin Chen's parents. Your son is already with Meng Yao?
Lin Hai looked at Chen Mei and said in disbelief. Chen Mei shook her head. I don't know about that, but the fact that Meng Yao is here means that their relationship has improved a lot, and it is very likely that they will be together in the future.
Lin Hai nodded. It would be great if they could be together.
We don't want the Su family to be rich, but it is good for Cece if they are together.
My dear, help me up and try.
Chen Mei helped Lin Hai up, and Lin Hai tried to get up and stand slowly, but before he could stand straight, he felt a sharp pain in his back.
No. Help me lie down.
Lin Hai lay back down again, and after a while he felt a little better.
Sigh. Lin Hai sighed. In this state, I won't be a burden to my son, will I? If I become disabled in the future. Chen Mei quickly said, don't think about it.
Your son can earn money now, and Meng Yao's family is also wealthy, so even if you need treatment, it shouldn't have a big impact.
Lin Hai nodded slightly. Fortunately, the family's situation is better now. If it were an ordinary family, his situation would have a huge impact, and the girl might run away overnight. Hubby, Meng Yao is here, what about the gift for meeting the parents? Chen Mei asked.
Lin Hai thought for a moment, let's see what happens first. Ask your son and Meng Yao in private how far they've got.
If you have to give it to them, just do it when you leave.
You can make an appointment with the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan. It's very good to give 10,000 yuan in the village, but 10,000 yuan to Su Mengyao seems a bit shabby. Lin Chen has already transferred money to them before, so there is no problem taking out 100,000 yuan.
Okay. Chen Mei nodded.
You need to make an appointment in advance to withdraw 100,000 yuan. An hour or so later, Lin Chen and the others arrived at the hospital entrance.
Lin Chen got off the car holding Lin Xiaoqian.
After getting off the car, Su Mengyao opened the trunk, and Lin Chen saw that there were all kinds of things placed inside.
Meng Yao, did you prepare all these gifts? Lin Chen asked.
Su Mengyao nodded, yes, Cece, you come down and go on your own, mom and dad need to take things up. Lin Chen hurriedly said, don't take the things yet, I'll go up first to take a look at dad's condition, maybe I can cure him, then there's no need for him to continue to be hospitalized.
We still have to carry it up and down. Su Mengyao hesitated, but.
Don't but it, you and Shishi coming over is the best gift for my parents. That is, my father has a backache now, otherwise he can jump 3 feet high.
Su Mengyao. She gave Lin Chen a white look, is this how you talk about your father? Lin Chen laughed, I'm exaggerating a bit. Just then someone walked quickly towards them. Grandma.
Lin Xiaoxi was the first to see it and called out cheerfully. Lin Chen and the others turned around, and Su Mengyao's heart tightened.
There were many conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law on TV and in reality. Mom. Lin Chen called out. Auntie Chen. Su Mengyao called out too.
She felt her heart beating much faster than usual. Chen Mei said happily, Mengyao and Cece, it must have been hard for you to come all this way.
Son, what have you done? Why did you make Mengyao and the others make this trip? Cece, let grandma hug you.
Chen Mei took Lin Xiaoqian from Lin Chen's hands. Su Mengyao said, Auntie Chen, it's only right that we come to visit when Uncle Lin is sick.
Auntie Chen, these are gifts for you. Lin Chen said not to take them upstairs yet.
Chen Mei looked at the trunk.
The trunk of this car is quite big, and it's almost full. Meng Yao, you've gone to a lot of trouble.
Chen Mei said, let's not take them upstairs yet, there's no room for them.
Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice, Grandma, what's wrong with Grandpa? Is Grandpa sick and needs an injection? I'm not afraid of injections anymore. Chen Mei kissed Lin Xiaoqian and smiled, Xiaoqian is so good. Grandpa is sick, but seeing Xiaoqian come over, Grandpa's illness might get better soon. Su Mengyao, Auntie Chen, let's go up first.
A few minutes later, Lin Chen and the others arrived outside the hospital room. There was a doctor in the ward. Mr. Lin, according to the test results, there is nothing wrong with your lumbar spine, only a slight herniated disc.
This shouldn't have such a big impact. We still need to further analyze the specific cause.
the doctor said to Lin Hai.
Lin Hai nodded, "Thank you, doctor."
Then you rest well first.
The doctor left and they entered the ward.
The ward was not a single-person room, but Lin Hai was currently the only patient.
"Grandpa! Uncle Lin!" Lin Xiaoxi and Su Mengyao called out.
Lin Hai was overjoyed. "Mengyao, Cici, I'm sorry to have caused you to make this trip for such a trivial matter."
"Grandpa, are you in pain?" Lin Xiaoxi asked in a childish voice.
"Grandpa doesn't feel any pain," Lin Hai said, trying to sit up straight, but ended up grimacing in pain.
"Dad, don't move around.
Lie down properly, let me take a look."
Lin Chen sat down at the edge of the bed.
He reached out and placed his hand on Lin Hai's wrist, where the pulse is located. He is quite good at taking pulses these days.
After half a minute, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief.
"Dad, this is not a big problem. You fell and sprained your back, which caused some disruption in the meridians in your body. Normally, the meridians are straight, but when you bent over, they were hanging off your bones. When you were bent over, it was okay, but when you straightened up, the meridians were not long enough, so they stretched straight out and naturally hurt."
Lin Chen smiled. "Lin Hai, how do we solve this?"
Lin Chen said, "Your bones are normal now, you need to dislocate your bones to relax the meridians.
After the meridians relax, realign them again." Su Mengyao said with some concern, "Lin Chen, you can handle it, right? Don't let Uncle Lin's situation get worse."
Lin Xiaoxian, "Mom, Dad is the best.
"Dad, I believe in you."
Lin Chen said with a smile, "Dad, don't worry, leave it to me, no problem, 30 years of professional bone setting."
Su Mengyao. Lin Chen is only in his 20s.
Soon Lin Chen began. His promotion was very comprehensive, as was bone setting.
Click.
Su Mengyao and the others heard the sound of bones cracking. Lin Hai let out a muffled grunt in pain. After a while of massage, Lin Hai's meridians had recovered, and he quickly reset the bones to restore Lin Hai's bones.
"Dad, try sitting up slowly."
Lin Chen smiled. Lin Hai slowly sat up straight. He looked surprised. It had hurt a lot just now, but now it didn't hurt at all. Without anyone's help, he got down and walked around by himself.
"Grandpa, are you okay?"
"I told you Dad is the best," Lin Xiaoxian said happily.
Chen Mei and Su Mengyao were amazed.
Lin Chen had only intervened 3 minutes ago, and Lin Hai had already recovered.
"Dad, your back is fine.
But your hand is broken, and you need to rest for 2 to 3 months to heal,"
Lin Chen said.
"A minor fracture, a young child may recover in a month, and at Lin Hai's age, 2 months is good."
"Son, is there no way to recover quickly?" Lin Hai asked. Lin Chen.
"Dad, this is medical skill, not magic.
"At your age, can you recover from a fracture in 3 or 5 days?" Lin Hai, "Then I don't need to be hospitalized, do I?" Lin Chen shakes his head, "No need for hospitalization. It's just a minor fracture, so you can just rest at home. It's getting late, so you can be discharged tomorrow. I'll find a hotel and settle down Mengyao and Sisai."
Su Mengyao, "Lin Chen, you don't need to worry about us.
Liang Yi has booked a hotel, and she will come pick us up. Spend more time with your aunt and uncle. Auntie and uncle will come visit you tomorrow."
Lin Xiaoxian is about to speak but stops.
Chen Mei asked, "What did you want to say, Sisai?" Lin Xiaoxi was puzzled. "Grandma, why did Mom call you uncle and auntie?"
"She should call you Mom and Dad."
Su Mengyao. Chapter 93, Son, what is your relationship?
Cici, this is a bit complicated to explain, you're still young and don't understand. Let your father slowly explain to your grandparents.
It's late, let's go to the hotel and go to bed. Uncle and aunt, see you tomorrow.
Su Mengyao finished and quickly left the hospital room with Lin Xiaoxi in her arms.
Mom, did I say something wrong? Lin Xiaoxi's voice faintly came from the corridor.
Lin Hai and Chen Mei stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen closed the door and Chen Mei hurriedly said, "Son, what is your relationship with Mengyao now?" Lin Chen coughed lightly and said, "For the sake of Lin Xiaoxian, Mengyao and I have not planned to get married in recent years. I suggested that we simply get a marriage certificate, and she agreed." Lin Hai and Chen Mei were stunned.
Is this okay? Son, aren't you just tricking Su Mengyao into marrying you? Dad and Mom, what's wrong with your eyes? I just tricked her into getting a certificate, I didn't lie about money or sex.
We had a notarized property agreement before marriage, and I haven't done anything wrong after getting the certificate. Meng Yao had a psychological barrier due to a previous trauma, so I can only slowly let her accept me. Lin Chen said with a sneer.
Lin Hai asked, has your relationship progressed?
Lin Chen, we're holding hands, and there are occasions when she calls me her husband and she doesn't object when I call her my wife.
We will definitely get together, but it will take time. Chen Mei nodded, we know about the psychological illness.
When Grandpa Li at the end of the village was alive, he had a headache when he heard firecrackers.
Lin Hai nodded slightly.
He sighed lightly and said, he used to fight in wars, and his comrades kept falling around him, even being blown to pieces.
The kind of cruel scenes were unimaginable to us.
Chen Mei looked at Lin Chen and said, son, you've both got your certificates and your relationship has progressed, so we'll have no problem giving Meng Yao a red envelope, right?
If we give it to her, she'll accept it, right? Lin Chen laughed and said, Meng Yao should accept it. Chen Mei nodded and said, that's good.
Lin Hai, there are 2 more questions. The house is under construction, and we usually live at your uncle's house while the old house is being demolished.
Where will Meng Yao and the others live? And do you want to introduce her to the family?
Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, she and Xiao Qian will stay in a hotel. They came to visit you, Dad, and the relatives are gone, so they'll see you again when the wedding is held. Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded.
It is indeed inconvenient with the house under construction. Son, Meng Yao's family. Chen Mei is a little worried. Su Jiaqiao is rich, will he object to them being together?
She has seen a lot of this kind of plot in TV dramas.
Lin Chen laughed, I have met her parents, and they can't wait for me to get married to Meng Yao now. Chen Mei and Lin Hai's eyes lit up.
In that case, there won't be many obstacles for Lin Chen and Su Mengyao to get together, the only obstacle being Su Mengyao's illness.
Son, then hurry up.
The house can be built in 3 to 4 months, and you can get married then.
Lin Hai said with a smile.
Lin Chen nodded, Meng Yao is gradually recovering, and in 3 to 4 months, I think she should be able to recover quite a bit. They don't need to recover to the point where they can have sex before the wedding, but they at least need to recover to the point where they can kiss. Otherwise, if someone else makes a scene at the wedding and asks them to kiss, they won't be able to, and it will be a bit awkward. Chen Mei, son, we understand the situation. You should hurry and go check on Meng Yao and the others. Meng Yao and Shishi have come such a long way to be here with us.
Okay. Lin Chen nodded and left. The hotel Liang Yi booked was not far away. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the hotel. Dad. Will you tell me a story? Lin Xiaoxi asked cheerfully.
Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoqian and kissed her, of course I do, but it's quite late today, so I'll tell you 3 stories and then you go to sleep, okay? Soon Lin Chen began to tell Lin Xiaoqian the stories.
Su Mengyao went into the bathroom to take a shower.
The sound of the water dripping came from the bathroom, and Lin Chen felt a little restless. Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep before Lin Chen finished the 3rd story, and Su Mengyao came out of the bathroom. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao.
Wife, you look really good. Su Mengyao's pretty face quickly turned red as visible to the naked eye.
She pouted and said, you're so smooth-talking, you're not a good person.
Lin Chen walked towards Su Mengyao, I'm a bad person, so do I have to do something that befits my status? Don't you dare do anything. Su Mengyao said with a little panic in her voice. I have something to discuss with you.
Lin Chen stopped in his tracks. He was just trying to scare Su Mengyao a little, so why would he force himself on her and kiss her?
What is it?
Lin Chen asked, sitting down on the sofa.
Su Mengyao, let's buy a house in the county.
If Cici misses her grandparents, she can come here and have a place to stay.
Staying in a hotel is not as convenient as staying at home. You cook well, so make something delicious to help you recover.
Lin Chen nodded, that's possible. Now there are no restrictions on purchases at all, so you can buy a house at will. The house prices in their county are low, so a house won't cost much.
Su Mengyao, I've set my sights on one, it's only 2 million yuan. What? Lin Chen was taken aback, what kind of house are you looking at?
The house prices in our county should only be 3,000–4,000 yuan per square meter nowadays.
Su Mengyao said, it's a 300 square meter large flat with very good decoration. The landlord has finished decorating it but hasn't moved in yet.
He had to sell the house because he had a problem with the capital chain in his business.
The landlord has been selling it for half a year and still hasn't sold it. The formaldehyde has dispersed enough that it's just about livable.
She took out her phone and showed it to Lin Chen. The agency has uploaded quite a few photos of the house, and the decoration is really not bad, and it doesn't look like a string of rooms.
With such a large area, the landlord must have spent quite a bit on the decoration, Su Mengyao said.
Lin Chen nodded. If you buy it to live in and don't consider selling it in the future, then it's still a good deal to buy it.
Su Mengyao, we don't need to sell it.
If we buy it, your parents will have a place to stay if they go to the county for medical treatment or something,
Su Mengyao said.
Lin Chen nodded. I'll go and have a look in the morning, and if it's suitable, I'll buy it. You can bring my parents straight over.
If it's not suitable, I'll look for another house. Su Mengyao, you've bought a house in a shop, so you don't have much money left, do you?
I'll look at this house and I'll buy it.
Lin Chen laughed and said, my daughter-in-law bought the house with the full payment. Do you think my parents will be embarrassed to live there then?
Then we'll split it 50-50.
Su Mengyao thought for a moment and said.
Lin Chen nodded and said, that's fine.
Mengyao, forget about buying a house for now. Where am I going to sleep?
This is a queen-size bedroom. There's enough room for the three of us to sleep.
Su Mengyao.
She said in a bad mood, I booked a room for you in the next room, just go to the front desk to register and get the room card. Lin Chen said seriously, although you are very rich, you still have to save money. You should save when you should spend.
There is no need to spend this money. One bed can sleep. Su Mengyao. Chapter 94 Mengyao, I'll teach you my secret technique. Get out of here, I want to sleep. Don't wake up Shishi by talking.
Su Mengyao said coquettishly. Lin Chen looked at the sleeping Lin Xiaoxi. It's good that Shishi woke up, she will definitely support me sleeping here.
Su Mengyao. Hurry up and go.
Su Mengyao reached out to pull Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's physique had improved and his height had increased slightly. At 1.8 meters tall, coupled with his strong physique, Su Mengyao simply could not pull him with the strength she had.
Mengyao, you can't do this.
You have to use gentleness to overcome strength.
Su Mengyao was puzzled. Use gentleness to overcome strength, like Tai Chi? I don't know how to do that.
Lin Chen smiled and said, no. What I mean is, say something nice, like calling me a good husband or something, and I'll leave right away.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. You're being naughty.
I'm not going to call, grumble. Su Mengyao said coquettishly. Lin Chen, if you don't call, I'll just sit on the sofa and not move.
You go to sleep.
Don't worry, I definitely won't go to bed without your consent. I wonder if Xiao Qian will feel sorry for me when she wakes up tomorrow morning.
Su Mengyao.
She rolled her eyes, you're being really naughty. Lin Chen lay down on the sofa. I think the sofa is quite comfortable too.
I'm going to sleep, so you should hurry up and sleep too. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. Good husband, okay? You go now, or you'll really wake up Shishi if you keep making a racket.
Su Mengyao said crossly. Lin Chen stood up with a smile. This is a tactic of using gentleness to overcome strength. I'll teach you this today, and it works very well here.
Good night, wife. Lin Chen said quickly and left.
Su Mengyao touched her face, feeling it was a little warm. A month ago, she never thought she would call someone a good husband.
Big bad guy, humph. Su Mengyao expression seemed a little annoyed. But in fact, she wasn't even a little bit annoyed. Ding.
Su Mengyao had just gone to bed and was preparing to sleep when she received a message. It was from her father.
Su Guofeng asked how Lin Chen's father was doing. Uncle Lin's back is recovered.
The hospital couldn't cure it, but Lin Chen quickly cured him with his hands. It's just that Uncle Lin's left hand has a slight fracture and it will take 2 or 3 months to recover.
Su Mengyao sent a message back.
After thinking about it, she continued to reply, Dad, Lin Chen didn't show it to Mom before, it's because his medical skills weren't good before, and his medical skills have improved a lot recently.
Su Guofeng's face showed a faint smile.
Su Mengyao was still afraid that they would misunderstand Lin Chen, which was very good.
Have his parents approved of you? Dad, what are you talking about?
We just had a few words at the hospital, and then I brought Cece to the hotel.
I can't talk to you anymore, I'm sleepy and going to sleep.
Su Mengyao turned off her phone and covered her head and went to sleep. However, she was too distracted to fall asleep for a long time. The next day, Lin Chen took a taxi to the county town very early in the morning.
He arrived an hour and a half later.
The agent and the landlord were waiting for him outside the community.
Hello, Mr. Lin. The agent greeted the landlord.
Lin Chen nodded. Hello, let's take a look at the house first.
If it's not suitable, there's no point wasting time.
Okay.
The three of them entered the residential area. Mr. Lin, my house is on the 10th floor, there are 11 floors in total, and the area is 306 square meters.
I originally wanted to live in it myself, and the renovation cost 1.5 million. I didn't expect the benefits to be so poor in the past 2 years. If the price is right, I'll sell it, if not, forget it.
The landlord said with some helplessness. He still wants to sell the house, but the price offered is too low.
Before long, Lin Chen and the others arrived inside the house.
Lin Chen looked around.
The level of decoration in this house was not as good as the one he currently lived in, but overall it was not bad.
It was definitely considered very good in the county. The layout of the house also had a good view.
Mr. Song, you know the current property market. If I buy a house like this, as soon as I start living in it, I will lose a lot of money if I try to sell it.
What's the lowest price you'll pay?
If it's possible, I'll do it, but if not, I have to hurry up and go to the next house.
You can see that I took a taxi here.
I have made a lot of appointments today, and I need to make a decision today.
Lin Chen said calmly.
Although he and Su Mengyao are rich, he is not a pushover, and he will definitely cut the price if he should.
Well, Mr. Lin, you name your price.
If I think it's okay, I'll sell it. If not, forget it.
The landlord, Mr. Song, said.
Lin Chen, you want to sell it for 2.4 million, and in today's market, you definitely won't be able to sell it.
2,800,000.
If it's okay, I'll go. Mr. Song's face changed slightly. His bottom line was 2.1 million, and Lin Chen's offer was close to his bottom line.
Mr. Lin, you're really good at bargaining. Let me discuss it with my wife, give me 5 minutes. Mr. Song sighed lightly.
Okay. Mr. Song went to the door to make a phone call, and Lin Chen heard the sound of an argument. A few minutes passed before Mr. Song came back in.
Mr. Lin, can you add a little more?
Lin Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, that's the market price.
Your house is expected to drop quite a bit by next year. If you don't sell, I'll leave.
Mr. Song said helplessly, I'll sell, the sooner the better. I need more capital to revitalize my business. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and the others signed the contract.
Lin Chen got the keys, and they could move in right away. Honey, it's done. You can just come here directly.
Lin Chen messaged Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoxi had arrived at the hospital by now, and Lin Hai and Chen Mei had already completed the discharge procedures.
Grandparents.
Lin Xiaoxi called out in a baby voice as she saw them.
Uncle Lin, Auntie Chen. Lin Chen asked me to come pick you up and take you somewhere.
Chen Mei looked at Su Mengyao with a smile on her face. She had originally worried about whether her son would be able to find a wife, but she never expected that a beautiful daughter-in-law would fall from the sky. And she even brought along a precious granddaughter. Knowing that Lin Chen and Su Mengyao had already gotten married, Chen Mei was more and more satisfied with the sight of Su Mengyao.
Mengyao, where did Lin Chen go? Chen Mei asked with puzzlement. Grandma, it's a secret. Lin Xiaoxi giggled.
Chen Mei laughed. Okay, if Xiaoxi says it's a secret, then it's a secret.
Grandpa and Grandma will go with you.
The four of them got out of the hospital and got into the car.
Chen Mei and Su Mengyao sat in the back row.
Su Mengyao secretly felt relieved that there was Lin Xiaoxi with them, otherwise it would have been a bit awkward for her and Chen Mei to be in the back seat together.
Grandma, let me ask you a question. Su Mengyao's heart tightened.
She felt something was not right.
Why did she forget that Lin Xiaoxi had now turned into a silk t-shirt? Cici, what do you want to ask?
Chen Mei said with a smile.
Su Mengyao prayed secretly that Lin Xiaoxi wouldn't ask any strange questions. Lin Xiaoxi, Grandma, do you sleep with Grandpa at night? Su Mengyao's face changed. She guessed what Lin Xiaoxi was going to ask. Cici, don't say anything. Su Mengyao quickly covered Lin Xiaoxi's mouth. Chapter 95, Mom, do you love Dad?
Chen Mei looked at Su Mengyao. She knew that Lin Chen had not yet slept with Su Mengyao.
Grandma doesn't sleep with Grandpa anymore. Grandpa is hurt, and they might touch his wound if they sleep together.
Lin Xiaoxi was unable to speak as her mouth was covered.
Cici, don't talk nonsense. Su Mengyao repeated her warning before letting go. Lin Xiaoxi was puzzled. Mom and Dad weren't hurt. Su Mengyao.
Lin Hai coughed lightly and said, Xiaoxi, it's probably because your father made your mother angry at some point, and your grandfather made your grandmother angry, so she forbade me from going to bed.
Lin Xiaoxi looked at Su Mengyao. Mom, is that true?
Su Mengyao pinched Lin Xiaoxi's little face. It's none of your business what adults do. You just need to know that both Mom and Dad love you.
Lin Xiaoqian, do you love Dad, Mom?
Su Mengyao felt her whole body go numb. Lin Chen's parents were in the car, and she still had to answer. If she hesitated or didn't answer, Lin Xiaoqian would probably get all sorts of ideas in her head, and maybe even cause more trouble. Of course Mom loves Dad,
Su Mengyao said.
Her face and ears visibly turned red.
Chen Mei asked, Xiaoqian, why don't you ask if Dad loves Mom?
I know that Dad loves Mom. Lin Xiaoqian giggled.
Where did you learn that?
Lin Xiaoqian, Dad makes delicious food for Mom and me.
Su Mengyao let out a sigh of relief.
She had thought that Lin Chen had said something to her that Lin Xiaoqian had overheard, but it turned out that her assumption was so simple.
Chen Mei stroked Lin Xiaoqian's little head. Making delicious food means that you love you and your mom, right? Lin Xiaoxi nodded seriously, yes.
I have delicious food, and I also give it to my good friends.
Su Mengyao was very uneasy along the way. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxi did not say any more crazy things. Where the hell are we going? Why are we in the county? Chen Mei said doubtfully. Auntie Chen, you'll find out soon.
It didn't take long before the car entered a residential area, and Liang Yi drove to the underground parking lot of the residential area. Lin Chen was waiting in the underground parking lot.
Dad!
Lin Xiaoqian shouted cheerfully as she saw Lin Chen looking out the window. Lin Chen quickly opened the car door and carried Lin Xiaoqian out.
Son, what are we doing here? Chen Mei got out of the car and asked curiously.
Lin Chen gave a small smile. Mom, you'll find out soon enough.
Liang Yi, are you coming up for a rest?
Liang Yi shook her head. President Lin, I'm not going up. As a qualified driver and bodyguard, she would not appear when Su Mengyao did not need her. Soon Lin Chen and the others went upstairs. When they entered the room, Chen Mei and the others were surprised.
This house is so big. Son, this is...
Lin Hai asked, already having some guesses. Lin Chen, Mengyao and I bought this house. The house is under construction, and it won't be ready for a while, so we came back to visit you and have a place to stay. It's not convenient to stay in a hotel, there's no kitchen, the place isn't big enough, and you have to worry about privacy and hygiene.
Lin Xiaoxi looked left and right. Dad, is this our home too?
Yes. This will be our home too in the future.
Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi and put her down. Let's go home. Lin Xiaoxi ran off cheerfully.
Lin Chen smiled. Dad and Mom, if you come to the county in the future, you can stay here. Lin Hai and the others still have to come to the county quite a lot every year. They will come to see the doctor themselves and visit other patients. Or they will come for banquets hosted by some relatives or friends.
We won't come. Lin Hai quickly said.
Su Mengyao, Uncle Lin, we can't come many times a year, so you have to come and stay occasionally.
If the house is not occupied, things will easily get damaged.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Dad and Mom, Mengyao, and I each paid half the money.
As parents, it's only normal for you to come and stay with your son and daughter-in-law, right? Mengyao's parents will also be living here in the future.
Mengyao may also get married from here in the future.
Su Mengyao's face quickly turned red.
If she married Lin Chen in the future, it was really possible that she would get married from here, and the wedding procession could not possibly start from the demon capital.
Then, okay.
Lin Hai nodded in agreement.
Lin Xiaoxi ran out of the room. Dad, Mom, I like it here too, hee hee. Xiaochen, I'm glad you like it.
Lin Chen showed Lin Hai and the others around.
The house has 4 bedrooms, a study, a maid's room, and a spacious living room and dining room.
His house in the Magic City cost 12 million yuan, and this one is only a fraction of that, but it is much larger. Su Mengyao smiled and said, Uncle Lin and Aunt Chen, I will arrange for someone to come twice a week to clean the house, and you can come here more often in the future to make the house feel more lively.
Chen Mei wanted to say something.
Lin Chen said, Mom, don't be so hard on yourselves.
We can't spend all our money. What happens to the national economy if people become very frugal when they have money? Chen Mei nodded, that's fine.
After being poor for decades, their mindset has not changed. Lin Chen earns a few million to tens of millions of yuan a month, and as long as he doesn't squander it and doesn't gamble, he can't spend it all. Dad and Mom, you take Xiao Qian with you. There's nothing to eat at home, so Meng Yao and I will go shopping.
Lin Chen laughed.
Soon Lin Chen and Su Mengyao set off. There is a food market nearby, and they walked there.
Meng Yao, did you pick up my parents without any problems?
They are ordinary farmers who are not good at expressing themselves. If they say something wrong, just tell me and I will communicate with them. Lin Chen asked, holding Su Mengyao's hand. Su Mengyao said with a sigh, it wasn't very smooth.
You need to talk to one of them. I can't stand her.
Lin Chen felt helpless.
Is this the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law?
If this is the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, it will be difficult to deal with in the future.
Who? Su Mengyao, who else? She.
She's not a little cotton-padded jacket anymore, she's a t-shirt with holes, or a silk t-shirt that's so cold it gives you a chill when you wear it.
Lin Chen. What did she say?
Su Mengyao said impatiently, she asked if your parents slept together, so I quickly covered her mouth. Lin Chen said with a smile, she is so good. Su Mengyao pursed her lips, she also asked if I love you.
Lin Chen's eyes lit up. What did you say? I'm not telling you.
Upstairs on the balcony, Chen Mei called out, Cici, come here.
Lin Xiaoqian ran over, beaming. Grandma, what's the matter?
Chen Mei pointed downstairs, Cici, look, Mom and Dad are holding hands as they go to the market to buy food.
Your parents still have a very good relationship.
She could tell that Lin Xiaoqian was a little scared. Lin Xiaoqian was probably afraid that her parents would be separated again in the future.
Lin Xiaoxi saw it.
A sweet smile appeared on her face.
Grandma, I'll tell you a secret.
I'm the one who made my parents hold hands.
Oh, he. Chapter 96 Lin Chen shows his strength. Chen Mei looked at Lin Xiaoxi in surprise. Lin Xiaoxi is only a little over 2 years old, is she that smart? Why did you do that, Xiaoxi? Chen Mei asked.
Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice, holding hands means being good friends.
I want my parents to become good friends. Chen Mei smiles.
So that's what it is. Lin Xiaoqian is very clever, but she is still a child, and adults' thoughts are often different from children's.
Children's thoughts are probably much simpler.
So with your help, Xiaoqian, Mommy and Daddy are now good friends.
Aren't you very happy?
Lin Xiaoqian smiles sweetly. Lin Chen, these carrots are ugly.
That one was pretty. Why didn't you buy that one? Su Mengyao and Lin Chen were shopping at the market.
Lin Chen, that one was soaked in a chemical solution, and there's something wrong with the lotus root you were about to buy.
Su Mengyao said in surprise, you know all this? Of course I do. How can I make delicious food if I don't know anything about food?
Lin Chen laughed lightly. The two of them laughed and joked as they shopped for food. Su Mengyao was like a curious child, as her family basically had a nanny do the shopping.
That's it, that's all. We've got enough food to last us for 2 days. The two of them carried the groceries home like any ordinary young couple. Su Mengyao's face wore a faint smile.
It feels pretty good to move in with Lin Chen in the future and go shopping at the supermarket and the food market together.
Hey, don't go too far. Do you have a conscience for stealing from an old man?
Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. An old man in front of him hurriedly covered his bag tightly, and a person next to him glared at Lin Chen and quickly left.
Young man, thank you.
The old man thanked him and quickened his pace to leave. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen with beautiful eyes and said with a light smile, Lin Chen, you're not bad, you just helped a good cause.
Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The pickpocket just now approached the other two people.
He has accomplices, and the three of them are looking in his direction. Mengyao, if you are alone, you must not do this, otherwise you may get into trouble.
Lin Chen reminded Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao is so beautiful that if she doesn't look for trouble, it may find her.
If she looks for trouble, the consequences may be serious. That guy has accomplices? Let's go. Su Mengyao's face changed slightly as she hurriedly said. Lin Chen asked in his mind as he walked, System, how many points is my physical fitness now? What is my combat effectiveness at this level?
System, host, your physical fitness is currently 195 points. You can probably fight 15 ordinary men with your bare hands.
It's hard to judge if the opponent is armed.
Lin Chen muttered to himself, martial arts have to be worked on. His physical fitness has surpassed the world's top boxers, but his combat effectiveness is not even half of the world's top boxers. He has a strong physique, but he can't use it. However, he can fight against more than 10 people at the same time, and under normal circumstances, with his current strength, he can still handle it.
Lin Chen, someone is following us.
Su Mengyao looked back and her face changed. I'll call Liang Yi and tell him to come over and deal with them. Lin Chen shook his head, she won't be able to get here in time.
Besides, don't I still exist? Your husband isn't a vegetarian.
Don't take them to the community, I'll deal with them first. Lin Chen said and changed to another road. Soon, he and Su Mengyao arrived at a secluded place, and the three people following them took the opportunity to quickly get closer.
Kid, you're very brave to help out. Trying to act tough in front of a pretty girl? You keep it up, and I'll show you.
The pickpocket, whose identity Lin Chen had revealed, sneered. Lin Chen put down the food he was carrying. Cut the crap, I'm in a hurry to get back and cook dinner, so you guys go ahead and attack.
Damn, did I just give you face?
The strongest of the three men swung his fist at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, with his strong constitution, had excellent dynamic vision, and in his eyes, the speed of the other party's punch was not very fast. He smashed out with a punch as well.
Ah!
The fists of the two sides collided, and the strong man screamed in agony, feeling that his fist had hit an iron fist. Lin Chen, on the other hand, didn't feel much. This was the difference in physical fitness. Lin Chen's bone density, muscles' ability to withstand blows, etc., were much higher than those of an ordinary adult man.
Damn it! You little brat, you're looking for death.
The other two men also swung their fists at him immediately.
Su Mengyao was scared out of her wits. The next second, Lin Chen's palms simultaneously slammed into their chests.
He didn't dare to use a heavy punch, otherwise, with one blow, it was estimated that several of their chest bones would be broken. The two men took several steps back. Their faces turned red, and being slapped by Lin Chen, they felt like they had been hit hard with a brick.
The two men almost passed out. Go!
The three of them hurriedly fled in a panic. Lin Chen had dealt with the three of them in 3 moves, and they knew very well that they had hit a brick wall today.
Lin Chen, you. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise.
She had just prepared to make a phone call when the other party was beaten away. Lin Chen picked up the dishes on the ground and laughed. Mengyao, these are just 3 little thieves, it's not hard to deal with them.
Your husband is a genius. I've studied martial arts as well as painting. Su Mengyao's eyes flashed with a strange light.
She was worried that the 3 punks were looking for trouble, but Lin Chen solved it in a few moves, giving her a full sense of security.
Lin Chen, this isn't Tai Chi. Su Mengyao said as she walked away. Lin Chen, this isn't it.
I studied Tai Chi to see if I could research and cultivate internal strength. I haven't had any results yet, so I still have to study it slowly. Su Mengyao looked strange. It is estimated that it will be very difficult to research this.
Lin Chen smiled and said, it's not like I have anything better to do.
It is unrealistic to cultivate immortality, but cultivating internal strength personally feels more realistic to me. There are some cases in the world where, in extreme circumstances, some individuals have exploded their potential beyond limits. I want to develop and utilize the potential of the human body, and I habitually call this potential internal strength.
Su Mengyao nodded.
I hope you can research it in the future.
Lin Chen, don't think I'm just messing around. I'm sure many countries have similar research projects.
Many emperors throughout the ages have had people research this.
Becoming stronger and living longer is the eternal pursuit of mankind. Su Mengyao, those 3 guys won't cause any more trouble, will they? I don't think so. They shouldn't be that stupid.
It's not wise to provoke people you can't afford to offend.
Lin Chen said.
The 3 of them had just left a few hundred meters away, dejected.
I feel like the bones in my fists are about to break.
How are you guys? And the burly man who had clenched fists with Lin Chen. The hand that he had clenched fists with Lin Chen had already swollen up. The other 2 men lifted up their shirts.
There were 2 clear palm marks on their chests.
The places where they had been slapped had turned purple and were swollen.
Hiss. All 3 let out a gasp. Chapter 97, Mom, you are the happiest. Brother Cohen, this kid is ruthless. Should we get some more friends and get him together?
The pickpocket who had been discovered by Lin Chen said. He was one of the two people who had been slapped in the face, and the place where he had been slapped now felt like it was burning with pain. Brother Cohen was the other person who had been slapped in the face. He touched the wound. He can beat us up like this with one slap. How many people do you plan to get and how much money will each person give? And how much medical expenses will be paid if we get injured? Even if we win, can we beat him up if we are alone in the future? Don't be stupid, can we afford to mess with someone like him? The person who clenched fists with Lin Chen said with a trembling voice. He still held back. If he used his fists, Cohen-gu, you guys' bones would probably be broken.
Cohen-gu nodded. We will walk around him in the future. Back in the community, Su Mengyao let out a sigh of relief. Lin Chen was amazing, but she didn't want Lin Chen to fight. If he lost, he would go to the hospital, and if he won, he might go to jail.
Mengyao, were you scared? Our local customs are relatively fierce, and the security in small places is not as good as in the Magic City. But today was an exceptional situation. Nowadays, the security in the past few years has been much better than before. Lin Chen comforted.
Su Mengyao, I'm fine. You went to high school here, right?
Aha! The security situation back then was worse than it is now. But it is still much better than it was a decade ago. There were a lot of hooligans back then, but now there are only a few scattered here and there. It's very unlikely that something like this will happen today, so don't worry too much.
Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao, Lin Chen, since you're here, you might as well explore the environment, maybe you can invest here.
Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and said with a smile, Mengyao, you're afraid that your in-laws will be bullied, so you want to develop your connections here.
No. That's not true. Don't talk nonsense. Su Mengyao blushed slightly and said, I'm just exploring, if it's suitable, I'll invest, if not, that's it.
Lin Chen, then you, my wife, be careful. Don't let people accuse you of using your position for personal gain. Su Mengyao, the Su family controls 51% of the company's equity, so we still have some decision-making power.
Lin Chen nodded.
He didn't really understand business stuff, and the Su family's money was the Su family's money, so he wouldn't meddle.
Dad, Mom. The two arrived home, and Lin Xiaoxi ran over joyfully. Su Mengyao's heart lifted. Lin Xiaoxi didn't say anything random to Chen Mei and the others, did she? Mengyao, Sisai is really good at painting now. The last time we went, her paintings weren't nearly as good as this. Chen Mei marveled.
Su Mengyao, she probably inherited Lin Chen's talent for painting, and Lin Chen also taught her very well. Mengyao, come look, this is a painting that Sisai just finished.
Su Mengyao walked over.
Seeing the painting, Su Mengyao was also stunned.
Can a 2-year-old really draw like this?
She hasn't been to Lin Chen's place for a few days because she's been busy recently. Lin Chen's drawing has reached legendary levels, and Lin Xiaoxi has also been taken by the wind. Her drawing talent is already world-class.
Lin Chen, what's going on? Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Mengyao, is there a problem? Lin Hai asked.
Su Mengyao, Sisai used to draw well, but this is much better than anything I've seen her draw before.
Lin Chen laughed. Sisi is very perceptive, maybe she's just hit on something. You don't understand the world of geniuses.
Lin Xiaoxi's talent for drawing used to be in the 60s, but now it's in the 90s, it's on a completely different level. Su Mengyao looked at the drawing carefully.
She exclaimed, Lin Chen, if Sisi develops her talent, she could become the world's top painter, couldn't she?
Lin Chen shook his head.
Su Mengyao was very disappointed, she can't?
Lin Chen, the top is impossible, as long as her father lives, she will be the second best in the world.
Su Mengyao. Dad is the best.
Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly, Mom is the happiest.
Su Mengyao squatted down and asked. Sisi, why is Mom the happiest?
Lin Xiaoxi, Mom, you have me and Dad.
Chen Meilenhai's face showed a knowing smile. Su Mengyao's face turned slightly red.
Now there's more than just the three of them here. You and Dad both describe me as clever, and I'm happy.
For a moment, I didn't know whether to be happy or not. Su Mengyao scratched Lin Xiaoxi's little nose and said.
Mengyao, you're called a foolish person with a foolish blessing.
Lin Chen laughed next to him.
Su Mengyao gave Lin Chen a wide-eyed glance. Lin Chen, you still haven't gone to cook, it's fine if we're starving, but Uncle Lin is an injured person, he needs to nourish his body properly. An hour later, Lin Chen finished cooking.
Ha!
Lin Hai and Chen Mei froze when they tasted the food. The food Lin Chen cooked last time was delicious, and this time it was even more delicious. They quickly tasted the other dishes. The taste of each dish was much better than before.
Son, what's going on? Why is your cooking so much better than before?
Chen Mei said in disbelief.
Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian, because of Xiaoqian.
Because of Lin Xiaoqian, he was able to awaken the system and continue to gain experience. But Chen Mei and the others heard it differently. In their opinion, Lin Chen did it to make Lin Xiaoqian eat better.
Dad's cooking is the best. Dad, I'll kiss you.
Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly.
Cici, your mouth is greasy from eating, wipe your mouth after dinner and kiss Dad later. Su Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Su Mengyao. Mom, you haven't eaten yet, will you kiss Dad for me? Su Mengyao.
She muttered to herself, why did she butt in?
Mom is already eating. Su Mengyao quickly picked up some food and took a bite. Lin Xiaoxi blinked her eyes. Mom, then after you finish eating, will you kiss Dad for me?
Su Mengyao, you kiss him yourself after you finish eating.
After finishing eating, Su Mengyao quickly escaped. Chen Mei, son, does the Su family have business here as well?
She helped Lin Chen clean up in the kitchen. Lin Chen shook his head.
We ran into 3 thugs while shopping.
Mengyao was probably afraid that you guys would get into trouble in the future and we wouldn't be able to help, so we invested here to develop some connections. But whether it will work or not depends on whether there are suitable projects.
Chen Mei's face changed. Are you guys okay? We're fine.
Lin Chen shook his head. I taught myself martial arts. Not to mention 3 or 5, even 10 or 8 thugs are no match for me.
Chen Mei's eyes revealed surprise.
Her son actually knew martial arts.
Son, if Mengyao wants to invest here, can you stay a few more days? Chen Mei asked.
Lin Chen, Xiaoqian and I can stay for a week, and it will take about a week to transfer the house. It's hard to say about Mengyao, there might be something at her company at any time. Even if she invests in our county, compared to the big business of her company, this place is just a small business.
Chapter 98 1 in 100,000. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Su Mengyao initially negotiated with the County Investment Promotion Bureau, and she will invest 80 million in Lin Chen's county. For counties in central provinces with average economies, an investment of 80 million is already a very large investment. If the development goes well, there may be follow-up investments.
Lin Chen, I have to go back.
And I have to go abroad for a trip, which may take more than a week. Su Mengyao said to Lin Chen.
Naturally, there will be others following up on the investment here. She is a big CEO, so where does she have the energy to waste here? Well, you be careful. Su Mengyao has been here for 4 days, which is not bad. There are so many things going on in the company that she gets a lot of phone calls every day. I'll be careful. I'll take at least 3 bodyguards with me when I go abroad. They are all very capable individuals.
Lin Chen said. Xiaoqian is still taking a nap.
Do you want to wait until she wakes up and say goodbye to her before you go?
If you leave right away, she might ask for her mother.
Su Mengyao shook her head and said, this is what happens when you leave a nanny to take care of your child.
It's no wonder that Xiaoqian is like this when I'm gone. I've spent more time with her, and now she's more attached to you.
This little ungrateful brat. Due to the urgency of the matter, I've already had someone apply for a temporary flight route.
I have to hurry to the airport and depart directly. If she gets emotional, just try to comfort her.
Lin Chen, I'll let my parents know. His parents were also taking a nap. But they hadn't been asleep for long. Knock, knock.
Lin Chen knocked on his parents' door, and they came out quickly. Su Mengyao said apologetically, Uncle Lin, Auntie Chen, I was going to stay for a few more days, but there's so much going on at work that I need to be there for some things.
I'll come visit you again in the future. Lin Hai nodded. Company business is important. Mengyao, wait a minute.
Chen Mei returned to the room and took out a gift box. Mengyao, this is a little something from us.
Su Mengyao took the gift box. Thank you, Auntie Chen. Su Mengyao did not open the gift box.
No matter how big or small the gift was, she would accept it. Lin Chen's status in her heart had become increasingly important.
Uncle Lin and Auntie Chen, I have to hurry and leave, so I'll go first. You are welcome to come to the Magic City to visit whenever you have time. Su Mengyao left quickly.
Chen Mei, son, Mengyao is a good girl, you must not do anything to hurt her in the future. Also, you must work hard to settle the wedding as soon as possible. Lin Chen shook his head and said, "Mom, there's no rush.
Meng Yao and I will be together when the time is right. Other people are just eager to have grandchildren. You already have one, don't you?" Chen Mei was stunned. "That's right.
But you still need to hurry.
When Cece gets older, she'll start to remember things, and she'll remember attending your wedding.
She'll know that you had her before you got married."
Lin Chen, Cece is very smart.
Usually children start to remember things at the age of 3, but I think Cece can remember things now. As long as you give her enough love, there shouldn't be a problem.
We'll pay attention to that.
Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded.
When Su Mengyao arrived at the parking lot, Liang Yi was waiting for her. "Let's go to the airport,"
Su Mengyao said after getting into the car.
"Yes, President Su."
Liang Yi drove off, and Su Mengyao slowly opened the gift box, which contained 10 brand new 100 yuan bills.
There was also a 1 yuan coin. 1 in 100,000? Su Mengyao's face turned red.
100,000 yuan was not a lot to her, but this was Lin Chen's parents' recognition of her, and the meaning was extraordinary.
Click. Su Mengyao took a photo.
She sent the photo to her mother, Yang Qingyue. It was the middle of the night in the United States, and Yang Qingyue didn't respond.
"Advisor, what should I do?"
Su Mengyao sent the photo to Xincheng again.
Xinqing saw the message soon. From Lin Chen's parents? "Mengyao, you're just showing off for me, aren't you? I can smell the sour stench of love."
Su Mengyao's mouth curled up slightly when she saw the message, "Advisor, you'd better find a boyfriend quickly."
"Xinqing, there's no way a military strategist would go to war. How are you getting along with Lin Chen's parents? Any conflicts between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law?" Su Mengyao. "Lin Chen and I aren't married yet."
Xincheng rolled her eyes.
She quickly replied, "You've already eaten the bait, how can you escape? You haven't answered my question." Su Mengyao, what conflicts could we have?
Lin Chen's parents are very nice, and we get along very well.
Gee, it seems like you're falling for him.
Su Mengyao, my parents will be back in 10 days or so, and I plan to move in with Lin Chen then.
What do you think? Xinqing quickly replied, "Of course I support it. Your agreement to cohabitation shows that you have a full favorable impression of Lin Chen. If it were anyone else, they would have already had sex." Su Mengyao face showed a shy expression. "Son, has Mengyao sent you a message?"
Chen Mei asked after half an hour had passed.
"No, why?" Lin Chen asked.
Chen Mei let out a sigh of relief. "That's good."
Su Mengyao should have opened the gift box and seen it.
The fact that she hasn't sent a message is her way of accepting the gift they gave her as a token of their affection. The gift of 100,000 yuan has a special meaning. They know exactly what Su Mengyao is thinking about accepting such a gift.
"Son, come here."
Lin Hai called Lin Chen to the balcony.
"Dad, what's up?"
Lin Hai said, "Mengyao's parents will be back soon, and Mengyao will have a lot of free time in the future."
"What do you think?" "Dad, what do you mean?"
Lin Hai, a man still needs to have his own career. On the premise of ensuring safety, you need to develop.
Other people don't know what you're hiding.
If you don't have a career, people will say you're a kept man in the future. Even if Mengyao and the others know your situation, they won't feel comfortable hearing it. Lin Chen nodded, "I will develop my career. But I lacked the company of Cece before, and I still need to spend more time with her before she goes to kindergarten." You take care of it yourself,"
Lin Hai said.
His own son is much smarter than him. As long as Lin Chen realizes the importance of developing his career, that's fine. Lin Hai went back to his room and continued his nap. Lin Chen pondered in silence. He had already acquired some aircraft manufacturing technology, which involved many things in various aspects.
In the long run, developing this is the best. It has the best financial prospects.
And it can also be used to gain military support. But aircraft manufacturing technology requires 50 hours to reach the master level, and 100 hours to reach the grandmaster level. He has only taught Lin Xiaoxi how to fold paper airplanes for a total of a dozen hours, so there is still a very big gap between grandmaster and even master level. Lin Xiaoxi's interest in this has also decreased recently.
This can be put on hold for the time being. High-end private kitchens, this can be arranged as soon as possible.
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
Lin Xiaoqian is a foodie. If he gets involved in this, diners will bring all kinds of high-end ingredients. Chapter 99, If the worst comes to the worst, I'll support you. Dad, where's Mum?
Lin Xiaoxian came out of her room, rubbed her eyes and mumbled.
Lin Chen crouched down, picked Lin Xiaoxian up and kissed her. Mummy was naughty, the big bad wolf caught her in the forest. Lin Xiaoxian pouted. Silly dad, do you think I'm a 1 or 2-year-old? We're inside the house, the big bad wolf can't get in. Lin Chen. Then guess where mommy went? Lin Xiaoxian tilted her head. Did mommy go to work? MMM.
Lin Chen nodded. Xiaoxian, don't be sad, mommy will be back in a few days, and daddy will keep you company. Lin Xiaoxian's face broke into a sweet smile. She hugged Lin Chen's head and kissed him. Daddy, when mommy went to work before, I envied other people who had daddies. That way, when mommy went to work, daddy could stay with me.
I have a daddy now too, hee.
Lin Chen hugged Lin Xiaoxian tightly.
He felt a little heartbroken. The Su family was very wealthy, but for a baby like Lin Xiaoxian, money meant nothing to them. Xiaoxian, daddy will always stay with you.
Lin Chen said gently.
Lin Xiaoxian's small face showed a worried expression. Dad, will you also stay with me after I go to kindergarten? Lin Chen, do you remember what Mom said before?
Su Mengyao just went to him and said that he would take care of her for a while and then pick her up when Lin Xiaoxian went to kindergarten.
Yes. Dad, I don't want to be separated from you.
Lin Xiaoxian's eyes quickly misted up.
Lin Chen quickly said, Cici, don't cry. Daddy won't be separated from you, I promise. How about we pinky swear? If you lie to your daddy, you'll be a puppy.
Mm-hmm.
Lin Xiaoxian held out her pinky.
Pinky swear, for 100 years, no one is allowed to change, whoever changes is a puppy.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxian's mood quickly changed, and she turned her little head. Daddy, where are Grandpa and Grandma?
Grandpa and Grandma went out for a walk. They sleep at noon, not as long as you. How about Dad takes you hiking?
There's a small hill nearby.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi's constitution was not very good and needed to be strengthened. His skills improved and Lin Xiaoxi became smarter, but those improvements did not make Lin Xiaoxi's constitution stronger. Yes.
Lin Xiaoxi said cheerfully. As long as Lin Chen took her, she was happy to play in the mud. Lin Chen took a taxi to the foot of the mountain. It wasn't a high mountain, and it was full of trees, so even though the temperature was relatively high, it was still a good place to go hiking.
Cici, Daddy will teach you how to hike.
Lin Chen smiled as he took Lin Xiaoxi's hand.
In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed.
A system voice sounded in Lin Chen's head. Host, you have taught Lin Xiaoxi how to hike, gaining hiking skills.
10 hours will take you to the master level, and 20 hours will take you to the grandmaster level.
A lot of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind.
Mountaineering is not simply climbing up a mountain, it involves a lot of knowledge.
For example, how to climb a mountain with minimal physical exertion, how to ensure safety in extreme weather, and how to find food and water in the wild when supplies are scarce.
Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile. One more skill.
Lin Xiaoxi doesn't need this knowledge now, but when she grows up, she will find it useful. You never know when you might encounter extreme situations when traveling. Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoxi as they climbed. Lin Xiaoxi climbed very slowly, and the hill was not high, but it still took her an hour to reach the top.
Dad, we won. We made it to the top of the hill. Lin Xiaoxi was overjoyed. Lin Chen, Xiaoxi, shall we come back tomorrow? You'll get better and better the more you climb. Then we can go traveling with Mum.
Lin Xiaoxi grew up in the metropolis and has little contact with nature.
She is a bit lacking in the earth energy. Many city kids have poor health, not just because they lack exercise, but also because they lack the energy of the earth.
A period of free-range farming in the countryside will do them a world of good.
Dad, what is tourism? Lin Xiaoxi asks in a baby voice. Lin Chen, tourism is going to other places to have fun. Do you want to go traveling with Mummy, Daddy, and Xiaoxi? Lin Xiaoxi nods repeatedly. Dad, let's come back here tomorrow.
3 more days pass, and the house is officially transferred to Lin Xiaoxi's name. Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoxi hiking once a day, 1 hour up the mountain and 1 hour down, and he gained nearly 10 hours of hiking experience, which was almost at the master level.
Son, you take Cici back to the magic city. My hand problem is not serious, I can heal slowly.
I'm not at ease if I'm not at home to supervise the construction of our house.
Lin Hai said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded.
Lin Xiaoxi also missed her little friend a little. Dad and Mom, you should come and stay for a few days every now and then, otherwise you won't even know if someone has moved into your house.
Lin Chen said.
Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded. They saw Lin Chen and the others off to the outside of the residential area.
Bye, grandparents.
Lin Xiaoxi waved her small hand.
Soon Lin Chen and the others left in a taxi.
Chen Mei, honey, even if it costs a bit more, we have to make the construction company hurry up and build it. Don't let the house not be finished before our son and Meng Yao's relationship is in place.
Lin Hai nodded.
An hour or so later, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian arrived at the airport. Dad, there are so many big planes.
Lin Xiaoqian looked outside cheerfully in the waiting lounge. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Xiaoqian, do you want to learn to fold big planes?
Dad can fold big planes.
Lin Xiaoqian nodded.
Seeing so many planes, her interest in folding planes came back.
Okay, Dad will teach you. Lin Chen took some paper out of his bag.
5 minutes later, Lin Chen began to gain experience in aircraft construction. Waiting for a flight for an hour, he taught for 2 hours on the plane. Lin Xiaoxi had a great time, and he was even happier to have gained 3 hours of experience in aircraft design and construction. When they got home, Lin Xiaoxi ran to her room. She missed her stuffed animals and hugged and kissed each one.
Snap.
Lin Chen took a photo of Lin Xiaoxi and sent it to Su Mengyao.
Honey, Sisai and I have gone home. When will you be back?
Su Mengyao saw the message soon after.
She gave a knowing smile. I'm having some trouble here and will need some time.
A major project at the company has encountered inexplicable resistance. Lin Chen sighed inwardly.
He couldn't help much.
He knew a lot of things, but now he had very few connections. In the future, he would have to develop his career and connections.
Don't be in a hurry. Things will work out. At worst, I'll support you. Lin Chen replied.
Su Mengyao, it's not to the point of being unsolvable, it's just that the profit may be a little less. In the past, I would be very anxious if I left for a long time, but now I feel much more at ease with you taking Shishi with you.
I can't talk to you anymore, I have to attend a meeting right away. Lin Chen sent a kiss emoticon. Su Mengyao's face turned slightly red. She quickly sent Lin Chen a rolling her eyes emoticon in return. Chapter 100, A Threat That Came Knocking. Ding dong.
Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep at noon, and the doorbell rang. Lin Chen frowned and came out of the study.
Who is coming at this time?
He didn't order any deliveries, and no one in the neighborhood knew which house they lived in. Su Mengyao was still abroad at the moment, and even if she returned, she could just swipe her fingerprint to get in.
Is it that guy Zhao Tianyu again? Lin Chen went to the door and opened it.
Outside the door was a strange young man he had never seen before.
You are? Lin Chen asked suspiciously. Could it be the neighbor upstairs or downstairs? The strange young man smiled slightly. Mr. Lin, shall we talk inside?
Lin Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. It seems that he is not the neighbor would not know his surname Lin.
Please come in. The other person entered the living room and looked around.
Mr. Lin, your house is quite good, after getting on the Su family's boat, your life has improved.
Lin Chen calmly said, Who are you? What is the matter?
The other person smiled.
Mr. Lin, don't be nervous, I'm a good person. Lin Chen also smiled.
It was impossible to be nervous, his constitution had already exceeded 210. Even if the Peak Tyson was in front of him, he could spar with him.
If someone said they were a good person, they usually weren't. Please sit.
Lin Chen said as he sat down on the sofa. The young man sat down and smiled. Mr. Lin, my name is Zhang Xiaojun. I like to make friends with people from all over the world, so I have relatively good information.
Lin Chen looked at the other person and didn't say anything.
Zhang Xiaojun continued, I recently heard that the Su family has encountered some trouble, and I happen to have contacts in this area that can help solve it.
Lin Chen, you are a middleman?
Zhang Xiaojun nodded with a smile. Mr. Lin, you are right in saying that I am a middleman. I travel the world, helping friends around the world solve some problems. Lin Chen smiled and said, I don't think you want to charge some money, but you need the Su family to pay something.
For example, selling some of the shares?
Zhang Xiaojun applauded softly. Mr. Lin, I thought talking to you would be a bit difficult, but I didn't expect you to be such a smart person who understands things at once. Mr. Lin, it's very reasonable for me to use my connections to help the Su family, and for the Su family to pay a price.
What do you think? Lin Chen looked at the other person.
The storm was coming faster than the Su family had expected. Su Mengyao had said that her grandfather had only died a few years ago, and the remaining favors should be able to protect the Su family for 2 or 3 years. But now Zhang Xiaojun has come. Zhang Xiaojun is probably a middleman hired by a certain power to do things that power itself is not comfortable doing. Mr. Lin, this is not a bad thing for the Su family. Some of the Su family's businesses are quite profitable, but the Su family lacks support, and this is not a long-term solution.
If you give up something, you can gain something in return. Giving up some things will enable you to gain the support of some capital.
Zhang Xiaojun said with a smile.
Lin Chen, why did you come to see me?
Even if Su Mengyao and I have a child, the Su family is the Su family and I am me.
You can't be unaware of this, right?
Zhang Xiaojun said with a smile, I know.
You and Su Mengyao also did a pre-marriage property notarization.
But you and Su Mengyao still have a good relationship, and you might be able to persuade her.
She and her father are both stubborn.
Zhang Xiaojun stood up when he said this. Mr. Lin, for the Su family, whether it's tens of billions or hundreds of billions, they can't spend it all anyway, so there's not much difference. It's still worth spending a little to buy some peace of mind. If you have time, persuade Su Mengyao.
Otherwise, even if she gets through this trouble, there will be another time.
Of course. I didn't cause the trouble, and neither did my friends.
I just want to help you.
Zhang Xiaojun said, taking out a rag doll from the bag he was carrying. Sisai is very cute, this is for her.
Soon, Zhang Xiaojun left.
Looking at the doll, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. Zhang Xiaojun's gift of the doll was not a sign of friendship. It was more like a threat. It was like telling him, they have children.
Think more about the children and don't fight recklessly. He is really impatient. The economy has been bad in recent years, and patience is running low? Or is the Zhang family secretly stirring up trouble?
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
Drip. Lin Chen dialed Su Mengyao phone. Su Mengyao was abroad, but not in the United States. The time difference was not that great, and it was morning there. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Su Mengyao's heart lifted.
Lin Chen's phone had international long-distance service, but she had never called him when she was abroad.
Su Mengyao panicked when he suddenly called. Could it be that Lin Xiaoxi has run into some kind of trouble? A man named Zhang Xiaojun just came to the door.
He is supposed to be an agent for a certain power. He knows that the Su family is in trouble and has offered to help.
Lin Chen said.
Su Mengyao's face changed slightly. It seems that someone is deliberately doing this time, with the goal of taking advantage of our family.
The other party didn't do anything, did they?
Lin Chen, the other party sent a rag doll.
Su Mengyao gritted her teeth, this is a threat.
Lin Chen said, Cece, don't worry.
As long as I'm here, no one can do anything to her. Just be careful of your own safety.
On the other end of the phone, Su Mengyao took a deep breath and said, Lin Chen, the marketplace is like a battlefield.
A weak country can only be bullied by one country after another. Even if our Su family has to cede its interests, it can't be now. The more we fight, the less we will lose. Lin Chen, I understand.
There are more than one wolves. If you don't resist, you will be bitten by them one after another.
You can do what you want. I will be there for you.
Su Mengyao's heart settled a lot. Lin Chen, thank you.
Lin Chen, Mengyao, you are wrong. Cece is also my daughter. Do I need you to say thank you to me? You can say I love you, husband. Su Mengyao.
You can call me husband, and I've been called I love you before, but I still can't say those words yet.
I'm not saying it, Ker. I have to think of something. Su Mengyao hung up after saying that.
Nowadays, the troublemaker should just remind the Su family that there shouldn't be a big problem this time. Lin Chen thought to himself. He put down his phone and slowly started playing Tai Chi. He has been practicing every day since he went back to his hometown, and now at least on the surface, he looks like he knows what he's doing.
Half an hour passed.
Lin Xiaoxi woke up and walked out of her room.
Dad, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoxi asked curiously.
Lin Chen continued while saying, someone wants to bully mommy, Dad is practicing martial arts, and after learning martial arts, I can protect mommy.
Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Dad, I want to protect mommy too. After saying that, Lin Xiaoqian imitated Lin Chen's movements.
Tai Chi is relatively slow, and Lin Xiaoqian was able to follow along. Unconsciously, 5 minutes passed. A system voice sounded in Lin Shen's mind. Host, you taught Lin Xiaoqian Tai Chi and obtained the ancient martial arts Tai Chi secret method. 50 hours to the Grandmaster level, 100 hours to the Grandmaster level. Lin Chen was overjoyed. It's here, finally it's here. System, can I have internal strength? Chapter 101 Lin Chen is good at fighting? System, host, you will not gain internal strength for the first 10 hours, but you will gradually have a sense of qi, your 5 senses will be enhanced, and your control will also be enhanced. After 10 hours, every hour, you will be able to gain about a year's worth of internal strength of martial artists in martial arts novels. Lin Chen, system, how is internal strength defined within a year? The internal strength gained by different people in a year varies greatly. The protagonist's 1 year of cultivation is equivalent to decades of slag. System, the martial arts power you have within a year is equivalent to the normal martial arts power of a first-class martial arts expert after a year of training. Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile. It is equivalent to the best martial arts power of a peerless master within a year, but this is a bit too good to be true. An hour is equivalent to the martial arts power of a first-class martial arts expert within a year, which is already very good. System, how strong can you resist a bullet? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, a grandmaster can resist a pistol bullet, and a martial arts grandmaster can resist a rifle bullet. Can a grandmaster resist a sniper bullet? No. Lin Chen shook his head. Even if there were martial artists in the past, the decline of martial arts was inevitable. You have worked hard for decades, but someone else who has practiced marksmanship for 3 days may be able to kill you with one shot. Host, martial arts are still useful. The 5 senses of powerful martial artists will be much stronger than ordinary people, and their reaction speed will also be much faster than ordinary people. It is not that easy for ordinary people to kill powerful martial artists. The system reminded. Lin Chen, I know. I don't think it's cost-effective for others to practice martial arts. I didn't say it wasn't cost-effective for me. I can teach for an hour and surpass others for a year. It's awesome. Can legendary level withstand a sniper bullet? System, yes. Lin Chen smiled slightly, very good. The future is still very promising. It's just that it's not that easy to reach legendary level. Lin Xiaoqian is too young. Dad, it's so hard, I can't do it. After practicing for 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoqian said with a sad face. Lin Chen paused. Cici, this is quite difficult. Even Daddy, an adult, only managed to learn it after many days of practice. But Daddy believes that you will definitely learn it too, and that we will be able to protect Mummy together. Lin Xiaoqian nodded, Daddy, I want to protect Mummy with you. Lin Chen scratched Lin Xiaoqian's little nose. Cici, don't worry, this requires a lot of practice. Daddy will teach you each movement one by one. Half an hour passed and Lin Chen stopped teaching. Lin Xiaoxi is still young, and this learning process cannot be too long. Dad, what are we going to do next? Are we going to the playground? Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chen expectantly. Lin Chen smiled, you guessed it right. We are going to the playground next. Go and change your shoes. He. Lin Xiaoxi ran cheerfully towards the door. Lin Chen stretched a bit. Although he had only gained half an hour's experience, his improvement was not small. It turned out that although his physique had improved a lot, his control over his body was at the level of an ordinary person, and his combat effectiveness was weaker than that of a top boxer. Now he has gained a lot of experience. With the help of the system, that experience has become instinctive. His combat effectiveness has improved a lot. Lin Chen reckons that now, if he fought against the peak of his career Tyson, he should be able to draw with him. As long as he doesn't use a gun, he can now walk sideways. Firearms are banned in China, so he is still very safe in China. The tigers and wolves targeting the Su family are after their wealth, and under normal circumstances, they would definitely not go to extremes. Dad, give me a hug. Dad, I'm so tired. Lin Xiaoqian changed her shoes and hugged Lin Chen's thigh. Okay, Dad will hug you. Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoqian and kissed her. Lin Chen said in his mind, System, if I reach the level of a grandmaster, can Xiaoqian's physique be enhanced? System, no, but her martial arts talent will increase. Lin Chen felt a little bit of regret. If only Lin Xiaoqian's physique could be directly enhanced. But thinking about it, it was impossible. Painting and calligraphy all enhanced her talent. If she wanted to improve, she still needed him to teach her, and Lin Xiaochen herself needed to learn.
In the United States, Su Guofeng woke up in the morning.
He looked at his phone and saw that Su Mengyao had sent him a message, asking him to call her after waking up.
Drip. Su Guofeng dialed Su Menyao's phone number. Mengyao, what's wrong? Su Guofeng asked. Su Mengyao, Dad, someone couldn't help but test it. Su Guofeng frowned slightly and said, so soon? What force did it, and what kind of action did it take? Su Mengyao, a man named Zhang Chaojun, approached Lin Chen.
He told Lin Chen that he could help us, and all we had to do was sell some stocks.
He gave Cici a doll.
Su Guofeng's eyes flashed with cold light. I'll find out what sort of background Zhang Chaojun has.
He's popping up now. Does he think the Su family is a pushover?
The Su family has tens of billions of assets after all.
Su Menyao's grandfather didn't live very long, but the favors he left behind are still there.
Although people say that once you're gone, favors are still favors, and they will be repaid if they need to be.
Who will help you after you're so heartless? Dad, how do we fight back? Su Mengyao asked.
Su Guofeng thought for a while and said, your mother and I will be back soon. We've been gone for so long, and your mother has recovered.
Invite some people over to the house to visit. You can call Lin Chen when you get there. Can you solve your current problem?
Su Mengyao, our opponent is just testing us this time. I can still handle it.
Su Guofeng's face broke into a smile. Mengyao, you have grown a lot compared to the beginning.
At the beginning, you couldn't handle even a small problem. When your mother and I go back, we'll work together as father and daughter. By the way, you should find 2 bodyguards for Lin Chen and Shishi, so they'll be safer when they go out.
Su Mengyao's eyes showed a strange expression. Find bodyguards for Lin Chen?
Images from before flashed through her mind, Lin Chen taking care of 3 thugs with just 3 moves, and them running away in defeat.
Dad, I'll talk to Lin Chen.
But there shouldn't be a need for the time being. Lin Chen is quite capable.
Su Mengyao said. Su Guofeng was stunned. Lin Chen is very skilled?
He knew that Lin Chen's marksmanship was good.
Mengyao, Lin Chen is very good at fighting? Su Guofeng asked. Lin Chen is 1.8 meters tall and has 8-pack abs.
He is not weak, but that doesn't mean he is very good at fighting. Su Mengyao, when we were in his hometown, 3 thugs tried to pick on us, but he beat them off in 3 moves.
Su Guofeng's eyes showed a look of admiration. 3 against 1, that's no mean feat. Even someone who knows a bit of kung fu might not be able to beat 3 people.
Lin Chen's learning ability is really incredible. Mengyao, Lin Chen has some money now, so why don't you talk to him about learning how to invest?
The financial market is a quick way to make money. Su Guofeng said. Su Mengyao, I'll talk to him about it.
Su Guofeng, Lin Chen's parents gave you a red envelope. We haven't given Lin Chen a red envelope yet. When do you think we should give it to him?
Su Mengyao's face turned slightly red. Dad, why are you asking me? You can give it to him whenever you want.
Su Mengyao quickly hung up the phone after she finished speaking.
Chapter 102, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Su Guofeng's face revealed a faint smile. Half an hour later, he arrived at the hospital with breakfast. Wife, when are we going to give the red envelope and how much should we give? Su Guofeng asked Yang Qingyue.
Yang Qingyue, Mengyao said that we can give the red envelope whenever we want, so we might as well give it to Lin Chen as soon as possible. Lin Chen will come to our house when we go back, so let's give it to him then.
Su Guofeng nodded, that's what I was thinking. So how much should we give Lin Chen as a red envelope? Should we give him 100,000 yuan, just like Mengyao gave his parents? What do you mean, honey?
Su Guofeng said, in addition to 100,000 yuan, give him some shares as well. Those will be theirs sooner or later.
But if their family gives 100,000 yuan and we give more, won't that be bad? Won't that make the in-laws feel uncomfortable?
Yang Qingyue thought for a moment and said, don't give it. Just talk to Mengyao and tell her to revoke the original prenuptial agreement.
Okay. Su Guofeng nodded, that's it.
Honey, just hang in there a little longer, we'll be back in 10 days.
Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Su Guofeng opened the door and there was Selena. Selena was holding a big bouquet of flowers. Mr. Su, your wife is about to be discharged from the hospital, right? I happened to be in New City and came to visit your wife.
Selena said with a smile.
Su Guofeng nodded, come in. Selena entered the ward.
Yang Qingyue was not lying down at the moment, so Selena handed the flowers to Yang Qingyue herself. Mrs. Su, I wish you good health and all the best.
Her Chinese was only average. But Selena spoke the words fluently, having practiced many times before coming here. Thank you.
Yang Qingyue said with a smile.
Selena looked at Su Guofeng and said, Mr. Su, I have made the Su family a focus of attention. Recently, it seems you have had some trouble. Do you need help from the Dawson family?
I owe Lin Chen a debt of gratitude for saving my life. These words came out in a stutter. Su Guofeng said in English, Ms. Selena, at the moment we are only having a little trouble, which we can handle. Besides, Lin Chen's debt of gratitude to you for saving your life is still with our Su family.
This is inappropriate. Serena was relieved.
She said in English, President Su, please tell Mr. Lin Chen that I have not forgotten the life-saving favor I owe him, and if he needs help, he can call my phone number. The Dawson family still has some strength.
And I have now gained a lot of family power. Su Guofeng nodded, I will convey it. Thank you. President Su, Mrs. Su, goodbye. Serena left quickly.
Su Guofeng closed the door and Yang Qingyue said, Honey, Selena is quite concerned about the favor she owes.
Su Guofeng nodded slightly.
She values it very much. She also controls a lot of family power, so the significance of Lin Chen's favor is great. If we can gain the support of the Dawson family, I dare not say much, but our Su family will definitely have no worries for the next 5 years.
But this is a favor that Lin Chen has accumulated, and we cannot use it. Yang Qingyue was very surprised. Is Selena's favor so effective?
Su Guofeng, I looked up the Dawson family, and the Dawson family's overt assets are more than 10 times ours. They also have a lot of assets overseas, and the Dawson family's total assets are at least 20 times ours. Moreover, the Dawson family has been in existence for more than a century, has good relations with many forces, and has a very strong influence.
Yang Qingyue was secretly amazed.
Our Su family is considered to have a bit of money, but it is much weaker compared to a family like the Dawson family.
Su Guofeng laughed, how long has our country been rising?
Our family has developed along with the country, and our development time is too short compared to theirs.
I'll make a video call to Lin Chen. Yang Qingyue nodded, yes, I miss Sisai too. Soon Su Guofeng connected the video call.
Lin Chen was in bed at the moment, telling Lin Xiaoxi a story.
Grandpa, Grandma.
The video call connected, and Lin Xiaoxi leaned over.
Be a good girl. Lin Xiaoxi, what are you doing?
Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice, Grandma, Dad is telling a story. Oh, the stories Dad tells are the best.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Uncle Su, Auntie Yang.
I heard from Meng Yao that you'll be back in 10 days.
Meng Yao, Xiaoxi, and I will go to pick you up?
Yang Qingyue smiled and said, Lin Chen, don't bother flying over from China, it takes a lot of time. We'll just come back ourselves when we're ready.
Su Guofeng, Lin Chen, don't come to pick us up. I heard about the problem with the landing gear before. What if there's another problem with our family on board? You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Lin Chen nodded gently. The Su family has assets worth tens of billions of dollars, so this worry is not unreasonable. What if the whole family dies? Lin Chen, Selena just came by.
She said she will definitely repay the debt of gratitude she owes you, and that you can call her anytime in the future if you need anything.
Su Guofeng said. Lin Chen, Uncle Su, I don't need anything.
If the Su family encounters any major problems, you can ask her for help.
Just let her return this favor to the Su family. Su Guofeng hurriedly said, Lin Chen, this is a favor you have planted. The Dawson family is stronger than what I have told you. This favor is very important. It is better for you to keep it for yourself. Lin Chen smiled and said, Uncle Su, just leave it. The Su family shouldn't need this for a while. Su Guofeng nodded. Lin Xiaoqian was puzzled. Daddy, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoqian's little head. Daddy and Grandpa were just talking about grown-up topics, so it's normal that you don't understand.
You'll understand when you grow up. Now, you stay with Grandpa and Grandma and chat with them. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Grandpa, Grandma, Daddy took me to the playground. Wow, the playground was so much fun. The two adults and the little girl chatted for a while before hanging up.
Cici, after you finish telling that story, you go to sleep obediently. Lin Chen said gently.
Lin Xiaomo lay down.
Lin Chen started the story again. His fairy tale creation skills are now superb, and his storytelling level is also extremely high, which makes it easy for people to immerse themselves in it. This time Lin Chen was telling a hypnotic bedtime story, and before he finished, Lin Xiaomo had fallen asleep sweetly. Lin Chen slowly got out of bed and went to the study.
He wrote a fairy tale and uploaded it. Drip.
Soon Lin Chen received a message from the editor-in-chief Chen Wenhan. Lin Chen only needs to upload it, and Chen Wenhan knows that Lin Chen is available.
Lin Yu, boss, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it?
Chen Wenhan, there are foreign publishing institutions that want to translate your fairy tales and publish them abroad, and the price is quite good.
Have you contacted several publishing institutions? Lin Chen asked. Chen Wenhan, there is only one so far.
Lin Chen considered for a moment and replied, Chief Editor, I will translate some of the fairy tales into English.
Is it okay to post them on the website in both Chinese and English? The website supports it, but can you translate them yourself?
Chen Wenhan was a little surprised.
No problem, I can translate them more accurately myself.
There is no rush for foreign rights, let the bullets fly for a while.
Chapter 103, Fairy Tales Are a Hit Abroad. Popping. Lin Chen quickly tapped away at the keyboard.
He planned to translate the fairy tales published after reaching legendary level into English, and forget about those published before.
Translating the old ones is no better than writing new ones.
The quality is different, and the publisher will pay differently. The fairy tales were given to him directly by the system, only in Chinese, but Lin Chen's translation reached simultaneous interpretation level, so there was no problem translating these fairy tales. He understood what the fairy tales wanted to express, and he was the only one who could translate them perfectly.
It didn't take long to finish the first translation. His translation went extremely smoothly.
For someone else, it might take hours to translate a fairy tale more accurately, but Lin Chen finished it in just 10 to 20 minutes. After a short break, Lin Chen continued. He needed to translate nearly 30 fairy tales. The fairy tales published later could be published in a book again.
Unconsciously, 3 hours passed. Lin Chen had translated 10. Let's upload them first.
He thought to himself, and soon he had uploaded all 10 translated fairy tales to tongxin.com. Tongxin.com had a lot more traffic than before, and even though it was late at night, there were still quite a few readers at this hour.
Lin Yu, the great god, has updated what? The English version of the fairy tales, is this going to be sold for copyright?
My English level is not bad. Where did Lin Yu, the great god, find a translator? The translation is very vivid and accurate. Soon, many comments appeared in the comment section.
In the era of social media, information spreads extremely quickly. In just 10 minutes, these fairy tales were transported overseas.
It was late at night in China, but not in many other countries. Many children in other countries also listen to fairy tales, and they will also ask their parents to tell them stories.
The quality of this fairy tale is very high.
After reading one of them, a mother was amazed.
Even adults are deeply attracted. Legendary fairy tales have the magical power to touch the soul. Amy, today mommy will tell you a new story.
The mother looked at her phone and read the story to her child.
Amy listened quietly.
She had rarely listened so intently to a story before.
Mummy, the new story is really good. Are there any more like it?
Amy asked excitedly, and her mother quickly looked for some more. Amy listened attentively to several fairy tales in a row, and finally fell asleep during one of the bedtime stories.
Are these Chinese fairy tales? They're really great, but there are only 10 of them.
This mother read all the remaining fairy tales. Sisters, I recommend some fairy tales to you. She shared these fairy tales in a group of mothers. This mother is very reliable, and her recommendations quickly got the attention of some other mothers. They were soon hooked too. After reading them, they thought they were good, and some of them continued to recommend them to others.
This kind of thing happens in many places and countries.
These fairy tales are really of high quality.
If they were published, they would make a lot of money. Quickly find out who wrote these fairy tales.
In just 2 hours, a publisher found them. In the era of social media, true gold is not easily buried.
The night passed. These fairy tales went viral on the internet. Su Mengyao got up early.
She ate breakfast and watched short videos on the international version.
Ha! Suddenly Su Mengyao froze.
She also has children, and the big data pushed the relevant information to her. Su Mengyao looked at it carefully. It was indeed Lin Chen's fairy tale, but it had been translated into English.
Drip. Su Mengyao dialed Lin Chen's phone number.
Lin Chen was making breakfast, and Lin Xiaoxi had not yet woken up.
Wife, do you miss me early in the morning?
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Su Mengyao. Lin Chen, someone has stolen your fairy tales. Someone has translated your fairy tales into English, and there are quite a few likes. Lin Chen was a little surprised. It's gone viral?
I uploaded 10 translated fairy tales last night, and the other person should have posted the ones I translated.
Su Mengyao was stunned. You translated them yourself?
Yes.
Su Mengyao felt a little embarrassed. It was a mistake.
Lin Chen translated them himself, so it's fine for someone else to repost them.
Lin Chen, are you going to sell the overseas rights?
Lin Chen, yes, overseas is where the big money is. In our country, people have a low awareness of copyright, and book prices are not high, so the money you can make is still very limited.
The overseas market is much larger.
Based on the income of the people in China, books are not cheap, but the price of books is much lower compared to European and American countries. After all, they make their money in US dollars and euros. Su Mengyao, the overseas market is indeed much larger, and it is a very correct choice for you to translate them well, make them popular first, and then sell the copyright. Lin Chen laughed. One good thing about fairy tales is that if there is a book to buy, parents are more willing to hold the book when reading it to their children, rather than holding a mobile phone.
That's true. Has she got up yet?
Lin Chen, not yet, she should be up soon.
Every morning, she gets up almost as soon as I've finished making breakfast.
At this moment, Lin Xiaoxi rubbed her eyes and poked her head out.
Dad, I can smell the aroma. Dad, who are you talking to on the phone?
Lin Xiaoxi tilted her little head and looked at Lin Chen and asked.
Guess. Lin Chen asked with a smile. He switched on the speakerphone. Lin Xiaoqian blinked. Dad, is that Mum? Mum, when are you coming back?
I miss you so much, and so does Dad.
Su Mengyao's face broke into a smile.
Cici, Mum will be back in a couple of days. I'll bring you something nice when I come back.
Lin Xiaoqian, Mum, is that snacks? Mum, I'm a good girl now, I don't eat snacks.
Su Mengyao shrugged.
Lin Xiaoxi, I don't think you don't want snacks, it's just that your father's cooking is so good that you don't want to eat snacks.
Lin Xiaoxi giggled and said, Mom, my tummy is only that big, there's no room for anything else.
Mom, you have to buy a gift for Dad. Why would I buy a gift for Dad? Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Xiaoxi said, because Dad is your husband.
Su Mengyao said.
Lin Chen smiled without saying a word, silently giving Lin Xiaoxi a thumbs up. This daughter has not been raised in vain. Cici, Dad's breakfast should be ready, so you hurry up and wash up and eat breakfast.
Mom has to start working too. Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen, bye, honey. Su Mengyao hesitated for 2 seconds. Bye, honey.
Then she hung up the phone. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Lin Chen uploaded 2 new fairy tales, bringing the total to 30. He also translated all 20 remaining fairy tales into English.
These fairy tales became a huge hit abroad.
Boss, the 3rd fairy tale can be published. We may not be able to charge the previous price for this one.
The quality of this one is much higher.
The rest of the major publishers have offered very good prices.
Chen Xinhuan said to Liang Zhirong, the owner of the fairy tale website. Liang Zhirong asked, Chen, how much do you think we should offer? Chapter 104, Lin Chen's wife is Su Mengyao? Chen Xinhuan said with difficulty, Boss, I don't know either.
Lin Yu's big brother is now popular abroad, and some publishers are willing to pay a premium to poach him. We offered a royalty rate a long time ago. If we raise the royalty rate again, we may lose money if we're not careful.
Liang Zhirong considered for a moment and said, Shall we go and talk to Lin Chen in person? Let's see what he thinks.
Okay.
Chen Xinhuan nodded.
The two quickly bought plane tickets and set off.
Mom! Lin Xiaoxi jumped into Su Mengyao's arms in surprise. Su Mengyao finally returned after a week of back and forth. Sisai, I've missed you so much.
Su Mengyao hugged Lin Xiaoxi and kissed her several times.
Mom, Dad, and I miss you too. Mom, do you miss Dad? Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice.
Su Mengyao looked over at Lin Chen, who was smiling next to her, and nodded, "Of course I do."
Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chen and giggled, "Daddy, did you hear that? Mommy misses you a lot, so give her a hug." Lin Chen took 2 steps forward. He embraced Lin Xiaoxi and Su Mengyao together, with Lin Xiaoxi sandwiched between them. In addition, the hand behind Su Mengyao was clenched into a fist. Su Mengyao's heart began to race. Her face also turned a little red. But she did not break free. This level of physical contact was still completely acceptable to her nowadays. "Cici, you're going to become a sandwich," Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi giggled, "It's so crowded."
Su Mengyao's gaze met Lin Chen's, and she said with a coy expression, "Lin Chen, you have to let go soon.
There are still things outside the door, so you can carry them in." Lin Xiaoxi, "Daddy, it must be a present."
Lin Chen nodded with a smile.
Compared to holding hands, this was some progress. If they had this kind of hug, would a full hug be far behind? Lin Chen let go of Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoxi and went outside. There were 2 gift boxes outside. One was big and one was small.
Lin Chen brought both gift boxes inside.
Su Mengyao let Lin Xiaoxi down. Lin Xiaoxi happily picked up the small gift box. "Daddy, you're the adult, the big gift is yours. I'm the baby, this little gift is mine."
Su Mengyao said, "Shishi, the big gift is for you, and this small gift is for Dad."
Lin Xiaoxi froze for a moment. "Mom, you're giving Dad the big gift. I'm a little baby, so you can just give me the small gift. Dad, don't be sad." Lin Chen rubbed Lin Xiaoxi's little head. "Dad's not sad, Shishi, let's open the presents together." Soon the 2 of them opened the presents. Lin Xiaoqian's was an exquisite doll, and Lin Chen's was a watch, the brand of which was Patek Philippe. "Dad, my present is so big. Yours is so small. Do you want to exchange it with me?"
Lin Xiaoqian said with a little reluctance. She really liked the doll, but Lin Chen was her favorite dad.
Lin Chen's heart warmed. He crouched down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi. "Cici, gifts are not judged by their size, but by whether or not the other person likes them. Mom gave this gift to Dad, and Dad really likes it."
Su Mengyao, "Cici, Mom has not treated your father badly.
Your father's gift is a little more expensive than your doll. Lin Xiaoxi's doll cost tens of thousands of dollars.
Lin Chen's Patek Philippe watch cost millions.
It's not just a little more expensive." "Dad, then we won't exchange gifts." "Mom, I really like this doll."
Lin Xiaoqian picked up the doll and went to the master bedroom.
"Wife, thank you."
Lin Chen smiled as he looked at Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao's pretty face turned slightly red. "Try it on, it should fit. If it doesn't, you can choose another one." Lin Chen put on the watch. "It really fits." "Mengyao, how much is this?" Su Mengyao, "More than 300, but don't give me the money. If you give me the money, you won't get a gift." Lin Chen laughed. "What are you thinking?
After buying that house, I now have $1 million on my card. I can't afford it, I can only choose to give myself to you."
Su Mengyao, "You are already my husband, how can you still make a wish? Give me my things?"
After saying this, Su Mengyao quickly slipped towards the master bedroom. Lin Chen froze for a moment and then laughed. Although Su Mengyao has been on a business trip abroad recently, it seems that his relationship with Su Mengyao has taken a step closer.
2 hours passed. Drip.
Lin Chen's phone rang. It was Chen Xinheng calling.
He answered the phone and said, "Editor-in-Chief Chen, what's the good news?" Chen Xinheng laughed on the other end of the phone and said, "Big brother Lin Yu, the boss and I are just here on business in the Magic City. If it's convenient for you, why don't we come over and have tea with you?"
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
It must be about the 3rd book. He had quite a few publishers leaving messages in the comments section wanting to collaborate. "Sure, when are you coming over?" "Chen Xinhuan, boss Lin Yu, we're not far from you, about half an hour away. You're taking the kids, so why don't we come over to your place?"
Lin Chen laughed. "My wife's here, she's in good hands, so I'll meet you at the tea house outside the community."
"That's fine." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen went out onto the balcony.
Lin Xiaoxi was drawing on the small table on the balcony, while Su Mengyao looked on in awe.
Lin Xiaoxi's talent for drawing was beyond her. "Honey, I'm going out for a bit. The owner and editor-in-chief of TongXIN.com are here," Lin Chen said.
Su Mengyao, your third children's book is ready for publication, and they're here to talk to you about it.
The quality of this book is much higher than the previous two.
Your reputation has also increased. They're probably worried about what kind of conditions to offer. Why don't you stay home and take care of Sisai, and I'll go talk to them first.
When I'm done, you can come back and have tea and chat with them?
Lin Chen laughed, I'm really not good at this. Then Mengyao, you go and negotiate for me first.
Su Mengyao nodded, you come teach Cici to draw, you do what you're good at, I'll do what I'm good at.
There is a nice tea house outside the community. Su Mengyao opened a private room, and then she sent the room number to Lin Chen, who sent it to Chen Xinhan.
Editor-in-Chief Chen, I have something to take care of for the time being.
My wife will entertain you for now, I'll be there later. Chen Xinhuan let out a sigh of relief when he saw the message.
Boss, look. Chen Xinhuan showed Liang Zhirong the message.
Liang Zhirong, intellectuals like Lin Yu aren't good at business negotiations, and I don't know how to talk to someone like him either. It's better if his wife does the talking. They didn't know each other before, so they can talk openly.
Chen Xinhan laughed and said, there's another advantage.
If the negotiations collapse, at least Boss Lin Yu can act as a buffer.
10 minutes later, Liang Zhirong and the others arrived. Knock, knock.
Chen Xinhan knocked on the door of the private room.
Su Mengyao opened the door. Seeing Su Mengyao, Liang Zhirong was taken aback.
He knew Su Mengyao, she was the president of the Su Group. Liang Zhirong has assets of nearly 1 billion, which is quite good, but his assets are nothing compared to the Su Group.
President Su, why are you here?
Liang Zhirong said incredulously.
Su Mengyao smiled slightly and said, President Liang, Editor-in-Chief Chen, please come in. I'll help my husband negotiate a collaboration with you. Liang Zhirong felt numb. Lin Chen's wife is Su Mengyao? Chapter 105 Su Mengyao's negotiation results. The three entered the private room, and Liang Zhirong felt a little sad.
He had thought that negotiating with Lin Chen's wife would be very easy, but he had never expected that Lin Chen's wife was actually the president of the Su Group.
The Su family's assets were dozens of times more than his.
In front of Su Mengyao, his status was a bit unimpressive.
With Lin Yu's talent and Su Mengyao's financial resources, if the conditions he offered were not good, then what was the point of negotiating? Mr. Liang, I wonder what kind of conditions you are offering. Su Mengyao smiled. Time passed by minute, and Liang Zhirong was led along the whole time.
He was in a very weak position during the negotiations. Chen Xinhuan did not know the specific situation of Su Mengyao, and he was a bit more forceful when negotiating with Su Mengyao. Half an hour passed, and the three of them basically settled the deal.
Su Mengyao smiled and said, President Liang and Editor-in-Chief Chen, please sit for a while longer.
I'll go home and replace my husband. Please keep our business a secret for me.
My husband doesn't want to be high profile for the time being. Liang Zhirong and the others nodded. Su Mengyao left quickly, and Chen Xinhuan said doubtfully, President Liang, what exactly is President Su's identity?
You seemed a little uncomfortable just now when you were talking to her.
Chen Xinhuan's words were quite euphemistic. Liang Zhirong was more than a little uncomfortable just now. Liang Zhirong lit a cigarette and took a deep drag.
He said, she is the president of the Su Group, which has assets of 60 to 70 billion yuan, with the Su family holding half of the shares. My small family and household can't afford to offend the Su Group. Fortunately, the conditions she proposed are also acceptable.
In the short term, I will lose a bit more, but in the long term, it may not be a bad thing. Chen Xinhuan was shocked. The Su family has assets of more than 30 billion?
His income as editor-in-chief is not bad, with an annual salary of 1 million. With a little hard work, he only needs more than 30,000 years to have more than 30 billion.
Where did God close the window for Boss Lin Yu? Chen Xinhuan was full of emotion.
Lin Yu was talented, his wife was beautiful, and she was also the president of the Su Group.
People are not comparable. Liang Zhirong was full of envy. Chen Xinhuan, Mr. Liang, you are also very good. By the way, Mr. Liang, is Miss Su the only daughter of Mr. Su? Yes. She is an only child. Liang Zhirong nodded, and the Su family's money would all be hers in the future.
It wasn't long before Su Mengyao returned home.
Mengyao, how did it go?
Lin Chen smiled. Su Mengyao, the negotiations are over. Your signing bonus and royalties remain unchanged, and you will receive an additional 30% stake in tongxin.com.
We were mainly discussing the equity. They could only accept 10% at first. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao in surprise and said, Tongxin.com is worth a lot of money, right? 30% of the equity is a gift?
Su Mengyao, Tongxin.com is currently valued at around 400 million, and 30% of the equity is worth 120 million.
But they are not giving it away for free.
Before you joined, the valuation of Tongxin.com was only 300 million. If the news of you becoming a shareholder of Tongxin.com spreads, the valuation of Tongxin.com will at least increase by 100 million.
It is very likely that it will double in the future.
Lin Chen nodded slightly. I originally wanted to ask for less royalties and more shares, but they only agreed to give me 30% at most. If you agree, sign with them. If not, I will find a negotiation team to help you slowly grind. Lin Chen laughed and said, these are very good terms. Honey, you're much better at negotiating than I am. Su Mengyao, the term of the contract is 2 years. After 2 years, if you're not satisfied with the terms, you can leave. Lin Chen nodded and said, I'll go calm them down. Liang Zhirong probably felt a pang of pain when he offered these terms. He probably would rather pay a signing bonus of 10 million yuan than give up equity. A few minutes later, Lin Chen arrived inside the tea house. President Liang, Editor-in-Chief Chen, thank you for waiting. Lin Chen smiled. Liang Zhirong said with emotion, Lin Yu boss, your wife is amazing, she has already negotiated the contract for you.
Take a look. Chen Xinheng handed Lin Chen a tablet. What was just negotiated is already written on it.
Lin Chen gave a faint smile after reading it and said, President Chen, let's do it according to this, I have no objections.
When will the contract be signed and the share transfer agreement? Liang Zhirong, tomorrow. Although I basically own all the shares, the transfer of shares is not that complicated, but there are still some procedures. Lin Chen nodded, okay, let's have tea then. After chatting for half an hour, Liang Zhirong and the others left. Lin Chen returned home. Lin Chen, I have to go. I came straight to you after I got back. There are a lot of things waiting for me at the company.
Su Mengyao said with reluctance as she hugged Lin Xiaoxi.
Lin Chen, in such a hurry?
Su Mengyao said helplessly, I have to personally sign a lot of documents, and it's estimated that this will take 6 or 7 hours.
I'm going to have to work overtime tonight until after 11. Cici, mommy has to go. Can you come see me after mommy is done? Lin Xiaoxi hugged Su Mengyao tightly.
Su Mengyao didn't want to let her go, and she didn't want to let go of Su Mengyao either.
Cici, grandpa and grandma will be back soon.
When grandpa comes back, mommy won't be so busy and will have time to spend with you. Lin Chen comforted her.
Lin Xiaoqian pouted and said with a hint of grievance, Mom, when grandpa comes back, can you move in here? I miss you so much. I don't want to be separated from you. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen. She nodded gently, okay. When grandpa comes back, I'll move in here. I don't want to be separated from you either. He. Lin Xiaoxi burst out laughing. Su Mengyao pinched Lin Xiaoxi's little face. Good, you just did that on purpose to trick mommy? Sissai, if you do that, you're not mommy's little cutie anymore. Boo boo. Lin Xiaoxi kissed Su Menyao's face. Mommy, I didn't trick you. I really do miss you. Daddy, mommy has to go now. You come and kiss mommy too. Su Mengyao.
Lin Chen smiled and took it from Su Mengyao.
Lin Xiaoxi, children shouldn't watch when adults kiss.
I'll kiss mom when you're not here.
Soon Su Mengyao left. Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice, Daddy, mom hasn't eaten yet, she must want to eat the food you've cooked. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi. Cici, that's a good idea.
In the evening, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian finished eating early, and Lin Chen drove Lin Xiaoqian to the company. In the underground garage, Lin Chen ran into Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu was holding a large bouquet of flowers. Lin Chen frowned inwardly. Zhao Tianyu hadn't sought him out recently, and Lin Chen had thought that he had given up and would no longer harass Su Mengyao.
Lin Chen, what have you decided about the terms I mentioned to you? Zhao Tianyu asked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes.
He had previously discussed with Lin Chen that he would give Lin Chen 2 million, another million when Lin Chen got married, and arrange a job with a monthly salary of no less than 50,000. He had thought that Lin Chen might agree to it. However, Lin Chen had not contacted him for so long. Lin Chen said indifferently, I already told you, I'm not interested.
Zhao Tianyu, you need to know when to stop.